and people build a strong society where ability is defined not mobility, vision, or hearing, but by courage, creativity, and potential. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and with the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
It's a season of love, a season of joy, a season to celebrate you because you deserve it. From all of us at Voice of the People TV, we only want to wish you a very merry, happy Christmas and a prosperous new year ahead.
We are here with the leadership of VOP Television Lagos. We do appreciate this opportunity to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our viewers all over the world and admirers. Cheers.
Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Nàìjíríà lókè òkun, mo ń kí yín fún Kérésìmesì ọdún yìí á yabo fún wa o. Gbogbo àlàrí bá ti ṣe tààrọ̀ náà gbégbá o. I wish my fans all over the world, in Europe, America, Australia, everywhere, a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Catch ya next year.
As the year comes to an end, we want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, dedication, and the positive vibe you bring to Voice of the People every day. From all of us on the HR, we would like to say Merry Christmas, a happy, prosperous, and healthy New Year. Thank you.
This is to wish you a wonderful, spirit-filled and Merry Christmas from Matthew Ogunswada.
This year has been so amazing with you in it. And that's why we're saying from Voice of the People TV, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And we love you.
You've been wonderful all through the year. And this is from us, Voice of the People Television, saying Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to you all. See you at the top.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, good morning and welcome to another day, a beautiful day it is, and we are grateful to be here. It is the 31st day in December 2025, the very last day of the year 2025. And yes, like I said, I am grateful to be here, and I know that you are too, because it's been a journey. 364, now the 365th day. Or is it a leap year? No, it's not. So 365 days coming to an end, and then the beginning of another calendar year to start in a few hours. And we say, thank God. Thank God we're here. Now, for those that we have lost, we can only pray that their souls will find rest. And those that lost loved ones, we can only condole with them and hope that they get the strength to move on, the strength to make their loved ones, their lost loved ones, proud. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, let's take you into the conversation this morning. A look at major events that took place in Nigeria in 2025. We'll be x-raying some of these events and how they have impacted and imparted our lives. Now, we'll also go a little into what the federal government is saying. The federal government denies claims of secret task force targeting opposition. But you also do know that 2026, basically, campaigns go into full swing. All right. Now we know that we've had campaigns up from 2023 anyway, but it's going to full swing in 2026, leading up to elections in 2027. So these are, how we'll navigate the show today. First, we'll look at events that took place in 2025, and then x-ray what the APC is saying, that we're not targeting opposition. We're not targeting opposition. We haven't set up a secret task force. Well, if they have, we'll find out on the show. Come along with us.
Yes, come along with us. Good morning and thanks for joining us. Yes, we are grateful for being here at this moment. Today is the 31st day of December 2026, and we thank God for His mercies in our lives. We thank God for protection. We thank God for provision. We also thank God for 2026, because 2026, not 2025, I mean 2026 ended well. Oh, well, those are...
So you're speaking into the future.
Yes, into the
That's
future.
Good.
2026 ended well.
That's good. I like that.
Beautiful.
Like
you are
that.
teaching me. Now, those are the major topics of discussion, but there are also other interesting trending stories that we want to weigh in on before we get into those topics. Political activists identify your young brother to accommodate has alleged that Bola Tinubu-led federal government continues to pay salaries to about 2,000 workers at the Ajaokuta Steel Company, despite the facility being inactive for decades. Well, in a viral video circulating on social media, Isaac Fayose claimed that an estimated 6 billion naira is spent annually on salaries at the steel complex, which he described as abandoned and non-functional. According to him, the continued payment of salaries at Ajaokuta presents a massive drain on public funds that could have been invested in critical sectors, such as healthcare and education. Well, he argued that when the annual figure is multiplied over the years, it helps explain the poor state of public hospitals and other social infrastructure across the country. He also spoke about previous efforts by the federal government to revive the steel company through a memorandum of understanding with the Russian firm Novostar in partnership with Proforce. Fayose alleged that the deal collapsed after Nigerian officials reportedly demanded a 30% stake in the company, a condition he said the Russian firm rejected, insisting on a government-to-government arrangement. Fayose further claimed that following the Russians' withdrawal, the government is now seeking a fresh MOU with Chinese partners to resuscitate the long-dormant steel mill. We also expressed doubt over the success of such plans, warning that without transparency and accountability, Ajaokuta Steel may remain a symbol of waste and mismanagement in Nigeria's industrial sector. Well, what Isaac Fayose had said is what a lot of Nigerians know. But the payment of 2,000 payments made to 2,000 people, I think a lot of people will not know that. And according to him, it amounts to about 6 billion naira annually. And that's a lot of money. Ajaokuta has always been a colossal waste to the Nigerian government. And I keep asking myself, now the steel complex should have been, the structure for that to leapfrog Nigeria into industrial development. How we abandoned it for years still beats me. And I don't understand why subsequent governments, no government has made any desperate effort to revive it. If you can't do it alone, bring in foreign partners. And we understand that some foreign partners came first. Russian firm. By the way, this steel complex originally had a Russian background and all of that. I think it was conceived by a Russian company, conceived in the sense that they started the superstructure, and all of that. It didn't work. And as usual, government officials will start asking for kickbacks, this percentage, partnership, we want to be part of it and all of that. And that lack of due diligence, corporate governance, has led a lot of companies to exit Nigeria at some point. And the steel structure, and look at, when we talk about steel, look at what Brazil is doing with steel. Look at what Russia is doing with steel. And Nigeria, the supposed giant of Africa, we are unable to. It's not as if the raw materials are not there. The materials are there in large quantity, but why can't we use it to, kickstart the kind of industrial revolution that should have, rubbed off, multiplying effect, not just in Nigeria, but the West African coast, the whole of Africa and all of that. And I keep asking, why is it that governments keep deprioritizing Nigeria? We are building expressways, highways, coastal highways. I'm not trying to diminish the value of those highways, but how about the thing that should have been the basic foundation of industrialization? Every day we keep talking about consumption. Every government that comes. I started hearing about diversified economy in my secondary school. Up until this moment, close to 45 years now, we've not been able to diversify this economy. What is the problem? What is the color of our problem? Maybe Moses can help me answer that question, the color of our problem. You can't.
It leaves me, I'm completely confused as to why we have the kind of problems, the kind of issues we have in Nigeria. We really don't have problems. I was just thinking about it on my way to work. I was listening to some radio station and I said, look, we don't have problems in Nigeria. We've only succeeded in creating problems for ourselves. When you look at the insurgency that we're dealing with, and then in recent times, after the US involvement, we've seen these terrorists running around. We're hearing that some are captured here or there, 38 here, the DHQ saying they're monitoring. I'm like, Nigerian Air Force has, bombed some terrorist sites as well. I'm like, it's really this easy to solve the issue of insecurity.
Very easy.
It is this easy.
At some point, we tried to solve it on our own. And it was those Nigerians that pushed back.
Yes. Exactly my point here. It is this easy. One bomb, a few bombs here and there, they scatter, you track them down, you neutralize them, and that is it. And that will deter anyone else that wants to go into it. All right? But Nigerians pushed back. When someone tried to do it the first time, Ejirika and the likes tried to do it the first time, people pushed back. The same issue with Ajokuta Steel, corruption, paying salaries of people who are basically not doing anything, basically stealing the money, because who would you say actually work there? What are they doing? All right? So it's just people, and then Nigerian government going into partnership with a foreign government, and people are pushing back. People are insisting on how it benefits them. We don't have a pan-Nigerian. I'll say maybe after Zeke, maybe after Awolowo. Can we say we have a pan-Nigerian after that? Every other person. Well, I'm going to... Anyway.
We're pockets of them here and there.
Pockets of them. A few of those that have found themselves deep in the corridors of power have all cared more about themselves, what they stand to gain, what benefits them, what profits them. And then you're reaching a deal with a company for something that will benefit Nigeria, but then you're looking at, okay, yes, it will benefit Nigeria, but what's in it for me? Come on. If the country is better, Nigerians will not be running abroad. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday actually, and we're talking about the rise, the prevalence of infertility. All right, and the person is a doctor. They're talking about how contraceptives, condoms, and all these things that have been introduced have chemicals that alter the hormones of our people and make egg production difficult and some of this, and then we are having high cases of infertility in Nigeria. Now you have young people getting married. I mean, by young people, I mean people getting married, 23-year-olds marrying 27-year-olds, and they have infertility issues.
And you begin to wonder, what happened?
What happened? You have children our problems are layered.
So apparently, these contraceptives are adulterated.
Well,
and the side effects,
have side effects
of the adulteration.
Yes, and the side effects basically is to reduce population in the African, in the continent of Africa, reduce population. So we have just found a way to create problems for ourselves where there really shouldn't be a problem. That's the story of Nigeria. That's the story of Africa.
And it's a very sad story.
It is a sad one, indeed. But, it's unfortunate that, people are more concerned about enriching themselves Yes, is the federal government paying workers in Ajaokuta still now? We know they are always catching ghost workers in companies. You know, when they come to do audits, and then you realize that, oh, some people that haven't been in the company for years are still being paid. But if you look closely, those monies are not even going to the salary, the accounts of these individuals. They're going into the accounts of a separate individual. I said it here on this table, how government, in a particular government, gave money to a local government to pay workers, to pay people stipends for a period of time. I think the money was supposed to be 150,000 naira for 6 months to those that work, to the beneficiaries in a particular local government in Lagos. Unfortunately, the aid to the chairman, the local government chairman, took about 60 slots out of about 2,000 plus. He took 60 slots. So basically, 150,000 naira for 60 people
will go into his pocket.
Was going to one person's pocket.
Nigeria.
One person's pocket for the period of 6 months. But the money had been disbursed. It's greed. Alarming level of greed.
No, that is what we call primitive acquisition. You know, and you recall that when someone once said that, look, if they are ghost workers, what it technically means is that they are jobs. Because those people also have job responsibilities. And when you talk about a certain individual...
Who's the jobs?
No, because those jobs, they have descriptions. And so people get paid for it, despite the fact that they are not available.
You also know that in most government establishments, people go to work and paid for doing nothing.
And are paid for doing nothing. And so the deliverables are lacking, you know. So they don't do any job. You know, when you talk about a certain individual cornering 60 of 2,000, Moses, have you forgotten that the president gave out, at some point, a certain president gave out truckloads of rice, you know, and we had a governor pack these loads of rice in somewhere until they expired, caked, and nobody could use them again. And people are hungry. I used to talk about the Priya Lamesia, who bought a 430,000 pounds wristwatch. Meanwhile, this man sits in his penthouse, you know, in Bayelsa State, and he overlooks the creek, and he sees his king's men, people that share the same blood, lying with him, defecating inside the same water that they used to wash clothes, to cook, and do other things. Is that not wickedness?
It's wickedness. It's wickedness. Wickedness at the highest level. Oh, well, let's go into another story now. Now, this is a tragic one, a tragic development. At least we hear that 2 people died, while several others sustained injuries following a firework explosion at a community Christmas carnival in Umuchu, Aguata, local government area of Anambra State. Now, the incident happened on Monday, December 29, when a high-intensity firework, popularly known as knockout, you know the local ones, banga, knockout, detonated unexpectedly near the main stage of an event, sparking panic among the people there. Well, eyewitnesses said the explosion happened at the height of the celebration, sending people scrambling for safety. Of course, they probably thought it was gunshots. Now, one of the victims, identified only as Ugochi, reportedly died on the spot, while another was rushed to a nearby hospital where she later succumbed to the injuries sustained. Well, residents fear the death toll could rise, as several of the injured sustained serious burns and deep cuts. Well, video clips circulated and crowds fleeing the venue, while injured persons were seen being rushed away for medical attention. And among the victims was a teenage girl, estimated to be about 14 years old, who reportedly suffered severe injuries to the neck. Residents further disclosed that children were among those most affected, with some sustaining burns to the face and other parts of the body. So this will lead to some permanent deformity in some of these people that have been affected if they don't have money for, better treatment. But the fireworks reportedly used at the event were packed in cartons and capable of multiple explosive rounds, worse than the impact of the blast. I can't imagine what that must have been like. Well, unfortunate event, I must say. I think the organizers of this event will be held responsible for, because, I mean, I understand if it was detonated in error, unintended detonation, and then the fact that they were packed together, it's possible that one goes off and then triggers the rest, and then you have multiple explosion like that. But these things usually are kept far away from where people are. So when they go off, it's you get to watch the explosion in the skies. You see the beauty of it in the skies, not close to where people are. That's where I think the organizers really should be held responsible, because I know that a lot of event planners, churches, like today now, a lot of churches will have fireworks, like proper fireworks, not knockout or banger. We'll have them far away, kilometers away from where people are. So this was negligence on the part of the organizers, and they should be made to pay for this. They should be made to pay.
Yes, they should be made to pay. There should be consequences, because the last time I checked, the Nigerian police force still announces that, look, there is a ban on the use of fireworks, whether during Yuletide, any other festive period. There's still a ban on that. And I recall I had a friend, an elderly friend, who got blinded one eye, by a knockout. You know what happened? Someone threw it, and he waited for a while. The thing didn't explode. So he went to pick it up to throw back. And at that point that he bent to, the thing exploded, and he lost one eye, permanent up until this day. So, and I urge parents that buy these things. I understand that this one probably was organized by the organizers of the event. They should be made responsible. They should take responsibility for what happened. Parents, please ensure, don't buy bangers and knockouts for your children. It's very
I don't know the joy in boom, bow, boom.
Everywhere.
I don't know the joy in
somehow, some people, some very mischievous children, if you have an opening in your door,
they throw it
under and the thing explodes inside. If there is somebody that is hypertensive, it could cause, some kind of problem for that person. Parents should restrain their children from using bangers. The police force, has placed a ban, permanent ban on the use of,
especially at this time. At this time where you have bombs going off.
People could mistake it. That could have been what triggered the panic. And there could have been a stampede. More people could have died in the process and all of that. We should be more measured. We should be more circumspect, and respect the sensibilities of other peoples within our environment.
All right, we'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll delve right into the conversation of the day. And like I did say, we'll be looking at major events that happened in Nigeria and maybe some other parts of the world where charity, they say, begins at home. So we'll start from home. And in the year 2025, as we wrap up 2025. Well, unfortunately, those are the pictures you saw, pictures of some individuals that we lost in the year 2025. And, well, we can only pray that their souls find rest. Oh, well, let's get into the conversation. Looking at the year in retrospect now. Now, every year often comes with its unique events and challenges. Now, the outgoing year, 2025 in Nigeria, was no less eventful. It was largely shaped by a confluence of ongoing economic reforms, major political repositioning ahead of the next election cycle, and continuous security challenges. Now, let's take a brief analysis of some of the major events that shaped the year 2025. And this is as we coast into the year 2026. 2025, as we got into 2025, we were greeted by the tragic news of the demise of Afenifere leader and co-founder Pa Ayo Adebanjo. He died at his Lekki, Lagos residence on February 14, 2025, at the age of 96. Now, Pa Ayo Adebanjo was one of Nigeria's foremost federalists, a pro-democracy activist, and a social justice campaigner. He played leading roles in Afenifere, the National Democratic Coalition, and the Obedient Movement as well. Now, both Afenifere and the coalition were founded as a response to the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election. And after his death, a heartwarming video surfaced online showing him predicting how news of his passing will be announced. So basically, we just might need to remind you of that video. So let's have that video come up again.
Yeah, repeat yourself. Controversial man. Yes. What did you say? That one day they will announce? Daddy, I missed you now. You just said this. Repeat it.
The controversial man is gone. He died at the age of 90 something. He spoke now to his daughter.
His baby, the doctor.
All right, there you have it. Yes, he did say. Well, this is how they will announce it. Pa Adebanjo, the controversial man, is gone at 90-something. I think he died at 92, if I'm not mistaken. Well, 3 days after the death of Pa Ayo Adebanjo, Nigeria was again thrown into mourning by the passing of Chief Edwin Clark, a prominent Nigerian Ijaw leader, elder statesman, lawyer, and politician known for his fearless advocacy for the Niger Delta rights and resource control and true federalism. He served as Federal Commissioner of Information under General Gowon and as a key advisor to President Goodluck Jonathan, leaving a legacy as a nationalist and tireless voice for justice and equity until his death in February 2025. So February took two major people. Now, less than 3 weeks later, the nation was thrown into mourning again after the tragic announcement of the demise of Sardoyin Okugbe, a former presidential aide and medical doctor who succumbed to death after battling cancer. Well, as a medical doctor, the former chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, worked as a health practitioner before venturing into politics. Well, in 2012, former President Goodluck Jonathan appointed him as a senior special assistant on public affairs. He worked as the Director General of the Labour Party presidential campaign for the 2023 election. He was instrumental to Labour Party's campaign in that poll, but dumped the party owing to what he described as ideological differences. Now, fast forward to March. All right, fast forward to March.
Yes, in the month of March, exactly on the 18th of March, we were greeted by the imposition of an emergency rule on Rivers State by President Bola Tinubu, who also suspended the governor, Sim Fubara, his deputy Ngozi Ozu, and all lawmakers in the state parliament for 6 months. President Tinubu claimed that the political crisis in the state had left Rivers at a standstill, adding that the measure was based on the need to restore peace and order to the state. He further handed over the affairs of the state to Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, retired as sole administrator, to take charge of the state for 6 months. A local government election was conducted during the emergency rule, with All Progressives Congress (APC) emerging victorious in 20 out of 23 local government areas of the state. Now, let's take a brief listen to the video where the president announced the state of emergency.
The provision of the Section 305 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State with effect from today, 18th March, year 2025, and I so do. By this declaration, the Governor of Rivers State, Mr. Similai Fubara, his deputy, Mrs. Ngozi Odu, and all elected members of the House of Assembly state are hereby suspended for an initial period of 6 months. In the meantime, I hereby nominate Vice Admiral Ibok Ibas, retired, as administrator to take charge of the affairs of the state and the interests of the good people of Rivers State. For the avoidance of doubt, this declaration does not affect the judicial arm of Rivers State, which shall continue to function in accordance with their constitutional mandate. The administrator will not make any new laws. He will, however, be free to formulate regulations and may be found necessary to do his job, but such regulations will need to be considered and approved by the Federal Executive Council and promoted.
There you have it, the declaration of state of emergency. And, we're still talking about Rivers State, and, there's a new conversation going on in Rivers State. But let's start off with, Barrister, Nigeria lost some great men at the beginning of 2025, and then, this as well. What would you, I know you probably reacted to the death of Pa Adebanjo at some point, but let's talk about his impact first, and then we'll talk about the declaration of the state of emergency, and if that truly achieved the purpose.
You, Barrister Darlington.
I thought you were too here.
And I just said Barrister Darlington.
Okay. Now, the only regret I have about Pa Adebanjo is that he did not bless me until he died. I wanted to meet him to receive his blessings because I saw him as a mentor. I saw him as a man who stood for what is right. I saw him as a man who would have helped to shaping the politics of Nigeria. In fact, I wanted God to bring down his age so that he can live longer and help pioneer what was coming. Unfortunately, when he died, there was no Pa Adebanjo to continue. You saw what happened. The person who retired now came back after somebody visited him, and Afenifere is no longer what it used to be because Pa Adebanjo is no longer there. Of course, the rest is history. That is my regret about the man. I pray that somebody like him will come up to uphold justice, to uphold what is right. Because look at it, he's indicted. Is Afenifere representing what they were supposed to represent? The answer is no. They are being teleguided. From what Pa Faturati is saying, Afenifere is being teleguided. So, the records are there. And which was what Pa Adebanjo rejected. So that is my regret about him. Then on Rivers, I don't need even to dwell on because we talked about this matter when it happened. The mere fact that the president opened his mouth and said that an elected governor has been suspended from office is an aberration on his own. Because
the courts have affirmed it.
Sorry?
The courts have affirmed it.
Hold on. Leave what the court have said. The spirit and letter of section 305 was not even followed. It was not followed because there are precedents for you to declare state of emergency in any situation. Please, my brothers and sisters, everybody listening to us now, was there any situation in River State that warranted the state of emergency? Please tell me. If not for selfish reason, was there any situation? Meanwhile, look at what is going on in the north. Do you know that if a state of emergency had been declared in the north, Donald Trump wouldn't have come in? True or false? It is a shame on all those people support, especially lawyers. Lawyers who supported that thing. All the provisions for you to declare state of emergency was never followed. It was never followed. And yet, for your own selfish interest, you declare state of emergency. The 27 lawmakers that defected, all of a sudden, section 109 on that particular defection was jettisoned. Nobody, up to today, nobody have entered into them. Nobody entertained it. Lawmakers that defected before our very eyes, with all the letter they wrote, their leader read it and all of us saw it. Nobody entertained that particular matter. So, defection now, nobody knows where it is heading. Then the provisions in section 109 have been rubbished.
So where has that left us going forward?
Where are you going forward? It has messed up of our constitution and our judiciary. That is the truth.
Exactly. No, what Moses is asking, does it look like... No, Barrister, are we beyond redemption?
Where are you? You don't know. In fact, we have crossed the Rubicon here. You know, when you cross the Rubicon, it is beyond the redemption. Because we thought that there could be amendments that if you make mistake, there's nothing wrong in correcting it. Okay. But from one infamy to the other, unfortunately, legal minds are supporting this infamy. I regret the death of Oputa and Kayode Esho and others. They should have been here to correct all this nonsense.
We have another legal mind here, so let's bring him into this conversation.
It's a pity, seriously. It's a pity.
He have his own perspective. Barrister, well, we've been joined here also by Barrister Adam Zata. He's a legal practitioner, but he's here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Yes, good morning.
Now, before we talk about the River State emergency rule, I would like for us to discuss briefly, the passage of Pa Ayo Adebanjo, pan-Nigerianist by all ramifications, acclaimed by everybody. We had people like him also in the First Republic that we can reference, people like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, Tafawa Balewa. Now we have a problem. Now we are looking for where are the likes of these people, and we can't find them. Now, who takes responsibility, for the shortage of pan-Nigerianists? Does it look like the founding fathers did not tutor, their proteges? At what point did we lose it that everybody is now, we have centripetal forces. Instead of putting together, we see people trying to push, pull this side. Everybody wants to be in his own cocoon, his own enclave. Who takes that responsibility for that lack of, successive leadership that we could describe as pan-Nigerianists?
Well, if you talk about succession planning, it borders on you and I. We need to step up. It's a collective responsibility. Okay. It's not a one-way traffic. Somebody is late, somebody came in, stood firm, and then he put all his best. Death is inevitable. We can't dispute that. May his soul rest in perfect peace. But you see that this is the same way we lost Chief Gani Fawebi up till date. There is no replica. There is no replacement. All other people you see around him, they are just after their pockets. They delve into
Who should be blamed for the fact that we don't have people stepping into the shoes of these great men?
You and I. I would say you and I, because you cannot put the burden on anybody, because it's now left for you and I to step in.
Exactly my question, Barrister. Does it look like they didn't tutor people below them, their proteges, you know.
People around them, all they did, you can't say they did it all alone. So it's now left for those people to key in.
Or those
and then
around
step
them
up.
that probably admire them at some point, decided, were swayed at some point. Because I know, I used to have an uncle, well, I used to because he's late now. He was very pious. And then he worked in the ministry and he avoided bribery and the rest of those things. He was driving his 504, and then in his old age, his son walked up to him one day and said, look at you. You're living in a place where, you begged somebody to put a roof over your head when your mates were buying plots in Lekki when Lekki was bush, swamp. You did not, because you were saying you don't want to collect bribe. So is it that the younger people feel, look, there's no point being pious. There's no point fighting for justice. Let's just get what we can and survive. Yeah. Is that what has affected us? What has brought us to this point where we don't have people following great men like
people
that?
Are there. It's a system that is bad.
So it's the system.
The system is corrupt.
So it's not you and I.
The system is corrupt. But there, you and I are still part and parcel of the system. You are part and parcel of the system because whether we like it or not, I always say it and I will continue to say it, is a collective responsibility. It's not a one-way traffic something. Those people who have gone, their legacy will continue to linger for long. But the burden now is on you and I. Are we going to continue to call on these people who are late? Are we going to continue to summon Gani Fawemi from his grave and power? No, it's not possible. So we need to wake up and take up responsibility.
All right then. Well, a few other things happened between January and March. So let's just look at a few of those other things that happened between January and March, and then we'll get to. We're being joined by I beg your pardon.
I want to bring back one of these parts.
No way. We're being joined by Comrade Roy Oriabo and Mr. Igwatu. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll come to you shortly. Now, let's go back to January now. January, on the 18th of January, actually, there was a major fuel tanker explosion in Suleja, Niger State. Now, that one killed about 100 people, with residents injured, people burned to death. Now, we've had more tanker explosions after that, and we didn't seem to have learned anything from all the tanker explosions. Now, go back now, rewind to February. Remember the book launch, A Journey in Service. Babangida's book, A Journey in Service. That was launched. And then, there was a talk around what happened during June 12 and the rest. All of that happened. And then, of course, March, the declaration of state of emergency. And also, another very important thing that happened in March was the violent mob incident in Edo State that saw 16 northern travelers killed, under the allegation of being members of a kidnapping gang. Oh well, Comrade Roy Oriabo. Let me start off with Igwatu, because I think he joined, some minutes back, just before Roy Oriabo. So Igwatu, good morning to you, Mr. Igwatu. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. What have we learned from these incidents? And we're trying to create, a pathway going forward. Let's talk about these incidents again. We're going back in time now. Memory lane.
Hello, what did you say?
Well, you seem to have a difficulty hearing me. So we're talking about it's the year in focus, 2025, events that happened January, February, March, and talking about Edo State, 16 people that were alleged to be kidnappers traveling that were killed, and the events that followed, all of that. And what have we learned from these events? And also the book released by General Babangida, A Journey in Service. That's the title of that book, A Journey in Service. Just, x-raying your thoughts on all of this, going back memory lane.
I think what we need to learn and what we have learned from all of this is that there is a need for we, the younger Nigerians, to begin to step up more into every matter that concerns our country, our nation, and make positive contributions to make sure that we don't destroy the nation, to make sure that Nigeria doesn't go down. Thank God for Donald Trump, the president of America, who has tried to instill some high level of commitment from the federal government on the insecurity matter. But looking at the Supreme Court, I don't think people are really understanding the Supreme Court judgment on that emergency rule. I don't think people are really understanding it. I think our
What's your
lawyers need
understanding
to
of
read it and educate us more on that judgment, because I do not think the Supreme Court expressly approved the particular act of state of emergency in Rivers. I
The
do
Supreme
not
Court
think
basically said the president has a right to suspend a governor in a state of emergency.
No, the Supreme Court did not say that.
With valid conditions. Valid.
With valid
Yes, the Supreme Court did not say the president has a right. The Supreme Court, in fact, if we go by what the Supreme Court had said, it means that the National Assembly failed in their responsibility to follow the Constitution and their order in their proclamation, which means if you put it on scale, it means that emergency rule is null and void. If we look at what the National Assembly should have done, the Supreme Court was clear, even though it was a discussion, not a judgment, because they said they don't have jurisdiction, because it was the Rivers State government that was coming to court. So people are not really understanding the
Honorable Ejiofor, I want us to isolate, to take Rivers State out of this. In the judgment, the Supreme Court said that the president has a right to declare a state of emergency in any state if it feels that at some point there could be a total breakdown, or that there is a total breakdown of law and order in that state. I want us to take Tinubu out of it. What decision did the Supreme Court give on the declaration of a state of emergency?
There is no dispute. There is no dispute as to whether the president can declare a state of emergency in any part of Nigeria. It is not in dispute.
Okay.
It is not in dispute.
So why do you disagree with the Supreme Court judgment on Rivers State?
What the Supreme Court did on Rivers State is not I don't know, people are not interpreting it well.
No, we want your own interpretation.
I'm not a lawyer, but I understand from what they have said that the National Assembly did not follow the correct process of validating that state of emergency. And then it made it clear also that the president can declare state of emergency, but the Constitution did not state it expressly that he can suspend, even though it was silent on the extent of consideration of the president, but it was not expressly declared. So it is not. It's not right for me. It is not right for anybody to say the Supreme Court affirmed that declaration. But be that as it may, we are thankful to the American president for.
All right, then, Doctor. Thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu. We'll come back to it in the course of the show. Barrister Atta, you know you are a lawyer too, but just 1 moment, I'll come back to you so that you have your own take on the Supreme Court declaration or judgment on declaration of state of emergency.
All right.
We have a guest there in Benin City, so let's just bring him into the conversation. Good morning to you, Comrade Roy Oriabo, once again. And now I'm sure that you have followed the conversation. I would like for you to, quick ones here and there, the reaction to the issue that we are talking about now, 2025, in retrospect, the deaths that we had, Edwin Clark and Adebanyo, declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State, and a few others that we've talked about. Yeah, broad reaction to these issues briefly.
Yeah, good morning. Basically, some of these issues that happen. Personally, one of my own feelings, I think
those very few persons. Book the books. And we are not supposed to take it serious. And we'll go to the issue of River State. Whether we like it or not, state of emergency was declared in River State. At least in that period of 6 months, there was relative peace in Rivers.
Okay.
We were told if the emergency was not declared in River State, the man Kofu Barada would have not been the governor. Could have been on the streets now as an ordinary person like Yossi. Therefore, he embraced when he was called back at the 6 months. He endorsed it. He showered encomium on the president for taking such decisive position. To me, that's a good one. I cannot be more Catholic than the Pope.
Okay, let's come back to your domain now, Edo State. There was something that happened in March. The 16 travelers that were said to be mistaken for kidnappers and killed. The way the governor handled it, he went to the north, he went to apologize, and then the vigilantes were arrested. How has that affected the fight against insurgency, insecurity in Edo State? Are people motivated? The actions of the governor, and everything. Did it further motivate people to protect the state?
So when the incident happened, some of us will condemn the action. Extrajudicial killing is not, nobody will accept that. You cannot violate the right of a fellow citizen and you expect to celebrate it. You cannot go and take a life and you expect people to endorse it for you. We were happy that those things, the way Amana, the governor, went over, he reached out to the family, reached out to the state, he reached out to the people, just to pacify them so that there will not be a reprisal attack on it. That was a way forward, that was a good one. But if you take it to the next level in terms of how it makes the people to be more thorough, especially those within the security arrangement, and those that you cannot just act on a mere suspicion, that you must have proof. That reawaken their spirit, and that further boosts their mind that they have to be detailed and thorough in the job they are doing. And that have helped us. In those states now, the issue of court crashes have drastically reduced. In this time, in any part in the year, what happened in Edo? Edo will always be in the news as a result of court killing. I think that the governor have been able to use his approach to address that. We are ready to be at peace now. And those issues that happened, there was one, I think that brought the awareness that we need to have regard for human life. We need to place value on human life. Therefore, it helps us. It helps us in Edo State. One, the orientation become very high because of the publicity that was given and the condemnation that also followed those the killing there. Therefore, on average, Edo man became very conscious. Those within the security network also became very conscious that you don't just have a right to take the life of a fellow human being. That was what happened. And by and large, he helped us from this time. He helped us in every state, and he reshaping all our thinking and orientation.
All right then, Barrister Darlington, let's get your concluding thoughts because we have to let you go. Unfortunately, we would have loved to have you all through the conversation, but you have something to attend to. So let's have your concluding thoughts on it.
My concluding thought is that the year 2025, I can caption it the year of infamy, the year of low cost in Nigeria. Because from January to this December that is about to end, Nigerians never had it good. In fact, we never experienced governance. From the judiciary to the legislature to the executive, we never see any dividend of democracy. Judgment was cash and carry. Parliament was on holiday. The executive was acting with rascality, especially what? Physical responsibility was never adhered in Nigeria. That is why you are now just behave as if nothing happened. And they want to collect us from you. By same this other country that they don't pay tax in their country, are they not petroleum exporting countries? Tell me, Saudi Arabia, in Dubai here, they don't pay for electricity and water. They only pay for their rent. I have people who are there who have told me the story. Please, these things that are happening over there, can't it happen in Nigeria? Then the money you say you don't have, you stole the 210 trillion out of that money. And you are telling me that you don't have money, you need the tax.
God, it's in 10 years. In 10 years.
In 10 what?
10 years.
In 10 years. Whichever year, the fact that money is missing. It's missing. Plus other ones. So, Mr. Okoro, from the same agency that we are looking for our money, the federal government wrote away 8 trillion naira debt that they could not account for. Please let me go to where I'm going. I'm
Thank
done.
you very much,
I'm
Barrister
done.
Darlington.
I'm done. This is not a country, seriously.
We'll take a
country.
break now. When we come back, we'll continue from the month of April and see how far we can go to the year 2025. We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We are still having a retrospect of 2025, what happened between the months of January and December. But before we get into the month of April, Barrister Adams, I would like for you to, share with us your perspective on the Supreme Court judgment that said, look, this is what went down in Rivers State, capture it holistically.
Whether we like it or not, the Supreme Court have failed. The Supreme Court have failed. They are not proactive. And that is why you see that the judgment is coming after the cause of action. The cause of action is no longer there. So on what basis are you now coming out to give judgment thereafter, after the 6 months of the extension? So for me, I think that the judiciary that is supposed to be the last hope of the common man, they are shying away from their responsibility, pursuant to Section 6 of the 1999 Constitution. You see the interpretation of the Supreme Court of Section 305. You agree with me that the Supreme Court did not, by all standards, interpreted that section in line with the intention of the maker of that constitution. Okay. And that's why you see that we're having different pockets and then different interpretation of that section 305. Some people will interpret it in such a way that it will give the president enormous power to suspend an elected governor. And that is not the intention of the Constitution. So you saw what played out in River State. Whether we like it or not, politics is there.
Now, do you think that there's a way the Supreme Court will have delivered a judgment that will have received some kind of united opinion about Nigerians? Oh, what the Supreme Court did is right, and will not have dissenting voices.
Yes, over the years, we have seen it, and the Supreme Court is not waking up to take up their responsibility, because the Supreme Court is the last court on earth. Appeal from the Supreme Court goes to heaven on earth, goes to heaven. No any other court to appeal to. So you must stand up and wake up to responsibility. You don't just shy away.
Okay, so basically you are disappointed with the Supreme Court judgment.
Yes, I'm not in agreement with the interpretation of the Supreme Court.
All right, let's move on. In the month of April, a political tsunami swept through the landscape of Delta State when the entire political structure of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, dissolved into the All Progressives Congress, APC. Well, Governor Sheriff Oborowe led the immediate past governor, Ifeanyi Ato Okowa, all political appointees, all elected public office holders, and all party executives in a mass defection to the APC. Speaking afterwards, former Governor Okowa said the move was necessary to enable Delta State to better connect with the federal government and benefit from the resources and goodwill available in Abuja. He described the decision as bold, strategic, patriotic, and well-intentioned.
All right then, and moving away from April there, well, a few other things happened in April. And, well, in April, there was also the attacks by armed groups and clashes with security forces, which continued across parts of the northern and central Nigeria, including gunmen raids and, roadside bomb blasts reported in various states, underscoring ongoing insecurity in parts of Nigeria. In May, however, Nigeria reportedly completed the payment of a $3.4 billion loan borrowed from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, during the COVID-19 pandemic, effectively exiting the debtor list of the multilateral bank. Now, data sourced from the website of the Washington-based lender shows Africa's most populous nation had paid off its debts after the country was omitted from the listed debtors. The federal government had sought emergency assistance from the IMF in April 2020 in the wake of the COVID-19 to shore up the country's economy and help businesses weather the storm of the deadly pandemic. Now, however, if you look at the human angle of things, in May also, there was heavy flooding in Mokwa, Niger State, which submerged homes and infrastructure and caused serious death to a large number of people. And also a lot of people were reported missing after that flood in Mokwa. This of course, highlights climate-linked disaster and the rest. Questions what has been done to, to ensure that there is no repeat of such things. Oh well. Let's go to the month of June now.
Well, in the month of June, more than 150 people were killed and thousands displaced after floods devastated parts of rural town of in Niger State.
Oh, that's the Mokwa.
That's the Mokwa that you talked about. And at least 3,018 people were displaced, while 265 houses were completely destroyed in the floods, according to the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. Well, this included over 1,600 children under the age of 12 and about 380 lactating mothers, according to UNICEF. The flood affected key roads and bridges, disrupting transport and economic activities. And in the same June, a brutal and unprovoked attack shattered the early morning peace in the villagers in the Goma local government area of Benue State. Armed assailants descended upon the rural community of Yelowata in the early hours. The rampaging mob set houses on fire, killing hundreds of people, transforming lives with bullets and arson, leaving a trail of destruction and unimaginable loss. As at last count, we understand that more than 600,000 people in Benue State are living inside Benue State as internally displaced people in IDP camps. Well, eyewitnesses describe this sense of horror and chaos as families scrambled for safety. up to 200 armed Nigerians were gruesomely, unarmed Nigerians, I beg your pardon, were gruesomely murdered in that attack.
Oh, yes, and then also in June, there was the posthumous presidential pardon of the Ogoni Nine, which generated criticism from human rights groups that argue full exoneration was needed rather than pardon. Well, these conversations, these 3 months, April to June, what are your thoughts on this one? Let's start off with you, Barrister.
A lot happened from April,
Yes.
May, June, but we thank God. But my point is that the government have failed woefully in their responsibility pursuant to Section 14 of the 1999 Constitution. It's clear the welfareism of Nigerians shall be the primary responsibility of the government. And then we're experiencing pockets of flooding all over the Federation, and we can't even step up as a government. Then what are you there for? What is the essence of having that government? And then you are forcing people to pay tax. On what basis? I pay tax is a contract. And then in reciprocal, you give me my basic amenities. But the government is not forthcoming. They are not doing anything. Look at what is happening in the Western world, where they experience different kind of, what is it called? Hurricane Tropicana and several. And then you see how the government will respond so swift, and then they respond speedily. But the reverse is the case. What is it that we have done that the government will abandon their country, Nigerians? I literally do not agree. Is it that our leaders are monkeys that will not listen? It's not done. And that's why we are saying that the government should wake up and then take up responsibility. People cannot continue in their own country where they are paying tax. They cannot continue to plead with the government to do the needful. Is it our politicians who expect us to come, our leaders who expect us to come and bow before them and then start crying and then lullaby them for them to do the needful? It's not done. And that is why we are saying that the youths, they need to wake up.
Wake up and do what?
Wake up and do what? Wake up and take up the responsibility and rescue power from these old and archaic leaders we have right now.
Some youths tried to protest the other time. They were accused of wanting to topple
It's
the
beyond
government.
protest. We have the arsenal in our hand as I'm
Which
speaking
is?
to you, which
Oh.
is the social media fora.
Okay.
Awareness is more than even protest. It's just that the government is equally smart. You saw what happened during the NSAS saga thereabouts. The youths, they were posting the ugly incident on social
exactly
media,
the point,
and then
wasn't
at a point, you see that most of the pictures now became blur. That is government handwork.
Exactly.
As you are fighting,
exactly
the
point
government
Moses
is fighting
made now.
back. Let me borrow the words of our former president, the immediate president, Muhammadu Buhari, late, may so rest in peace, thereabout. He said, if we don't kill corruption, corruption is going to kill us.
Okay.
So it's the same thing. The government, they have been so recalcitrant, they are so stubborn, they are not giving up soon. But freedom is not given voluntarily. You must stay firm.
Yes,
you must fight for it.
Adams, talking about taking it voluntarily, not taking it voluntarily or otherwise. Moses said something, and he said, what do you want the youth to do? And you talked about, not a revolution, by the way, but social media.
Yes.
And you referenced NSAS. What happened in NSAS? Scores of Nigerian youths were killed, and up until this moment, we are still going back and forth, living in denial. So what else should the Nigerian youth do? Roll into the streets so that they could be killed more and more. And
that is why I say let us resort back to social media fora.
Okay.
Because you see that a lot of distraction on social media, instead of us to use a social media forum as a drive, as a tool to get results, politics-wise, awareness-wise. But the youth are there posting all series of distractions.
Okay, so
and everything. So my point is setting.
Okay,
my point is setting.
Take advantage
of the social media. Yes, because it's the best all over the world.
To rush change in society.
Yes, that is the best. That's when
now,
because we have
there's
tried
something
it
that
by
you
force.
said that I would like for us to interrogate briefly. You said that, look, the core mandate of the government is to protect lives and property of people and their welfare.
Yes.
I'd like for us to link that with the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy regarding the justiciability and actionability of
and
all
the
of
enforcement.
And
You see that even the
So-
constitution itself,
so that is the
even
problem.
The
How do
constitution
we-
itself is faulty because the constitution says that you cannot enforce.
Yes, because if my
can't
child
enforce
doesn't
them.
go to school,
But
I
you
cannot sue the
yes,
state
you cannot
for not
sue the
taking him
state.
to school.
So you see, that is where we need to go back to the drawing board and even amend the constitution. That is why these people are taking the system for granted. It's contracts. It's just like how you go and then you enter into contracts with a third party. And then where there is any breach of that contract, any of the party can sue. There is a right that inure for each of the parties, whether we like it or not. So the social contract theory is a pure contract. People came together, submit to government, pay tax, and then the reciprocal. The tax you are paying is a consideration. There's an offer, there's an acceptance, there's a consideration. So all the basic ingredients of contracts, they are there. But the government is not ready to wake up and then take up responsibility because of the fact that after God in heaven and his cabinet, the next person on earth is the government. Nobody to hold them responsible. It's just like a policeman.
So when you say nobody can hold them responsible, what then do you want the youth that you are
is to take over power. When you take over power and then you correct this system.
Okay. Let's go to Comrade Roy Oriabo. I'm sure he has a few things to add to the months that we've reeled out and the conversation we're having. Comrade Roy, your microphone is on. Go ahead. Let's hear from you.
I think the issue about Nigeria, as I said, Nigeria is an unusual place.
Yes, we said that before. We know.
Yeah, we must begin to interrogate Nigeria as the way our manner is being structured today. When I hear people, we are not talking about government, talking against judiciary. What theory of democracy was formulated? Those who sat down, the early Greek who believe that let us have a system of government that we yield as are there, they found that no one man can be trusted with power. That is why when you have democracy, under democracy, you look at the subordinate, you have the legislators, you have the executive. They are all there working together. One man not supposed to be there so strong. In Nigeria democracy, now what kind of democracy are we practicing in Nigeria? Can the legislator look into the face of the executive? Can they take a stand? The answer is no. Can the judiciary look at the legislator and say, let's take a stand? The answer is no. Therefore, we must, as a country, and I continue to say, we must go back to rediscover ourselves. Because as today, it was one of our class, one American sociologist who told us that it is immoral to be moral in an immoral society. Society that will be devil with corruption. Therefore, we don't have value for our life. We don't have values again. When a system like that throw up a leadership, what will you get? And that's the reason why when it talks about social media, using social media as a platform. I've seen social media as a parboiled mechanism to push a perspective. Because when you are in social media, cannot do it, because what happens in social media is not as a reality of what is on ground. And that is why Nigeria will not get it right, depending on solely on social media. What we need, as I say, is national rebate. All of us must submit ourselves for critical evaluation so that we will undergo purification, if possible. With the kind of mindset all of us have in this country, it is because you are not there. Those who are not there are the ones who are complaining. Once they get there, they do something different. You record in this country when the subsidy was about to be removed by the former president. By January, you see how everybody mobilized. Those who mobilized on the street that time, they were all with us on the street. They are not in government. There is a policy that will be starting from tomorrow, the tax policy. Can we not go to the street to demonstrate? The answer is no. If we get there, we will be overwhelmed with the power that be. What does that show to you? It is not about those in government. It's about we Nigerians. How reliable are we? What kind of orientation are we giving to our children? We must go to the basics, because when I hear people talk, it appears it's only the government that is an issue. It is not only the government. Let me give you a scenario. A few days ago, my generator had issue, and I was going to fix the generator. The repairer, he told me the particular path I had to go, but I dropped it with the man. I did not to be aware. And the man, I said he's building on it. He built on it, and I saw it. I said that is in Nigeria and all of us. Imagine he will now let to go and be our leader. And every Nigeria is looking for shortcuts, and we are dwelling in that because we believe it is the government that will not come and straighten us. It is we that will take decision for ourselves. We must take decision if Nigeria want to. It's not about leadership. There is no where you will pick somebody now. All of us in the studio now, if you pick any of us to go and be in government, when we get there, we will be singing the hallelujah of the government. We will forget where we are coming. With your mind back, look at those who have been in power. We just talked about the former president, Buhari. Go and check the money that was looted under Buhari's government. Go and check the history. Go and look at the records. You will know that it's no longer about, we were told Buhari is an enemy of corruption. He's going to use all his network and power to fight corruption. But not that now, with the revelation we are seeing, he presided over a country that is even more corrupt in the history of the world. In terms of the looting that happened under his regime and administration, what does that show to you? It's that it's no longer about individual. It's no longer about because you are in position. It is the mindset of all of us in this country. All of us need to take a decision. If we want Nigeria to work, let it work. If we say Nigeria will not work, that is where we are now. It's no longer about leadership. Because you don't ask them, where are you going to go in this country now that you see people are providing leadership? Can you go to the religious institution now? Can you go to the mosque? Can you go to the church and see responsibility, and see commitment, and see transparency, and see... Can you go to the traditional institution now and get transition? The answer is no. Where are you going to go to? The studio we find ourselves. If you are looking, if we are to search for transparency and accountability in this studio, it will be a miracle. These are the issues. We must continue to look and tell ourselves in this country what do we really need as a people, what do we want to do for ourselves. Because when we start attacking, we believe it's those in government that will do it. No, it is the leadership that throw up from the follower, you get the leaders. And with the mindset of an average Nigeria, in our time we were growing up, when people are talking about the youth, I'll be laughing. The youth that are in this country, with due respect to the younger generation, with due respect to they are even more dangerous. They are more dangerous. Our fathers have responsibility, and they have value for life. The younger generation does not have value. You saw it, the kind of crime that has been committed in this part of the world. The way the younger generation are in a hurry to make wealth, the way they are in a hurry to make money, the way they are undermining the system. We cannot continue to be calling on those in government, because you cannot expect people who are in government to automatically be a saint when they have been an unbeliever within their system. And that is their mindset, that is their orientation they have had over the years. If you are not in government, will that change your thinking? Will that change your orientation? Nigeria we need to revisit our foundation.
All right.
Instead that we abandon this country because with the way we are going now, either because we are the most black people on earth, we were told, we have not been able to manage ourselves. I went to the village and I saw my people in the village telling me things I know that was wrong. They were trying to make it right. By the time I was arguing with them, they were telling me, you are not behaving as a Nigeria. What is the talking of Nigeria? What is the behavior of Nigeria? Is not to do what is right, not to say the truth again. People want to see you, and anywhere you are making the money, go and make it. They will come and defy you. Nigeria,
you blame anybody really if they now adopt that mindset of let's just make the money anyhow.
Anyhow.
Would you blame anybody? Because they see that when you try to do it the right way, you don't get acknowledged. Now, if you want to steal, in fact, they basically say, if you want to steal big. So that
of course, our naira have no value. Now, therefore, if you have opportunity to steal, you want to steal more so that you plan for your both generation. I listened to you when he talked. I think you talked about your uncle, that the son was asking, how come you did not steal? Why did you not steal? No, that is the mindset. Some persons, as we are talking now, a wife and a son and a father, they are behind the bar because of what they looted. You imagine just with that kind of orientation, you are looting money for an unborn generation. We saw in this country, a governor was paying school fees ahead without even being sure whether the person will be alive in that time, because it's opportune to have money that belongs to the state. He's paying school fees ahead to the detriment of the state. That is the society we are building for ourselves, and that is the kind of society that is showing up leadership, and you are expecting them to come and do something otherwise. No sector in this country is immune to corruption. No sector. And that's the reason why when he was talking about judiciary, just I look at it. The judiciary are also part of the government. They work themselves into the government. You cannot be a judicial officer. You are seeing what a man who is in the executive, what he's doing with money. The children in abroad, they are flying private jet, and you are there as a judicial officer. You think you will not want to be tempted and enjoy quality life. You are in your residence. You are.
But personally, Comrade Roy, I will tell you that there are still good people like me in Nigeria. I mean, if we found ourselves in positions of authority.
People like you, can host her now because they have not been there. By the time we
I tell you, if I get there, you will vote for me, right?
Or a governor,
You will enjoy the dividends of democracy because I will give you what is due.
I will vote for you. I will mobilize for you.
You mobilize. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. but I'm not contested. Comrade Roy, I beg your pardon. Honorable Ejiofor, you have been there. You've tested political money. How tempting is it for one not to do right?
Well, the temptation comes from your people, from your followers. Yes. One of the biggest temptation comes from your followers. Everybody's school fee, you are expected to pay everybody's school fees. People are rating you on the amount of money you give to them. They don't rate you on what you are delivering that is for the general public. People are looking at you from the aspect of what they are getting directly from you. That is the orientation. And then when I hear people say government, I feel that we are not seeing it well because, just like the last speaker said, the government is the followership. The government is the people. The people determine who amongst them becomes the leader. The norms in the society shape the thinking of anybody that is aspiring to be a leader. And so if the society is not shaped well, if the norms, if the values we have are not as strong and not as strong and as perfect as it should be, you can throw up all kinds of people to become leaders. And we don't see ourselves as leaders. A young man at the age of 18 or 19 or 20 or less than 20, between 18 and 20, that is in the street, is a leader to small boys who are 10 and under. But we don't understand that. He decides to bring down his trouser to his legs, his laps. What does he expect the younger ones to do? When they grow up, they will keep the trouser on the ground now or around the knee. That is how it is. So if every point, some of these people who say government, choose your family, whatever, and be a leader there. And you'll be surprised at what people think and how people will begin to see you. So there is a need for us to get involved. It is not social media. Social media is giving a false narrative of stupendous wealth and all the rest of them. So many.
But who is regulating all of that? Because we see the influence.
It's one problem. The Nigerian security system should let us know. There is so much propaganda in the social media, so much falsehood in the social media. So I expect that people should get involved in the politics of their localities, their village, the house of.
All right, we seem to have a network glitch there that's taking away connection from our virtual guest, Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu. We've lost connection to him. We'll probably reconnect with him in the course of time, and then we'll continue this conversation. Now, we'll take a break from 2025 in focus, and then we'll come back to it, start off from July, when we come your way again, you know, the first few days of 2026, God willing. But in the meantime, let's look at, as we approach elections, you know, campaigns and the rest, there are allegations that the federal government is setting up a task force that is targeting opposition, you know. But the federal government is denying the claims, saying that there is no such thing as a task force being set up that is targeting opposition. But let's look at this. Let's x-ray this when we come back from this break. Join us again. Well, the federal government has dismissed allegations of a clandestine multi-agency operation aimed at unlawfully arresting, detaining, or prosecuting opposition politicians. A viral document circulating on social media had alleged the existence of a special task force, codenamed ADP for VIP, which basically means, A is for arrest, D, detain, P, prosecute, 4, VIP, very important persons. That's ADP for VIP. Arrest, detain, prosecute for very important persons. My goodness. Well, purportedly coordinated by the Office of the National Security Advisor, purportedly, and involving anti-graft agencies such as the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The document claimed the initiative was designed to weaken opposition activity ahead of the 2027 general elections. However, in a press release issued on Tuesday, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, described the claims as fabricated and part of deliberate disinformation. Reaffirming its position, the government stressed that President Bola Tinubu's administration remains focused on economic reforms, tackling insecurity, expanding trade opportunities, and restoring investor confidence. The federal government cautioned against the spread of fake news and disinformation, warning that such tactics were likely to intensify as the 2027 elections draw closer. While citizens were urged to reject the politics of distortion and division, and of course remain vigilant. Oh well. We still have with us Adam Zata Esquire, a legal practitioner, a chartered human resource practitioner as well, and from Oka, Honorable Ejefo Igwatu, former chairman, House Committee on Information, Anambra State House of Assembly. Well, he is a public affairs commentator. And from Benin, Comrade Roy Oriabo, political commentator, member coalition of civil society organizations. And of course, we're looking at this. Well, let me start off with you, Adams Atta Esquire. Looking at the actions of the PD of the APC so far. Malami, we talked about him not too long ago. How, in fact, it was Comrade Roy that mentioned Malami, Abubakar Malami, former AGF, having issues with, well, whether or not he stole, that's on one side. But does this seem like prosecution, seeing that he intends to contest for the governorship in Kebbi State, and he has left the APC for the ADC? He has identified with the ADC now. And if you juxtapose Abubakar Malami's case and trial and the way it is going, denial of bail, son, wife, and the man himself in detention, and Yahya Bello of the APC, who is still attending APC governors, former governors forum and meetings of the APC, joining in campaigns and the rest of them, with over 100 billion, against him, still in court. Does that negate the impression that there might be some sort of prosecution going on somewhere?
Well, let me start by saying, whether we like it or not, whichever political party you barricade for the government to prosecute you, where there is an allegation against you, the law officers can take...
There's an allegation against you.
There's an allegation. But the case is in court.
Yes, but then he's moving around freely.
So whether or not, once the case is in court, you cannot preempt the decision of the court. You have to wait.
We are not preempting the decision of the court. We are saying one person is moving around freely, another is being thrown behind bars, and we can see the party carpeting of this individual and his political affiliation. Doesn't it seem like it is because of his political affiliation that his own case is going, his own trial is going the way it is going? That's what you're saying.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. Let me also remind you that at a point, APC came out openly and said that once you join APC, all your sins are forgiven.
It wasn't APC that said it. It was Adams.
It's part. It's part of the lead speakers for APC at a point. So it's a figure.
Well, he has also said he was misunderstood.
Whether we like it or not, a statement of facts portray the intention of the maker, and particularly that the maker of that statement is a figure, is a brand. You recall that Adams Oshomole is part and parcel of the key decision makers that led to this government that we're experiencing right now. He was at a point, himself, Yaya Bello and some others, and El Rufai of today, of then, and then the same El Rufai of today, they stood firm, and then they fought the immediate president, and then insist that some of the policies are targeted at President Bola Ahmed Tinubu candidates and all that. So my point is clear. It's because of the fact that Yaya Bello is still hobnoring and romancing with them in the same table.
Okay, but we also see this administration trying people that are still in the APC, talking about Chris Ndige, talking about Hari Seriki, talking about...
Let me make it clear. Let me say this clearly.
People that are...
Most of those ministers that worked under Buhari's administration, they are not with this government. Go and check. Go and do your findings. They are just there like a shadow members. You know what my understanding about shadow is that you are there, but you just see your shadow, but apparently you're not
exactly working for.
So my point is very clear. Most of the ministers that worked under the immediate president, they are not with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that is the Buhari factors. Okay. They have worked with Buhari and all those things. So Malami is of one of such brand, and that is why you see that he's being prosecuted. Let me equally narrow down on whether he's being detained, this and that and that. When the matter was called, his plea was taken, and then he was asked whether guilty or not guilty, and then he pleaded not guilty. And the law is that even though there's a Court of Appeal decision that says that bail application you can move the court orally at the High Court, but the law is setting that once you are moving bail application, there are key factors like facts. Is it the health condition of the accused person or the defendant you want to bring to the attention of the court before you can seek bail? So the court denied him bail based on the fact that there is no any application before the court for bail. It was just an oral application that was moved in court. And the court said, no, I cannot grant this application because you need to furnish me further particulars, the grounds upon which I will grant bail. It was on that basis. Otherwise, the offenses are available.
On what grounds was Yaya Bello granted bail?
A lot of grounds. One, the offenses are available. The offenses are available. Even Malami's case, the offenses are available. It's just that there is no formal application. The purpose, let's even dig deep to the purpose to which the court will look at before granting bail. One is the fact that whether the defendant or the accused person will avail himself, whether you will come to court to attend to your trial.
Whether he'll be a flight risk.
Yes. And then number two is whether the offense is bailable. You need to look at that fact. And then number three is whether you will not be, granting you bail will not affect the proceeding in court, because we have seen where some people have granted bail and then you see them on social media ranting and this granting interview in respect of a matter that is pending in court. And it's against the ethic of the profession for a matter to be in court and then either one of the parties is going on air to make a statement. You are preempting the decision of the court. So it's certain. It's a clear case scenario. So it's not a matter of whether the government is interested in retaining Yaya Bello and then wanting to prosecute, what is it called, Malami. I have said it and I will continue to say it.
Okay.
Bello is still with them and is enjoying the benefits of being with them. Malami have stepped aside and Ungigi and others.
And he's feeling the pain of
they are front-loading the ADC project. And that is why they are feeling the pain. And then the government is beginning to dig deep. But on the other hand, Malami, who is the chief custodian of our legal system in Nigeria, for him to have been caught up in the web of all these corruption cases is so disheartening and disgusting.
Okay,
it's not worthy of it's not what. And then lastly, this is the same Malami that during his era, if the court grant bail, he will use all his arsenal, all his strength to frustrate the defendant from enjoying the benefit of that bail. Let him stay there.
Say whatever goes around.
Yes, let him stay there and enjoy the dividends of what he did to people.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister. All right, now let's go to Benin City, where we still have Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade Roy, now this government has come out and said, look, there is nothing like a task force that we are using to prosecute and hound members of the opposition. If you put 1 and 2 together from the examples that we have given, I'm sure you follow this conversation. What's your thought on that? What do you think? Does it look like the government is out somehow hounding people because they are not part of this government, or they are no longer part of this government, or they are very, very intentional in trying to more like, squeeze the opposition. What's your reaction to that? Comrade, I'll need for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Yes. In party politics, many things are involved. There are shenanigans and gimmicks that are associated with party politics. Therefore, any man who is hoping that he wants to win an election, there are many things he will be doing. But what is fundamental, as far as I'm concerned in this country, is that the politicians who are saying because they are not with the present administration is the reason they are being questioned or being asked some fundamental questions on how they utilize and manage our resources. The issue which we bothered by that when you were there, how did you manage the resources? Whether we like it or not, this process this president is using now, asking the immediate executive, those who were the ministers, to come and give account, is good. Because he's setting, he's giving us a direction that those who are also with him now, after these 4 years, 8 years, the case may be, there will be government who also come and answer questions. And we need to encourage the president to sustain this tempo so that it can become an orientation. Very just now, we saw how powerful was this man, Kamalami. We were in this country. We know how he utilized the power that was given to him by the president there, Buhari. We are aware, the records are there, how he became too strong to the level at time he was the head of the cabal in Buhari's government.
Comrade Roy, permit me to butt in at this moment. Now, we understand your position, and the direct question we are asking is, does it appear to you, does it look like this, trying to get our monies back, does it look selective? Because we see people, who should be, as a matter of fact, under lock and key in some places. We see them parade very expensive vehicles. I said one of them bought a G-Guard, with armored vehicles behind him, with state security agencies protecting him, and he was throwing money here and there. And this is somebody that should actually be answering questions about a certain, it's something billion naira belonging to a particular state. And we see this kind of people walk free, yet people that have said, oh, we stay aloof, and they are being hounded. So does it look like it is selective? That's our direct question here.
Yeah, depend on the angle you find yourself and the way you are viewing it from. To some persons, it's selective. To some persons, it's holistic. To a person like me, whichever way you want to take it, life naturally is all about selection. The tie, the suit you are wearing now, that was all your intention yesterday. You get to your wardrobe and you see yourself trying to look at and say, oh, let me just put on this. These are the principles of life. There is no way our agenda will be moving on the same speed. In as much I know there are political dimensions to all this discussion, but what is good, I believe, as a country, we're supposed to operate that neutrality by way, let everybody go on the same level. But politically, it cannot move like that. It doesn't make sense like that. It does not fly. If you ask yourself, we were told that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than the other. That is where we are now.
Okay, so that is what you see happening. That's what you see happening in polity. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Let's go to, thank you very much, Comrade Roy. Let's go, come back to you for your concluding thoughts. Let's go to Oka, where we still have Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu. Honorable Ejiofor, good to have you join us again. Now, the question we are asking, very well. Now, does it look like we have a task force, a team that is hounding members of the opposition? Does it appear to you as if there is one, based on what you see, the political interface?
I wouldn't align with that because the term task force, I do not think such a thing is in existence. But you remember that under Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as president, such allegations were made towards the election too. I think that has become a pattern in the Nigerian elections. Whenever elections are coming close, such allegations will spring up from everywhere. And at the end of the day, after the elections, they just fizzle out. You don't see anything close to that again. So I do not subscribe to that. I don't think there is a task force per se in existence.
Okay, so what you see is this government fighting corruption directly. You think that this government is very intentional in fighting corruption for what you see?
The government should hold people accountable. It should hold people accountable. When we say fight corruption, it looks like naming a movie. People should be held accountable. If there are allegations that are before any institution of government, any investigative institution, any law enforcement agency about anybody, the person should be allowed, given everything, every opportunity to defend himself or herself, and the due course of law should follow. The president, the political angle shouldn't be directly involved.
No, you know, why people are concerned is that we see people close to this government and they are walking free. Let us go to Kano State, where you have the former national chairman of the party. You recall his, you know, what happened when he was as governor in Kano State and all the shenanigans about stuffing dollar in his barriga and all of that. Yet when he came out, he was rewarded with national chairmanship of the party. And after that, I think he's the chairman of one federal government agency, Federal Aviation Authority of Nigeria. These people, I could go on and name them. These people are walking free. Does it look like, I mean, they shouldn't be tried, or they shouldn't be held accountable?
They should be held accountable.
So why is the government not doing that? Is it because they are close to the government?
I wouldn't know exactly why, but if there is a considerable push on anybody's matter, the federal government should take it up. If you remember, the current American president passed through so many hurdles like that too. When people analyze it, they say, does it mean that he really committed those things and somehow he found his way to the American presidency? No. So these are issues that come up when people are, when people are politically active. All efforts are made to bring them down politically. So if there is any corruption matter, any agency that is responsible can get the person down, look into the matter, and get to the court. The court will take decisions. Even though that we do not trust the court.
All right, that's a good way to. That was the last.
Yes, Nigerians do not see. If I am a driver and I'm driving myself, I can confidently maneuver in any way I like, and nothing. I trust myself. I know that I'm driving well. I'm driving, according to the rules, and But when I am driving people, it becomes a different matter. I need to drive in such a way that these people will have confidence in what I'm doing. They need to have that relaxed and comfortable manner in that car. And that is what the leadership of Nigeria should do to Nigerians. Drive us in such a way that we'll become very comfortable with what we're doing, especially the Nigerian judiciary.
All right, Honorable Igwatu, would that be your final words for today?
My final word for today will be that 2025 was a turbulent year for Nigerians. Everything happened. And we are closing the year on a high expectation that 2026 will be far better in any ramification. We pray that God will give us that grace. We ask the government we are all part of the government, so we are telling ourselves that there is need for us, especially the young people, to get involved in every decision making in every aspect of our lives. We need to get involved.
All right, then we need to get involved indeed. Comrade Roy Oriabo, your concluding thoughts as we wrap up the program, as we wrap up 2025.
2025 was a terrible year. Personally, it's a year that I don't want to experience again.
You will not, don't worry. It's gone. It's going.
Therefore, the leadership and the followership system in this country in 2025 was totally collapsed. There's something. Therefore, I hope and I pray that 2026 will be a better year. It just have to 2026 just have to be a better year. If we are on the same road, if it is 2026 is like 2025, we are in big problem. I hope and I pray that 2026 will be a better year, and our leaders must take responsibility for their action. Thank you, and God bless you.
God bless you too, Comrade Roy Uriabo. Well, let's bring it back to the studio now. Adams Atta Esquire, when they said they don't have, Honorable Egwatu said he doesn't have faith in the courts, your jaw dropped. Well, let's have your concluding thoughts.
Well, I want to start by saying that we have faced a lot this 2025, but in wholesome, we thank God for January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and then December 2025. And then we are very optimistic that 2026 is going to be a positive year for every Nigerian. And then for my fellow Nigerians, I want to say that there's no need for panic. 2026 is coming in a bigger fold. More importantly, as for the tax law, don't panic, because once you pay your tax, let me read out about 3 or 4 benefits of payment of tax. One is that once you pay your tax, you are entitled to a loan. Assuming you want to go and get loan now, look at your tax record before they can give you loan. And then number 2, if you want any grants from governments, it's very easy. Governments will look at your tax record. And then the number 3rd one is the fact that assuming you get involved in 1 or 2 issues in Lagos State, last month we tell you we request for your tax record in Lagos State and some other states. It's going round the federation now. And then number 4 is the fact that once you are involved in any case matter and you want to seek for bail of your person, they will request for your tax record. And at that moment, you may be forced to go and pay for the last 3 to 4 years. So there is a lot of benefits.
A lot of
benefits
in all these things that you have said. I mean, none is speaking to
the responsibility of government.
The responsibility of government.
In reciprocal, I'm here to finish. And then in reciprocal, I'm very optimistic that I'm praying, even though the government have failed, I know that they will meet up.
When it comes to the responsibility of government, you are praying.
The responsibility.
But then when it comes to the individual paying the tax, you are telling us the benefits of paying our taxes. But for government, you are praying and hoping.
It is a constitutional matter. It's a payment of taxes.
Well, the year 2026, of course, will start with the implementation of the Tax Act. So we are Nigerians, basically, we don't seem to have a choice now.
Yes.
Okay. Do we? Or do we not have a choice? Oh, well.
I think we do have a choice.
Oh, well, this is where we drop anchor on VOP this morning. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen. Adams Atta, Esquire, legal practitioner, chartered resource practitioner as well. Thank you very much. Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu, it's been a wonderful year having you here every now and then. We must say thank you to you and others. And also, big thanks to Comrade Roy Uriabo. I know a few times we had a few fallout here and there, times when we couldn't take your thoughts on some topics, but you stuck with us anyway. Thank you very much. We appreciate you greatly. Well, this is it on the show, VOP this morning, but we'll be back here very shortly for newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey. See you in 2026. I'll see you again later, and then I'll see you again in 2026.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. I'll see you again on top of the hour, 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football. Live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats. the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. Africa News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review, and we say welcome to the program. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And yes, of course, Daily Fanimo joins the conversation this morning. Good to have you join us. It's been a while.
After a long while.
After
I'm back on the beat. Morning.
On break. Oh, well, let's dive into the papers. Let's look at what's been happening. Now, your interest, NNPC, they've been doing, abracadabra, as it were. NNPC is writing off federal government debts. Federal government is writing off NNPC debts. And, you'll probably...
And NNPC is writing off federal government debt.
NNPC? Yes, I said it.
I said,
yeah.
Okay, you said it.
Yes.
Right, a certain 4-point-something
trillion
coming from subsidies and all of that. NNPC says, don't worry, government, don't worry, forget it. We can take care of that. Very interesting times we're living in this country.
Interesting times we're living in Nigeria. Oh, well, let's look at the headlines for today. It's the 31st day of December, 2025. The very last day. Last lap. Last few hours. But of course, it calls for caution, a lot more caution, as we celebrate the end of one year and the beginning of another calendar year. But let's look at the headlines now. PDP shrinks in Oyo as Aburi Shade leads supporters to ADC. PDP and its troubles again. Well, flipping the pages, looking at the riders to that one, leadership crisis can be resolved in days. Olawepo Hashim tells Turaki, party plans litigation over exclusion of Ekiti governorship candidate. That's talking about what the PDP is going through in Oyo State. Another headline here, window headlines. NICOM insists on July 30 recapitalization, rules out extension. And of course, 50% remittance to government stunting deposit insurance fund, says NDIC. FRSC reiterates caution as British envoy governors visit Joshua at Lagos Hospital. Flipping, looking at the writers, do we have writers to that particular story? I can't find any. Well, that's the story of Anthony Joshua. But I read up somewhere that his immediate family are saying, look, we need access to him. We don't have access to him. And I wonder, if somebody gets involved in an accident or whatever, shouldn't you first call their family members? Would he be taken to hospital, treated for 24 hours without anybody reaching out to his immediate family members? Interesting times. Oh well, these are some window headlines, and then some other headlines from the dailies. Cooking gas. Over 2 million households stick to firewood charcoal over affordability. And of course, deforestation concerns as more consumers return to charcoal. FG insists 5 million cylinders to be distributed by 2030. Local production hits 80% as marketers blame affordability. Funding. Meanwhile, we're still flaring gas, aren't we?
No, we are.
Oh, okay. All right then. Well, that's the big story. Okay. To give us more context, so let's look at the breakdown by The Guardian here. 20 million plus households still rely on firewood and charcoal. 1.5 million households switched to LPG in 10 years. Some new, some now reverting. LPG uses 250,000 metric tons. That's 2014, which translates to 1.5 million metric tons in 2024. Targets 5 to 6 million metric tons a year shifted to 2030. Per capita LPG use 7 kg per year. Global average 25 to 30 kg. Cylinder costs 80,000 naira above minimum wage. What cylinder is that one? I know I priced one. I asked for the price of one yesterday and they said 40.
It's 35. I bought it about 3 weeks
48
ago.
or 49.
Yeah.
Is it 12.5?
12.5. Yeah.
12.5, yes.
Well, they just said cylinder cost, but this looks like the top one. The
popular one is the 12.5.
Yes, that's the popular one.
Maybe they are talking about the unpopular one.
I'll do it.
All right,
they could be talking about the unpopular one.
Retail LPG price 950 naira to 1,500 naira per kilogram. Supply snapshot November 2025. Daily supply for, okay, this goes on and on. 5 billion cylinders to be distributed.
Before we move on, when they say to be distributed by 2030, is it free of charge?
Yes.
Okay, free of charge.
Government is
government account. 5 million people.
And you want to depend on that?
No, it's not a matter of depending on gas. I already have 2.
I know you have.
I have 2.
They told you now.
No,
did they not tell you that prepaid
I understand what you mean by
prepaid meter is free? Or you go to NEPA.
No, my question is this. The 5 million people, how are they going to select the 5 million people?
No. Well,
let's take it for granted that government will, in 2030, distribute 5 million. So who will become the beneficiaries? What will be the criteria?
When they say things like this, without giving template, forget it. They just said it. It don't depend on it. There is this other gas, 6 kg gas cylinder that comes with the burner.
Yes, that's the small.
It's more popular now because since kerosene cannot be, be gotten.
Kerosene is more expensive
than gas.
The one you're talking about is low end.
So that one is more popular. Did they put it in the mix in that their calculation there? They are only talking of 12.5 kg, Abi. But the other one that is 6 kg that comes with the burner, the one that people carry and go to the
camp gas, we call it camp gas.
Is more popular. Almost every household are using it. Almost every household is more popular. If you add it to the calculation there, you will see that the majority of Nigerians are using that more than the one that comes with the cylinder, and then you now have your own table gas, the one you put on the table in your kitchen, and then extend the rope or something to connect it.
Yeah.
That is the one they calculated. But the other one, that one you call camp gas, is more popular. I'm telling you. Why did they add it there? So that they will capture the actual usage. Because kerosene is out of the reach of the common man. You can't even find it.
This is an average estimate, but let's get your thoughts here.
Well, those are calculations. They should leave us alone. There's nothing they promise us in this country that we have gotten the dividends. Every other calculation always come to nothing. So I don't depend on it. I don't. If you do proper check, proper cross-examination of those figures now, Moses, you will see a wide difference from what they told you there now.
What are the dangers of reverting to charcoal?
You see, the whole essence of promoting the usage of gas is to discourage deforestation. And if government is intentional about it and they are able to carry out this, you know, and it gets to the... My worry is these cylinders, are they going to get to the actual users?
Are they going to get to those that need it the most?
That's what I'm saying.
Cannot afford it.
Because of your experience.
Yes. It will still go back to those who will end up reselling it to those who need it. At the end of the day, the purpose would have been defeated.
At a higher price.
So even when government means well, but those who implement, they mean otherwise, you'll be surprised that this 1 million cylinders they are trying to roll out.
5 million.
Is it 5 million? Yes.
5 million.
Some senators, some House of Rep members, and big political wigs will corner them. And then they will rebrand them to either say it's palliative
for campaign
for their own selfish interest. And this the one that you give, they will even go and sell. If Nigerians can sell not for sale Bible at a crusade, then you can imagine how this one will end. Seedlings, pesticides, insecticides that were meant for farmers got into wrong hands, and this is not a question of I was told. I saw it for a first hand. So it's a big problem. Implementation. Even when government means well.
That is because the government is corrupt on its own. If the government want to, in fact, anytime government wants to...
How many rats are you going to chase in the room?
No, the parliament, at least, be intentional about it. Tell us that, yes, you want this thing to be processed properly. You want this thing to be done without any hiccup. And let us see how it will move. All you needed to do, police it. Police is from the beginning to the end.
The police is it not corrupt?
Police, no, not police.
Is the police not corrupt?
No, not the police, not the
I know what you are saying. You are using figurative police. You know, the police you are talking about is also part of the corruption. Because he will say, okay, 10,000 is allocated to us. How many are you giving me? Already he has cornered part of it. And when he corners, if the other ones are now dispensing to their cronies or selling, will he have the courage to challenge? No. But at that level, it is not government, it is the individual that is committing that. And they are just too many. That how many are you going to chase around? Will a governor leave his government house to be going to every market to see how these things are distributed? It's not going to happen. When even a permanent secretary is part of this, a director is part of this, and these are people that are supposed to be saddled with implementation of government policies.
No, but the governor can also ensure that it doesn't get into the hands of stakeholders. Because it is these stakeholders that actually orchestrate, okay, now the governor has released this, and the governor steps aside. The person that is the stakeholder in the local government now corners it for himself. The governor can actually, walk to the end.
Each of the local governments.
How many local governments do we have?
For instance, there are some local governments that are up to 30 in a state.
Okay.
Now, what I'm saying is, you have released 5,000 cylinders to each local government. Okay. Once it lands with the local government chairman, they already have a list that you have ghost members, you have political bigwigs, you have all these people there. So how many of these people would the governor recognize? He will need to just show the list. Sir, we have distributed and these are the lists. And perhaps if they say put phone number, these people, they have their phone numbers there. If you see, that's why I always say...
I understand your position.
Civil servants are the most corrupt in this country.
I understand your position, Dele. But what I'm saying is that the governor can
Must
go further.
Must the governor even do that?
No, but that is the situation
when we that are supposed to be beneficiaries are even dealing with ourselves.
That is the situation.
Do you know that some of these cylinders, if they find their way to states that have contiguous borders with other countries, they can ferry it across the border to go and sell.
That's true.
How will the governor go and man those porous borders to ensure that that thing does not cross the border? It's so complex.
Look,
the point is, we as Nigerians, we should address ourselves to some of these problems that, look, for every corruptive tendencies you have, you are injuring the interest of a lot of people. If a road that's supposed to be tarred is not tarred and money is kept inside the pocket, one day your family member may pass through that road and one trailer is trying to avoid potholes.
Okay, what if we get into a situation where the governor conducts on the spot unannounced assessment of the distribution? Like in
that's
community.
Fine, that's fine.
You go to a community unannounced.
Yeah, that's
when
fine.
are you going to distribute? Local government chairman and chairman.
You just go to a particular community and ask how many people enjoy this facility.
In fact, on the point of distribution, you know, you have lined out like 100 of them, and the governor just walks in and says, "Okay, you collect." At that point, anybody that it gets into his hand, the stakeholder has no way of retrieving it again. Hands on, because
can the governor do? That means you have to abandon state duty to face that.
Abandon state duties. When they go to Abuja to tell the president bye-bye to France, have they not abandoned state duties? It is. I'm talking about your governor that is always in Abuja, waving bye-bye to the president anytime he jumps on the plane.
It's part of on your mandate we stand.
Yes. So has he not abandoned governance? So how about taking 1 or 2 days to inspect the distribution of
No, they can't do that. Though. To meet the people
we had situations where a governor comes before 8 o'clock in the morning, you know, sits in the gate, and any teacher that comes after 8 o'clock, he says, "Look, go back today. You are suspended." Governors did that.
They did, yes. But it is
randomly.
It is stopped under this administration.
You see, let me tell you that during the military era, there was a particular governor. They said they bought skip eaters, these trucks for.
Okay, you have told that story before. When the first 2 worked and the other one
they lined up the whole thing, like about 33 of them for the 33 local government. Each local government takes one. Now the first 3 here, where the governor, they have already put red carpet there for the governor to commission and even test drive any of the 3. But after these first 3, till the last one, none of them was working. So we got wind of it as journalists, and we now tipped off the governor. I said, "Governor, when you get to that commissioning tomorrow, when they put the red carpet, bypass the red carpet, go to anyone at random and start the engine and drive." As soon as the man was coming, they were piloting him, drummers, everybody, to the first one. But the man decided to go to
the middle.
To the middle. And 5, 6, he started, none worked.
He walked away.
And there was problem. The commissioner was sacked.
You see, I want to tell a story. So briefly. You see, I boarded a bus the other time, you know, getting into my area, and the moment the bus got filled, one random guy came and said, "Oh," and what he collected from him was the one passenger's fare. You know,
usually that's it.
Yes, and we got to another point. Another person jumped out and collected 200 naira, and at the third point, another person collected 100 naira. And I asked him, "What is all of this?" So he started explaining, he's paying the pay regularly. And the thing is all over Lagos, all over the Federation, NUW,
NATO, all of them.
All of that. And I said, does it look like this thing can be stopped? No, they say it can be stopped.
Yeah.
And in my state, Abia State, we had a military administrator, Colonel Ike Nwosu. You know what he did?
That later came to Oyo State.
Yes. The thing became a menace, you know, this collection of this, collection of this, collection of this. And now he went and made the leadership, you know, of the union. Central Park there in Umuahia. You know what he did? He said, okay, now that since they can't stop this thing, let's just recognize them. He said he was going to sew uniform for all of them, legalize them, recognize them, give them badges and numbers so that they will also be remitting money to the state government. Now, on the due date, the leadership agreed with him and said, assemble all of you people so that we'll start giving them their tickets and all of that. They assembled everybody. You know what he did? There was a standby trucks and all of that. He arrested all of them, took all of them to a farm. Used soldiers to guard them to work on those farms. Momentarily, those collections stopped. But when the man left,
they come back. They will be praying for him to either die or relocate.
I pity the drivers in Lagos State. At every point, you see, go to let me be very particular. When you go to Sele, about 3 or 4 people collect different levies from one man.
Oh. Chukuma, let me explain this to you. Maybe you have not been a friend to NURTW chairman or secretary. The moment you come visiting in that small cubicle office,
I'm telling you,
and he announces to the boys around, say, I have a visitor.
They will go and get
they don't need to be told. They will go to the bus stop and collect money to entertain that visitor. By the time they are coming back, they have collected enough money that they will buy all manners of meat, all manners of beer, all manners of anything you want.
Have you seen
that's part of the people that are collecting. What besides a route, if the chairman of that route has a party on Saturday, they must make that money that he will spend, that he will spray at that party from that route.
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
It's been allowed to thrive for too long.
And then for
the thing has become like a right.
Laziness. That is why these boys don't want to work. They can't. What are they going to work?
It's easy money.
When you say somebody should come and work and is earning 7,500 naira per day, and in 5 minutes he collects 10,000 naira, and what is the incentive to make him work?
They have become lords unto themselves
because they have godfathers that will pay them if they are arrested.
I was shocked to my bone marrow when I saw guns at your festival the other day. Guns.
I was even going to ask about that.
Gun.
Must they flog people that are, that have come to watch? Because it seems to be a pattern.
That thing used to
they
be.
Will use the culture. That's the banter, right?
The culture. All of a sudden, it has become a gangster whatever.
Oh, the culture. Eyo. In Isaleko is that.
I know there's a movie that spoke against, that defeated the Eyo.
When you are face to face with Eyo, you off your shoes.
Okay, otherwise, so whether you're an indigene or not.
No, for that festive period, you put off your shoes.
So if you don't put off your shoes, they
will flog you. Maybe some people, I think next year they should also begin to talk about it and explain to people. But then again,
why not do it within a particular place?
Why did they go?
Like in CBS, there was a year they did it.
You see, there are different AOs. You see some of them with
from the ruling houses,
cap,
they bring out their own.
They will run in red. It symbolizes the particular Iga that this AO is coming from.
The house.
Yes, the ruling house. You have Abanikoro, you have Olumegmo, you have so many of them. Dosumu, So these people, they have different days. The last one that they did, you see that about 7 days was marked for it. For every house, ruling house, that comes to pay homage to the Oba. And then the grand finale is what you saw on Sunday. Now, the question is, it is everywhere. Now, even in our villages, masquerades, people hide under the guise of masquerade to perpetrate evil acts.
Thugs have come into the matter.
If you take my girlfriend and I couldn't attack you in daylight, the day I have masquerade, I will go and use it to attack you.
We also see
now masquerade now hold machete.
We also see these things happen
and gone
in Tejo show markets. Masquerades. They just come out and then they start asking people for money.
Exactly.
And if you don't give them, they flog you.
But the point is, I've
told you the problem with the flogging.
Because you're taking advantage of people.
Not only that, they are desecrating the tradition and culture.
Exactly.
Before you know it now, that thing will walk.
Do you know that? There's this masquerade
water down.
Ololu. when Ololu is supposed to come out, women are not supposed to see Ololu. But how many women will come out
like
broad
oral,
daylight?
like the oral. As well.
How many women will come out to say they want to dare Ololu? But the point is, the people around that Ololu on that day, they become a menace to the extent that you have to deploy as many policemen as possible, because it was almost a yearly occurrence for more than 10 years that at least minimum of 2 people will die on that day. Because a lot of people hide under the cloak of Ololu or other masquerade to even perpetrate murder.
And it has also become a political tool. You recall
Exactly.
that at some point there was
Exactly.
a particular protest that was scheduled, and they said, okay, on that day
we'll bring Oro.
to ensure that nobody comes out. You know.
You know my concern. This thing that you are desecrating a well time-tested tradition and culture, to what end? If you destroy all these things, what are you going to gain at the end of the day?
You know, at the end of the day, you know, you are also losing money. Fanti Festival in Brazil attracts almost everybody in this world. If you cannot go live to Brazil, you want to watch it, and they make money from it. Eyo is prime enough to attract tourism to this country. But who would that tourist who saw somebody being macheted or being seen a masquerade with gun
or see gun?
How will you want to come from all the way from USA or any part of the world
last one,
to come and watch?
It was all over the internet worldwide. They saw people gone. No. It was even the highlight.
Somebody under his shed trying to protect his goods. He's not displaying anything. He's not selling. You went at attack him. And they were throwing chairs. They were throwing all manners of things around. It's not the ideal thing to do.
It's not ideal indeed. Well, there are other stories I'd like us to chime in on very quickly. Fatal crash. Family demands access to Joshua as FRSC awaits probe report. Apparently, the family members are saying that, look, we commensurate with the families of his friends that whose lives were lost in that crash, but we don't even have access to him. We haven't seen him yet. And this is what the family of Anthony Joshua, the immediate family, this is what they are saying. What say ye?
No, look, it is not necessary. As long as he is in good hands medically.
What do you mean it's not?
Hold on.
Shouldn't they have contacted the family first?
I'm coming.
Shield him from
at this critical stage, they want to stabilize him.
Okay.
Abi, medically, this man need all the care he need now. I mean, he need it.
And attention.
So this family,
they love him more than his family.
Look, he may not even
happen to experience it before that when somebody is being treated, that they say they don't want anybody around.
Exactly. The family members should hold
the doctors may not tell you his present state as he is.
Let them stabilize him first.
But they need to have that full concentration.
More than the family members.
No.
It's not about love.
What are the family members?
The doctors have the right to stop anybody from accessing him until he's stable.
I am telling you, that's the first thing. Family members, what are they coming to do? To throng their.
They are not going to inject him.
Nothing.
They are not going to prescribe drugs for him.
Just to come around and all, and before you know that, they will throng the hospital and constitute a nuisance. Say they went to go and see.
We saw a picture of him and the president.
He's not
on his hospital bed, and that is enough that the man is alive.
The president.
Yes, now the president went to visit him yesterday or so.
President
Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
He came back or what?
Is he back?
That's what I saw. Maybe na AI.
No, it's not possible.
I said maybe na AI.
It could be AI because when you said president went to visit,
because in fact the photographs they show.
The man is not yet back. Tinubu is not yet back. So how did it happen?
With the way AI is being used,
I'm telling
one
you,
should be careful.
One day they are going to show us what is going on in the bedroom.
Let's talk about Rivers State because of time. Rivers lawmakers reject Fubara's Christmas gift. Wike opposes automatic ticket. Now, similarly, Fubara gave gifts to members of Rivers State, the lawmakers, 100,000 naira, and they said, "Look, we don't want this 100,000 naira. Follow due process." This, in fact, they titled their statement, return of unsolicited and unapproved 100,000 naira transferred to the personal accounts of honorable members of the Rivers State House of Assembly by the executive governor of Rivers State. So they are returning it. Returning
100,000.
Why would you give them 100,000? That's not an insult.
It's a Christmas celebration.
Christmas celebration.
What are you talking about?
That money is supposed to be a blackmail.
Let's tie that one to this story.
I don't think that.
There's a headline.
Even in 1999, nobody gave 100,000 naira to
There's
legislators.
another headline.
Let's tie it to this headline from The Guardian that says, we'll fix Rivers leadership mistake in 2027. Wike declares. All right. That's yes. So that's it.
Look,
basically,
he should stop talking. You know, this man should stop talking. If time this man talk, I get angry. Is Wike the owner of Rivers State? Please tell me. What is? He's not qualified. If you come to that, go and check the history of Rivers State. By the time Rivers State was built by the founding father, Wike was even running around the streets.
No, it doesn't matter.
Please hold on. This thing he's doing now, is he building rivers or destroying it? That is my question. How can he continue to talk like this as if he owns Rivers State?
Barrister, were you not here when Rotimi Amechi said that Rivers is the capital of betrayals?
It's not
he
proper.
betrayed Odile, Wike betrayed him, Fubara betrayed Wike. So who knows who will betray Fubara?
Wike is overdoing his own.
Maybe LB say here.
He's overdoing it.
Maybe LB say here.
Or, what do they call him? Martin Zamewule. If the table turns the other side, the other way.
What kind of
It's on Wike's side.
Every time
So assuming Wike now
correct
corrects this
leadership
mistake
mistake.
according to him.
So,
and we have Martins on the side become probably.
Do you know
so
that
is he going to betray?
Wike is planning to do what has been going on in Lagos State. He can't do it in Rivers State. No matter how he try, he cannot be choosing and removing governors in Rivers State. It can never happen. If that is his dream, let him kill it. That is the truth.
I had Barrister Adams on my show yesterday, and we talked a bit about about Rivers State. And I was like, does it look like Wike's political life is expiring, is gradually coming to an end? And Barrister Adams said, look, it is not possible. That Wike still controls the grassroots structures in Rivers State, and that who is Sim Fubara and all of that. And I asked him, Barrister Adams, you think that Wike is so powerful that Fubara cannot play an upset? He said, yes, he cannot. I said, what happened to Amechi? Was it not the same Wike that upset Amechi? Amechi upset Odile and all of that. So it's like turn by turn. So what gives you the impression that Fubara cannot upset Wike in 2027? We said it's not possible that, look, Wike has declared it, Fubara is not coming back, it's not going to happen and all of that. And I'm saying, well, 2027 is, I think by tomorrow we'll get into 2026. And 2027 will be like 365 days away.
I think similar life should be a little bit circumspect in his actions in the coming days. He shouldn't be too out there, too outspoken. I mean, he started releasing songs now. Kona. Oh, you have it?
It's everywhere now. And the guy has been talking tough. Look at.
I think he should slow
It looks
down.
like he doesn't. I don't know what is beating the drums for him.
Who's been busy drums?
Because it looks like you see his interface with Martin Amewule. He's been very frontal.
Yes.
Forgetting that. Look, the speaker could.
I think he should take it slow.
Any bird that is dancing on the road, ask yourself, why is it that all of a sudden Fubara is talking like this? Because he has secured the attention of Abuja.
He hasn't understood politics yet.
He has secured the
whoever's attention he feels he has.
No.
They can pull the rug off his feet at any point in time.
It's not possible. As long as he has gotten the attention of Abuja, forget it.
Apart from, what's this man's name? Apart from Ambody, that had that major upset, because the powers that be in Lagos they were intentional in ensuring that it doesn't come back. But in other states, one thing I found out is it's very difficult to remove the rock from the feet of an incumbent. Because you have to do a lot of jobs.
Not when they've taken over the local government completely.
No, wait. When I said you have to do a lot of jobs, for instance, if somebody who is not in government today is now tipped to replace Fubara, it's like you are marrying a teenager. You have to buy everything that teenager needs. But when you go out and say you want to marry an adult that is already established, that has a good job, it becomes less burdensome. That was the same thing that I saw in Ayedatiwa. Ayedatiwa, in all ramifications, was not a good candidate to become governor of Ondo State. But the president, who is the leader of the political party, APC, knew that anybody that is not in the saddle, you may have to spend almost like times 10 on that person to show him up,
to rebrand him,
to rebrand him, to prop him up and all that. But a sitting governor, he has all the apparatus of government. He has the human resources, he has the material resources, he has vehicles to campaign, he has everything to himself. Let's
look at the flip side. Amechi had all of this, yet Wike took him out. Amechi never wanted Wike to be governor.
What I'm saying is, Wike's case from the bedroom was how Wike became governor. Jonathan's wife was the backup.
Good. Now, looks like assuming that Fubara, like Barrister, has the backing of.
You know that Amechi was not contesting anymore. He only had the candidate. The candidate of Amechi is now versus the candidate of president.
Now Wike is not contesting. He probably
Wike is not contesting. And today, the point is, who determines who becomes governor of Rivers State is in Abuja. And that's why I'm saying that Wike...
Okay, you are aligning your thoughts with that of Barrister, that if he has the backing of Abuja, Wike is
off. Okay. Wike is off. And it's looking like that now. And this is, I'm only giving you a reason why it will likely be like that.
More so when Wike have not defected to APC.
That is not even an issue, because everybody knows that Wike is in APC.
Okay. But so
that's not an issue.
But he needed to stay in. Wike is shouting yesterday, the day before yesterday. He said, Sim Fubara, you are not the leader of the APC in Rivers State. Why is he saying that?
He's just making noise. Let him declare.
No, what I see from that statement is that, look, he's going to APC, and mind he has also said that he's going to quit the PDP very soon, and likely end up in APC. Okay. So he doesn't want to get to the APC and now have Fubara be his leader.
Really?
Fubara automatically will
become
his leader.
Well, he has no choice. He has no choice.
The way political parties are configured in Nigeria, the moment you become governor or president, you are the party is in your pocket.
So the national leader of the South, APC, is saying that if the governor is going to get back into office, he will have to go through Wike.
No, but the state chair, the national chairman of APC, Nentawe, says that, look, we are impressed with what you are doing and we are going to support you for second term.
Conflict of interest.
I'm telling you, these politicians, it's about interest.
If they tell Wike today to step down on his activities in Rivers State and allow Fubara, who is an APC governor, to rule the state, will he...
So why has the president not done that?
It has not gotten to that point. Don't worry. It will get to that point. Because two captains cannot be in a ship. The president cannot watch Wike and Fubara.
I don't think the president would do that.
The extent, let me tell you, the extent of
Wike's power is driven by the presidency.
Of course. I said it here. But
the presidency can just say,
but it's not as if I didn't agree with you. I agree clearly that, look, the president has a very enormous, influence and power over me.
Yes.
My point of disagreement was at that point is that Look, the president could do that. But does it take away the capacity of Wike? Because problem for him in Rivers, no matter how little
he cannot, because look, Wike have skeletons in his cupboard. The president will just
even from prison.
Hold on.
Even from prison, he could play an upset. No matter how little.
It's a lie. You don't know what's going on in Nigeria. Hold on, though.
Let's look
Do
at
you know that Wike have skeletons in his cupboard? All the Tinubu needed is to tell EFCs, go and open one of the cupboard. Just open one out of the skeletons, out of the cupboard. And when things started crawling out, nobody will tell Wike to humble himself.
Sorry, sir, did you watch The Revenge of Al Capone?
Revenge of
Al Capone. What happened?
What happened is what happened. Mafia God. You don't. Look, you see, when you add all these things together, you discover that they act in films. Nigerian reality is not the same thing with your movie.
Really?
It is not. Really? I have just given you a scenario here. Tell me that it cannot happen. Why is this man, the former Attorney General, why is he going through hell now? Tell me.
You are missing the point.
What point? I am telling you that the person that is holding the levers of power now, the levers of power is
let me make this point. Let's start from this point. Do you know that the extent of Wike's powers and the enormity of his shenanigans is as a result of protection he gets from
nothing else? Nothing.
That one is
very good. Now let's admit that.
The same person can decide.
Do you know that strip Wike of all these powers?
He's nothing.
Energize Fubara. In less than 1 month, Wike may turn out to be a recluse.
In fact, he will leave Nigeria.
Will the president want to do that?
He will leave.
Now,
why not?
See, let me tell you.
The
only reason why there are 2 jobs Wike needed to do, he has accomplished one.
Destroy PDP.
Destabilize PDP, and then make sure that Rivers is in his kitty. Now, they have resolved this thing. Rivers is in APC's kitty, 50% delivery. The PDP is almost 30% delivered.
30 or 70?
No, I said 30 out of the remaining 50. So already Tinubu has 80% in his pocket. Do you think the 20% remaining Wike can wriggle out and hold on to that power?
In Igbo land, there is what we call Abalusi Angene. Abalusi Angene means is a spring, a pond, a spring water. Instead of me not to drink from this,
then
nobody will. You understand?
He does not have the capacity.
No, it's not even capacity.
He does not.
Forget that. You know what politics is in Nigeria. Now, imagine President Tinubu calling these people, these 27 lawmakers, to Aso Rock, and says, look, from now on, you must not give this man trouble in Rivers
State,
and this is your reward for listening to me. Do you think they will change allegiance or not?
Now let's go back to the question Moses asked. Is the president willing to do that?
Sorry?
I am telling you, the president is willing.
More than willing.
Because what matters to him, he has achieved.
Okay.
Yes.
What matters to him is
you know why
APC
must
come wholesale to
you know why I asked the question. The president has a reputation of
not
being
abandoning
someone not abandoning
not
people.
when his own interest is at stake. Not when his own interest is that the interest
the best he will do is okay, now you have achieved what I've sent you to do. Now can you just reduce the noise? Can you just reduce the tension?
Reduce the noise.
Yes, now. And then, you see, this is what awaits you after 2027. And there will be a caveat. He doesn't need to mention the caveat.
In that case, he has not abandoned him.
You don't understand what I'm saying?
He has not abandoned him.
Allow Fubara to rest.
You are only giving him a soft landing. You are not going to punish him in the public. Just give him a subtle threat. Look,
we have come back to the point of abandonment or non-abandonment. The president will clearly not abandon him.
Let's take a few more headlines and then just quickly react with the limited time we have available. 12 trillion naira 2026 debts may tighten liquidity in private sector, CBN warns. Tributes for the, 2027. We won't accept excuses of glitches, Bode George tells INEC boss. Court remands Malami's son and wife over money laundering charges. And Tinubu ignores suspension calls, insists new tax laws take off tomorrow. Now, still on the same tax laws, this day reports, Tinubu, new tax laws take off January 1. CBN projects $51.04 billion external reserve. President says ready to work with National Assembly to resolve pending issues. Apex Bank sees inflation at 12.94%, growth to accelerate to 4.49%. Forecast 34.68% increase in public debt, deficit of 12.14 trillion naira. Nigeria recorded $4.60 billion surplus in Q3. Diaspora remittances peaked at $5.24 billion.
When the president says he's willing to work with the National Assembly to resolve issues, has he ever been in disagreement with them?
Why did he not say the thing must take off?
King Charles honors Wale Adu with Grand Commander of Victorian Order. President hails minister.
Who gave him?
King Charles.
King Charles.
For what?
For being a Minister of Finance.
Are you serious?
For building up the economy.
Are you serious?
Anyway, these are the headlines. Then.
Are you sure this thing was not bought?
If I'm going to talk,
let's have your reaction.
I'm going to talk about this Malamia and his son. When I saw the video of the kind of humongous wealth that these people are displaying in Kebbi and Kano, I wonder if we have just 100 of these people, they would have finished Nigeria.
Is Nigeria not finished already? What is left?
Because Malami was not known to be in the league of Olanipekun, Afe Babalola, and the likes of even Femi Falana.
How did he even become a senior?
How did he even become the Attorney General? You understand? So, because I recall that Malami was a lawyer to Ifeanyi Uba in those days when Amcon was chasing Ifeanyi Uba.
Yes. That was how they became friends.
So he didn't come to me as a super lawyer that has made stupendous wealth. For you now to spend just 8 years and Attorney General of the Federation, and they are linking you with 212 billion assets, university, shopping mall, high-rise buildings, for God's sake. And open display of that kind of stupendous wealth, it's appalling. But unfortunately, that is their punishment. After granting them bail, everything will just die down.
I think that's it.
That's all.
So
we have the pattern is clear. After releasing Yaya Bello, what has happened to his case?
His case will be
Better Edu, what has happened to our case?
That of Malami will be different because he joined ADC instead of APC. That's just the difference. APC will never allow him to carry such an amount of money to go into ADC. He's going to finance and sponsor ADC with that money. And APC doesn't want that. Except he wants to defect to APC. That's when this thing will die down.
Defect back.
So that's the only reason. But Yaya Bello is still in APC. So he's spending the money on APC.
He would also have to drop his ambition.
And the funny thing is, Yaya Bello is even angling for the seat of Natacha.
Oh, it has always been. Of course. It has always been.
But that one is left for the people of Kogi Central because they are behind Natasha.
His candidate was supposed to be a placeholder for him in the Senate. Unfortunately.
That was why they want to remove the woman. Unfortunately, the woman had to squeal and cry out.
Military arrest suicide bomber recovers 189 AK-47 rifles.
189 assault rifles. 189.
No, all you need to do is the calculation is simple.
Times 30.
Times 30. 189 times 30. That is if they are using single magazine. Because AK-47 has capacity to take three magazines of 30,000. That's 90. So if they are using 3 magazines at the same time. So 198 times 90. That is the killing capacity.
That is loaded.
That is killing capacity of what they just recovered.
That's 17,000.
Oh, you have done it.
Yes,
17,000 deaths.
And that can wipe out an entire village.
And
if not more.
Yes. And if you shoot at close range, the bullet can still penetrate the hole and hit the next person and still kill.
Oh well. And those that have been,
when did they make this?
And this thing was bought.
Those that have been.
It was bought with money. It was bought with money.
Away. We need to flip the page. Well, those that they said they caught, I think about 39 of them escaping, the bandits escaping.
Okay, in
those states that Amoteku caught. I wonder, some people will say, why arrest and display? Why not just,
Yes.
Let them travel.
No, they want to tell that they are working. They have caught them.
All right,
if you call them, they are going to come back into the system.
For the benefit of our viewers, troops of Operation Hadinkai have recorded a major security success in Borno State, arresting suspected suicide bomber and intercepting materials intended for the manufacture of improvised explosive devices. The suspect, identified as Abubakar Mustafa, was apprehended on Monday by personnel of the 152 Task Force Battalion in collaboration with other security agencies. He is said to have, 189 AK-47 rifles in his possession. That's a summary of it all. So there you have it.
Now imagine if we have like 6 or 7 of this.
Having the same number of rifles. Oh well.
Do you know how these people operate? No. Whenever they want to go into a serious operation, they will send a decoy. 3 or 4 people in different directions. So when you catch one, 2 or 3 will not escape. To go and conclude the matter. Now, they don't put all their eggs in one basket. No, they don't. They will use one to send a decoy to you. So when you catch one, you believe that you are caught.
They should also get the source of the ammunition.
That's how you operate.
All right, Mr. Darlington Agomo Esquire. I usually like to just call him Barrister Darlington. Thank you very much for your thoughts here.
Thank you.
Dele Fanimo, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful time with you in the year 2025. I think we'll do more 2026.
Yeah, we'll repeat the class.
Also, Chukwuma Okoro, thank you very much for your analysis on the show. But you make a return.
Yes, at 6 o'clock in the evening, and I'll bring to you the biggest stories of 2025. I'll be joined by Prince Francis Chilaka, and we'll just talk about 3 big stories that took place in 2025. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
Well, that's it. This is the last outing of VOP this morning, a newspaper review on in 2025, the last outing. So I'll see you again next year. I'm Moses Humphrey. Bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Obviously, full of celebration everywhere in Nigeria. Just about what it is. Everyone is celebrating. Talk about Raphael Onyedika. He's like the star man for the Nigerian people at this point in time. But we get into talk point quickly. Welcome. It's still a Merry Christmas time. I could say the 31st of December 2025. You could say 2025. It was a very decent year actually to say for those who love the game. But it would interest you to know that the Super Eagles made it to the now point, but the question is, must they concede? You're watching Voice of People Television, Lagos, Nigeria, and it's time for us to talk about what happened yesterday because the Super Eagles maintained their 100% start at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations with a commanding 3-1 win against a resilient Uganda side at the State of Face on Monday. The Super Eagles took the lead in the 28-minute through Paulo Nacho, who slid home Dele Bashiru's perfect time cross after Uganda's goalkeeper Oyango had initially denied the striker. Despite a bright start by the Cranes, Uganda were beaten. They were unable to find a breakthrough, and Uganda Knights was in the 56th minute when substitute goalkeeper, his name is Salim Angola, was sent off for handling the ball outside the box to deny a clear goal-scoring opportunity from Victor Osimhen. He thought he would have scored that very one. And I must tell you again, Nigeria took advantage of that game. We took advantage, Nigeria took advantage of the game numerically superiority with Raphael Onyedika scoring twice first in the 62nd minute and again in the 67th minute. Both goals, both times assisted by one man, Samuel Chukwueze, to put the Super Eagles firmly in control. Moving on, Roger Mato pulled one back for Uganda in the 75th minute with a composed finish over Ozoho, offering a consolidation for 10-man Cranes, but Nigeria remained dominant. The game saw further substitution as Nigeria brought on Seydou Sanusi, Tochukwu Nade, Ako Adams, while Uganda introduced Jude Sebogabi. Who will Nigeria and Tunisia face? Who will they be facing the next phase? Now, this one you have on your screen. Well, I will talk about this game quickly, very, very soon. But let's talk about who Nigeria will play. Nigeria will now wait for the team that will finish third in the Group F, most likely Mozambique, who are currently on 3 points. Tunisia will have a daunting task against Mali in the last 16, while Tanzania will face the host, Morocco. Angola is officially out of the tournament. But before we talk about our hero of the day, Rafael Onyedika, you have the round of 16 final match, how it goes, and the pairing looks formidable. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. I must say this. Good football, maybe not a fan of what I saw. But I like to say this. Next we'll be talking about will be about Rafael Onyedika. But at this point in time, I must say this. Everyone would have thought Eric Chair would have given some players an opportunity to start, the likes of Awaze maybe. And then what we did see yesterday, we saw Alebio Osho, who's currently nursing an injury right now. He was in the start. Bruno Yemechi was in the start as well. The Czech Republic player, the name is Igor Ogbu. He got a start alongside Calvin Bassey, the head of the defense. But I saw the midfield just doesn't look like it was scary, because I know Fisayo Dele Bashiru could rotate the game himself and the power energy he possessed on the game. Rafael Onyedika, Fisayo Dele Bashiru were just so composed at that place. And then we saw Moses Simon getting the start. He's literally lost his shirt. To Ademola Lookman, but that kind of a game, we need to see him own up, man up, show us why you are here. And then Chukwueze from the right side. So we had more of, like you could say 4-3-3, but for me, I say it's a 4-4-2. Now, the problem I don't think I like yesterday was the part where we had 2 players up front. Both guys are traditional number 9s. Paul Onuachu, Trabzonspor, Victor Osimhen, Galatasaray. And I watched the game and I'm asking a question, who's going to play like a number 10 for each other? We saw Fisayo Dele Bashiru doing the 8 job. We saw Onyedika transitioning the number 6 role. And that game was quite compacted. The Uganda side had everything to lose. But because Nigeria knows they've qualified already, but they want to make it a mark with 9 points clear, the question remains, must you concede? We saw Apollo Nacho. He didn't really, I think his no-look passes, he was standing this way and he crosses this way, worked efficiently well. But I'm looking at the part where he got a start. He was the one who had to drop deep just to accommodate Victor Osimhen up front. He wasn't really his thing. He's not really that man that can play the number 10 role, but he was fantastic in his touches. He gets the ball. He doesn't do too much. Just give the players just touches and then finds himself in space. He missed the goal, and it wasn't long he scored. And I celebrated Paulo Nacho because I know the last time he scored for Nigeria, I know how much everyone wants to see some of these players emanate well on gameplay against a smaller side. And I think the coach gets the credit. If you ask me, the Franco-Malian gets all of that credit, because what we saw yesterday was, I don't want to say I celebrated the scoreline, because I felt like it was a game where Victor Osimhen should have found the back of there a couple of times. It wasn't selfish though. Paul Onuachu, we lost a lot of chances. I'm using the word we now because I'm sounding Nigeria. We lost a lot of chances because they weren't clinical, and the truth of the matter is there was no creativity in the midfield. Onyedika was exceptional. I'll talk about him very soon, but the game doesn't look like. I watched Mato scoring. I watched Mayumba, the other side. I saw Yandolo. These guys were just all on the Super Eagles. They knew we were playing against the better side. And it was a bad game for the Cranes because they tried all they could do. It was more of a win game for them. If they had gotten it right, the case would have been different. But because Super Eagles know superiority power, they are better off. They are good to go. They are ready quality-wise, valuation-wise, anything about football, competition-wise. There is no comparison with the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Cranes of Uganda. So, well-deserved win. Congratulations to the Super Eagles. My only annoyance, why I'm very upset, is that they mustn't concede. None of the goal they scored, right? Mato's goal wasn't Ozoho's fault. So please, I beg you, no one should point the blame on Ozoho. He did all he could do. That was a reckless one. A man made a run. He kept on running, nobody stopped him. So it's more like the Super Eagles just play the game for fun. But my point is, when you get games like this, it's an avenue to get scoreline, score margins, keep scoring the goals as it comes. Uganda are no big side in this AFCON, and I don't know why it game ended that way. But before we talk about Rafael Onyedika, we'll go on a very quick break. When we return, the show continues. We'll tell them more about the Super Eagles and then Rafael Onyedika, my friend. Stay with us.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Yeah, everybody knows with us we have more than a voice. As Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. It's that time. Welcome back from that quick break. Let's talk about the star man, our man. If it was a project, we call him a case study. A star player who was raising from the dust, you could say. For those who knows him very well, from the time I was playing alongside him, you know, he used to be called Diho. That's the name they call him back in the south, the eastern part of Nigeria. That's Onitsha, Anambra State, Onitsha to be precise. And he's the man we should be talking about on the radio and on the TV at this point. For every media house is carrying his name, it's all about Rafael Onyedika, who stole the show. He was named the man of the match officially after he netted twice for the Super Eagles to shoot down the Cranes of Uganda 3-1 in a final 2025 AFCON Group C clash. That one was in first. On Tuesday, the club broke a defensive midfielder struck twice in the second half after he was set up by Samuel Chikwueze as the Super Eagles, you know, got that result, and he was crowned another dominant display to win the first round group with a perfect score on 9 points. He has now scored 3 international goals, and that's a good one for Rafael Onyedika. He thus becomes the third Nigerian player to win the official award after Simi Ajayi against Tanzania. They won't look right against Tunisia, and it's well to do. It's all about Rafael Onyedika. Quickly now, let's talk about him in a bit. What's the word I must say? Let's talk about him now. I think he's owned up. He's done what he needed to do, or what he needs to do rather. This is what you do. This is the avenue. That's what you do. That's how you put in smile on the coach's faces, on the coach face rather. That's how you put smile on millions of Nigeria. Rafael Onyedika's dream has always been to make sure he owns up. That's what he wants to do. Now he prayed, he waited. I recall back in the time I was having some chit chat. Was it yesterday or thereabout? With some players back in Anambra State on Onitsha, and they were saying words to me more like a prayer point. We want to see Onyedika get to start. I'm like, we know his quality. When he gets to play, he will definitely show the world why he's Rafael Onyedika, why he played for Midtjylland before, why he's currently playing for Club Brugge in the Jubilee Pro League Belgium. And yesterday, I must say this, he owned up. He showed up. He was there at the right time. He was controlling the back line, and he gets the ball. He was quite calm. That's his gameplay. If you watch Rafael Onyedika play, if you know him so well, you will understand he likes to read the game from the back. And those goals were amazing to talk about because he found himself in space, courtesy of Samuel Chikweze's interception at that one. Chukwueze was quick. The flair was amazing. He got off player. He dazzled again. He went as far as he was going to hit it. And then he set the ball out. And all Onyedika could do was just to find himself in space and then smash the ball past the goalkeeper. I love the second goal. You know why? Because he got the ball. It was more like a ball coming out and then he had to pick it. It was so timed. His quality. So the question now is a message to Eric Chell. How do you intend to play next? If you're playing against the Mozambique side, will it be Rafael Onyedika getting the start? I don't know. But it's a very difficult one for Eric Chell now because we've seen Nigerian players dominating, winning man of the matches award for every time they find themselves on the pitch. And like I rightly said, it was a game I felt like Victor Osimhen should have gotten more goals. But with Onyedika's performance right now, we know Eric Chell likes to play this in the midfield. He likes to play Iwobi. Untouchable when it's fate enough. He likes to play Ndidi. That's like the holding role. So he's sitting, just like Onyedika sits. But there's difference between both players. It's not time for us to analyze them or compare them. Ndidi is the skipper of the side, so obviously he gets a start. But I think Onyedika should start having game time. He needs more game time. Eric Chell have to look back at the drawing board and look back at the bench and like, Onyedika, you need to start playing. We need to give you opportunity because you got it, you own it, you did it well yesterday. But I just would say maybe the way he likes to start again, look, man, we don't know if it's going to be Onyedika, Frank Onyeka, the tank, because Eric Chell has a style of play right now. He's going to be tweaking around the names are quite confusing. Onyedika, but he's going to be tweaking around Frank Onyeka and Iwobi. So when you play a team that's got a compacted midfield, you want to play the tank. You have to play the tank. So you can jump pack the midfield, compacted midfield. But you want to play against a side who are feeling like they are lesser. Maybe a Mozambique side, you want to dominate. You play a Chikwete with a flair. You play a Lookman from the other side. And up front, Ako Adams, we know, gets a shot again, if you ask me. And then Victor Osimhen. But the midfield, it will be very hard for a coach. But some coaches, don't get me wrong, might want to tweak the team. Some want to find a way to fix it on Onyedika, but I don't really think Eric Chell want to do that. I really don't think so. I'm just saying, I feel like he wants to start up with a midfield. You see, if there's anything I know about Eric Chell, I know that Eric Chell has this fear. His game management is still being read. He has this fear of touching players. We know. So I don't think Eric Chell would want to give that space to Rafael Onyedika in the start against Mozambique and drop in a Wilfred. And you wouldn't want to put both players on the game because when you do so, you are going to be blocking something up front, possibly the goals. You have to drop one Ako Adams or maybe one of the wingers. So if you ask me, I think Onyedika is good to go, but maybe not getting a start under Eric Chell at this tournament or getting a start. But if he will get a start, how does he want to do it? No one is saying he can't play with Ndidi. That's very possible because you also play Ndidi with a tank. That's Frank Onyeka. So it's very possible. So who knows? It depends. But the difference is that this man you have on your screen is a box-to-box. He plays a holding role. He can play a box-to-box role. He can play the holding role. He can sit and watch the game. But I must say this. Congratulations to Rafael Onyedika for winning the man of the match award. It's scooped on that very one. I must congratulate him at this point in time and say, yes, you've done what you need to do, and you've put a smile on the faces of every Nigerian right now. So we got it right yesterday with that result, and then what more can be said about him? They look like the side that is ready to hurt any other team. So with what we saw yesterday, Nigeria did well. Victor Osimhen. It's Victor Osimhen in the game, but he was the skipper of the side. Did he do well? Of course, he did what he was supposed to do. He wasn't selfish, just like Sunday Lisa Riley said. But quickly, I must give out a shout out now. It's time for me to do shout out. Shout out to everyone who has been loved by what we saw yesterday. And I must say this officially on the TV, on the show today. I said I was going to be doing this for them. Shout out to the Ozala Football Club side in Anambra State. I think it's Ozala, that's the word, Ozala Football Team, Ozala. That's where that man emerged from, playing grassroots football, Rafael Onyedika, and then a move from Midland was not bad enough, and then Rafael Onyedika moved, and today he's being celebrated all over the world and all over Nigeria. The name again, his nickname back in the time, so I could remind you, they used to call him Dinho. Dinho, that's the name they call him, Dinho. And you can't connect Dinho, Onyedika, what's the name? That's the man you have on your screen. What a young player, talent to say, a proven player, and he has shown it. So we believe the sky is not his limit, but rather his stepping stone. But quickly, let's talk more on the Super Eagles news. As nightmare has hit the camp. Alebio Show. That's the name. If you're Yoruba, you pronounce Alebio Show. The calling back in the time in Blackburn Rovers, Alebio Show. You know, but Nigerian. I think he hails from the west, the Yoruba part of Nigeria. Nigerian players are really doing well. But right now, Nigeria's African Cup of Nations campaign has been hit by fresh injury concerns after debutant Ryan Alebio Show and forward Cyril Dessers, who I wanted to see play, were both left doubtful for the remainder of the tournament following the Super Eagles 3-1 win victory in Uganda, rather in first Morocco. An update released shortly after the match on Tuesday by Super Eagles media officer Promise Foke confirmed that Alebio Show sustained a deep cut on his round and his availability for the rest of the competition. Dessers, meanwhile, is also said to be nursing a heart problem and is scheduled to undergo a scan to determine the extent of the injury. The setback came on the night Nigeria rounded off a perfect Group C campaign with a maximum point as much change side overcame Uganda side to secure a top spot and book a place in the round of 16. I must say congratulations to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That win now ensured the Super Eagles finished the group stage with 9 points from 3 matches and set up a round of 16 meeting with third place, in the Group F side. So we'll be seeing the third place side from the Group F. That opponent will only be one of those guys. Is either it's Ivory Coast, Cameroon, or Mozambique, with a time scheduled on Monday, January 5 in Fez. So today, instead of us, we're saying Happy New Year in a couple of hours, very soon. But with attention now, while attention now turns to the knockout phase, the fitness of Alebio Show and Dessers will be closely monitored as Nigeria await further medical assessment ahead of the decisive stages of the tournament. So that's Cyril Dessers. I love Cyril Dessers. Our quality anytime. He's scoring progress. It's not bad enough. Plays for Panathinaikos. We know he's more from Rangers. And then Selemani got signed. But we'll have to miss him. And hopefully he comes back alive. But quickly, let's talk more on the show. Now we give you update about Sunday Olise. He's been doing the job literally for the commentator job. We could call it commentator. Former Super Eagles, former national team captain and coach of the Super Eagles. Formerly, you need to know, Sunday Olise has applauded Victor Osimhen's overall contribution as the Super Eagles handed out Uganda side. A 3-1 defeat at the Crane side, lost in their game, the last game of the Group C match at the ongoing African Cup of Nations AFCON Morocco 2025. Osimhen was named as the Super Eagles captain, vice captain to Wilfred Ndidi on the eve of the Continental Showpiece. Skipped the team Tuesday, Thursday, and the 27th birthday, and played a pivotal role in the team emphatic win. I must say this: congratulations to the Super Eagles and also to Victor Osimhen and making his debut for the Super Eagles as a captain officially. And despite not being among the goals against the East African side, Olise, who captained the Super Eagles at the 2000 and 2002 AFCON tournament, said he was impressed with the rare leadership qualities displayed by the Galatasaray striker yesterday's game. Now, in the words of Sunday Olise, he said, "I'm really impressed with Osimhen. He's really playing as a captain and I'm really loving it." Osimhen served, as an assistant captain that game, while Sunday Olise served as a color commentator for the time between the Nigerian side and the Uganda side. So he further also said of Osimhen, despite being the top striker and captain, he's been so unselfish in this match. Osimhen, who had missed previously, who previously appeared at some of the AFCON games. To talk about Victor Osimhen very soon. I'll let you know his stats. Just stay with us. We can tell them more. Now, he has appeared at 2 previous AFCON, 2019. I recall 2019 as well, in 2023 as well. Scored his first goal at the tournament in last Saturday's 3-2 win against Tunisia, and that's the Carthage Eagles. So it's really been good for Victor Osimhen and how far he's come and what he has offered to the national team. He thought he should have scored yesterday. I felt like just maybe he should have also scored. But quickly, we'll bring you some of this very one. Just go straight to the editorial of Victor Osimhen to bring you something so you can see how unselfish he's been and how far he has come to go. Now, it's been sent to his editorial. Now, when you say Osimhen's record, you might be like, he needs to be more selfish in front of goals. But what he has done so far, how far he's put smile on the face of Nigerians, is worth talking about. We'll bring you a record watch. Who are top scorers for the Super Eagles and how he emanates. The number one happens to be Rashidi Yakini, 37 goals. He's late today of blessed memory. So we'll give you top 10 of that very one you have on your screen. Now, this is it. Now, look at the record watch. Nigeria all-time top scorers. Rashidi Yekini has got 37 goals. Victor Osimhen is just 5 goals shy to emerge as a mandate to meet that very one and also to surpass him. So it's very close. So, eventually, just maybe if he had scored yesterday, he would have gotten the 3 goals margin. But with Victor Osimhen's prowess and tally and then goal scoring opportunity, we feel he's got more to do. Now, number 3 is the mathematical man, Segun Odegbami. He's got 23 goals. Victor Osimhen surpassed the record not long ago. And then Yakubu Ayegbeni, quality player, got a lot of goals for him on the European scene. From Maccabi Haifa, we did see his story, Portsmouth. He did so well with Everton as well. And he's 21 goals. Ike Uche, he's got 19 goals. Obafemi Martins got 18. Samson Siasia did well, just 94. Tunisian out of as well. He's got 70 goals for the national team. Odion Digallo's got 16. Ahmed Musa, who just recently retired, has got 16 as well. Why? This is just how it goes. So you must say all of this record is just what it is. So Victor Osimhen is quite close to that very one. But quickly, let's get on the next phase. And this doesn't sound good to talk about on the show, but cuts in the man, so we need to bring it to you. Where Supply Eagles players, Bright Asai Samuel and Wilfred Ndidi have sent their best wishes to Anthony Joshua after the Nigerian British boxer was involved in the fatal crash outside Lagos on Monday. Not a good incident to be talked about. Joshua was injured and 2 of his support team were killed in the 2 vehicle crashing on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway on Monday. So report says he was injured and 2 of his support team were killed in 2 vehicle crash on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway on Monday morning, plunging the Nigerian and UK sports world into mourning. Speaking after the game of this Sunday game, yesterday game, better word. Speaking of the aftermath of that game, 3-1 win over Uganda in Fes, Morocco on Tuesday, Nigeria Super Eagles sent their condolences to hospitalized heavyweight champion, and the message reads from one man. His name is Bright Asai Samuel. He said it wasn't great, especially as it happened back home as well. And then, thankfully, he was okay. It's tragic to hear that 2 of his friends died. We just hope he gets better. The message reads from the first one. This is a car crash, and when you see this on picture-wise, you understand that it can only be grace, a very big grace of God, and that he was just the only survivor, or the only reason why you could say God is number 1, and secondly because he was sitting at the back and he lost 2 of his friends. But the message from Brother Sai Samuel reads, it wasn't great, especially as it happened back home as well. That's like the one that doesn't go well with every Nigerian right now. 2 of Joshua's friend and trainer, Sinagami and Latif Ayodele, were killed in the crash at the vehicle, as the vehicle in which they were traveling collided with a stationary truck in the morning of December 29. And the message from the Super Eagles keeper, Wilfred Ndidi, reads, man, it was a difficult one, sharing how the camp reacted to learning of the news. And when we heard he lost his family, it was really sad. I hope he can recover from that. So you could say literally family, Gami and also Ayodele, very, very close. You could say family. And then Ndidi say we wish him strength, and to his family and to the families of the guys who died as well. It was a difficult one. According to one 36-year-old spokespeople, the former 2-time world champion, unified world heavyweight champion, was in a stable condition after being taken to the hospital for assessment and medical treatment. Cell phone footage showed Watford-born Joshua wincing in pain as he was removed from the wreckage of the crash, although the local Ogun State government confirmed that the fighter did not need emergency treatment at the roadside. So good to say that Anthony Joshua is alive, AJ is alive, and that's one man who doesn't joke with returning back to his hometown. He's literally been in Nigeria all of the time, and he likes to spend his holidays. So there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong in coming home, right? It's just unfortunate. That's the word. It's unfortunate. It doesn't sound to be celebrated. I don't know if he can actually get out of this trauma, because it's a whole lot for Anthony Joshua. A fight to Fury looks to be close, but with what we've seen, like Afiz had the guest yesterday, Ogubanjo Afiz, who was the presenter on ground yesterday. I think he had, I can't recall the lady's name and the guy's name, but both guests said a lot about that incident and said they hope he can actually come back. Some said he would have maybe 2 to 3 years to return, and some are saying he would just retire from there. So it's a big one. It's a big trauma. I think this lives forever in his mind, but he would need a very, very good therapist, a very good therapist of high level, a very good therapist, that's the word, of high level to see that Anthony Joshua returns back to his mental state and then continue with the fight, maybe with Fury. But this is a whole lot. This is a whole lot. this is a whole lot. You might not understand. It's a whole lot. I know what it means. I'm reminiscing and I'm taking aloud and I'm just assuming we know what it takes to come back home. Gami Ayodele, the name is Nigerian. So these are literally his people. They've been working. And I think he posted that there's a footage out for the morning when they were playing the table tennis, and then this happened. So it doesn't sound good to be talked about, but all we can say, rest in peace to the lives of those who've lost themselves in that very struggle. Gami and also Ayodele's family will be mourning with you. Our thoughts are with you. I will say this should rest in peace. And for AJ Style, no other reason but to say thank God for life. And because when you look at that, just let's have a glimpse of that picture again so you can see how deteriorated it was. That incident, you just don't have this kind of accident every day. It's not a well wish for anyone, not even your enemies, you want to say. But look at this. This, when you see, is a lot to talk about, I tell you. It's a lot to talk about. Someone said he has sowed his seed. Someone said he has paid his dues. Someone said he has impacted the Lord. Someone said he has sowed. It's a grace of God in the life of AJ Styles. No disrespect to those who love the life in the struggle, but someone say he has sowed it in, and then that's the reason why he's still alive. I think I recall when I was watching the footage, someone was screaming, "Omo logo," you know, "Omo logo." At least you could tell me what it means. You could tell me from the talk back, "Omo logo," what it means in the land of the Yorubas. Omo logo, you tell me. But that's a man of glory. That's a talk back from the producer. He says to me, Afisa Gubaja, actually Yoruba, so he knows well when they say Omo logo, you know, I hope I pronounce well. Omo logo, yeah, the child of grace, a man who's got grace, and that's what some people were screaming at that during that incident when it happened. So go to have AJ Styles, AJ alive, after he just knocked down the cruiserweight YouTuber, social media influencer, Jake Paul, who I was just on the TV saying a lot about Joshua, and I said I can't imagine Anthony Joshua missing that very one, but he got it right. So Fury fights, maybe we'll have to wait and then be on the Penn side. But up until then, let's talk about recognition. Nigeria rated among the national team with most matches played in 2025. Nigeria is in the news, but quickly let's tell them all. The Super Eagles of Nigeria have been listed among the national teams that play the highest number of international matches in the 2025 calendar year, reflecting a packed schedule driven by continental competition, qualifiers, and also friendly fixtures. According to available data, Nigeria played a total of 18 matches in 2025, placing them in the same bracket as DR Congo, Oman, Tunisia, Uganda, and the United States. The busy run underscores the Super Eagles' heavy involvement in international football activities throughout the year. 2025, Morocco topped the chart with 26 matches, the highest by any national team in 2025. Nigeria also in the list, but Algeria followed with 23 matches, while Saudi Arabia and Sudan each played 20 games. That's a lot for me. But moving on, Senegal completed 19 fixtures during the year. Other countries with significant matches count include Burkina Faso, Guatemala, Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago, who each recorded 17 appearances. But Nigeria's demanding schedule was largely influenced by the AFCON 2025 commitment, World Cup qualification fixtures, and also international friendly matches that was seen, giving the technical crew ample opportunity to assess players and then build team cohesion. So Eric Chell, maybe, just maybe, has found himself on this road, and then I'm wishing him one of the best as he unfolds, and then believing that Nigeria would go higher. If I want to be biased, I want to be sentimental, you know now, I will have to say it all the time. It's Super Eagles all the way. And if I want to sound a way that people would not want to hear, I will start asking a question, who is Morocco? What do they have to offer? But that will be a slap on players' faces like Walid Regragui, the manager. You know, before we talk about something else, what happened yesterday, let me just say a bit about the Moroccan side. They have come alive. They are good to go. They got the quality, they got the facilitation, they play like the Europeans say in football. What a manager, Walid. What a manager, indeed. What a manager he is. You know, Rahimi missing the penalty. Sofian Rahimi and now being dropped to the bench. We've seen a collision of how they've been playing. We've seen El Kabi has got in the start now. El Kabi is very close to El Nassiri. Hope you know. Very close friend, Olympiacos. And then the man who plays for Fenerbahce, you know, Mourinho. So during Mourinho's time, but currently still there, even though Mourinho did make a move. You know, but you look at that Fenerbahce side, El Nassiri is a starter. But with this one, the last Nations Cup he has, even at the World Cup, he's the man who starts up front. But now the manager has tweaked his team around. Sometimes you're playing Berhada, and you're playing From the other side, Brahim Diaz. But what we've seen so far on Mahi as a day in his quality, I'm about to drop to the bench that day. It showed they wanted more goals. That's how you do. El Kabi, now those things he's been doing, those, bicycle kick, or you could say overhead, anyway it goes, those things are not fluke. Please note. You can't be doing this in the calendar. You can't be doing this in the calendar year. So I think he's got 3 goals in the calendar year. One against Benin, I remember. The first one second against Comoros, and then against a side that looked to be the lesser side, the Zambian side, the Chipolopolos. So it's more like the Atlas Lions have found their rhythm. See, this is more like what we did see at 2022 World Cup. Lautaro Martinez was the starter, but later on he felt like he lost it under Scaloni, Lionel, and then we started seeing Julian Alvarez. He came and he managed the game. Now that's what we're saying. Rahimi got a start. El Kabi from the bench. Now he's a starter. We talk about him. Moroccan side of quality. They've got players who've got 3 goals to the tally. Brahim Diaz also is quality, and no matter how much he does, he will never be a starter for Real Madrid. It doesn't sound like a diss, but it's just what it is. But we must be celebrating them because they've done so well, and I'm liking the quality that they possess and how far they've come. When you look at their team play, I'm telling you, Morocco side look to be a side that you should be wary of. They are scary. They are good to go. They got players who've got numbers. Akafa Kemi returning back is a boost for them. You see size got off, they got quality, a guide. Look at the way they play. You can say for yourself that they are ready to go and they can hurt any team. I'm not surprised to see a lot of foreign players making a move to Morocco. We saw Tchouameni, Joe Conde, Kylian Mbappe. Zinedine Zidane is watching some with a clean sheet in Nigerian jersey. And it's just a roller coaster tournament. It's been nice. It's really been nice. And I can say it authoritatively that the AFCON has got a lot to produce that we are yet to see. So we will have to wait to see how it goes. But we're going to quick break now. When we return, it's going to be time for us to talk about the new rule and then what happened yesterday. Arsenal on top of the log, and they've done so well. Just a quick one, will not be long. Please stay with us. All right, welcome back from that quick break. You're still watching Voice of the Television, Lagos, Nigeria, and the Sports Republic show is on your way on your screen right now. Let's talk about what's really going on. As a breaking news, a new rule on offside set on to take shape in 2026-2027 season, and we'll see how it goes. 26-27 season. FIFA President Gianni Infantino and the IFAB, some say I5, have opened the door to Arsene Wenger's proposed offside rule. A player would only be offside if he has fully passed the last defender. If approved, implementation could begin in 26-27 season. So, do you understand it more? I can say it again so you understand more. A player would only be offside if he fully passes the last defender. If approved, implementation will be taking place 26-27 season, and that one was proposed by Arsene Wenger. See, let's say it right. Arsene Wenger has been I think he knows this game. Invincible. Left for me, there's some records that I pray, that I want, that I just say I don't want anyone to break it. It will be very, very hard for a national side, a club side of the world, to break that record. Invincible. Ray Parlour, Ljungberg, Overmars, Kanu Wanko, Fede Ljungberg, Jerry Henry, quality. Etamimaya, Lauren Etamimaya, looking at the team, Kolo Toure, Patrick Vieira, that team is incredible. That team should be talked about. Dennis Beckham, this is a quality side. You look into this team, like, these people are good to go. Robert Pires, quality in the side. They were invincible. Now, I recall back in the time again, Arsene Wenger came out and said something to the media. He said, he said, we are going to see how football gets spoiled at some level. I reiterate, I hope he said something that has to do with, he talked about the money being spent on the game, and we've seen how money has influenced the game. He talked about goals taking over the game. You can see. So it's more like he has said it and it's happening like I'll come to pass, like a Bible verse. So we have to see how that goes. So you have to be the last man. So it's no more the other way we say it, onside and offside. So it's a full one. You're beating the last man. So it's more like we're going back to that one. And some have rightly said the VAR has done more harm than good. Why some say VAR has done more good than harm. So I don't know whose report you believe. But let's talk about what happened yesterday. Arsenal running with 5 points lead after win against Villa. All of the goals were incredible. All of the goals. Arsenal, a team to watch in 2026. Arsenal, a team that look very hungry. Arsenal, a team. Now, this is how you reply teams. On an Emirates 11 win streak breaks yesterday, and then it was so bad for him. He broke yesterday. He was so bad for the Spanish international, both Spanish anyways, but for Unai Emery, because former coach of Arsenal, he knows the Emirates well, and they're coming to lows and having a good run with the Villa side and winning the Chelsea side. So it's more like Arsenal had to look back and then we have to man up. We have to man up. The goal from Buendia, I recall when that goal came, they all went to the ground, if you remember. And Henry said, you just don't get scared of losing. You need to own up. Now they are 5 points clear. We wait to see what happens in the Sunderland game against City, if that will be level to cut to 2 points. But right now, it is no longer news that Arsenal are on top of the log in the Premier League. They are on top of the log in the Champions League. The best defense side and how much they've owned up. It was about the coach philosophy. Now, I'll tell you, players like Declan Rice, he was off that game. And when I saw them, I saw Merino. So the only thing I would have said about the game was the fact that Merino should have seen the red card. Truth be told, he should have seen red. Merino was amazing to watch. Martin Odegaard was physical to watch. They had the gameplay without Saka at some point. Gyökeres had less of the ball touches, but that's what you need to do. That's how you do to become champion. Champions need to own up. They need to own the game. They need to come out alive. Such a game would be detrimental to the team if they had lost it. So they know everything was at stake. There was no Calafiori, Ricardo. Hincapié was just amazing to watch. Saliba, Gabriel Magalhaes, good to watch. Julian Timber, amazing quality right back. And you look up front, Trossard. So when it happened, Ian Wright, I recall Ian Wright was talking about Trossard, and they said, what do you make about Trossard? I said, I'm so happy he did not leave. You know why? Because he has shown us. His goal was a one-time goal. He had to find himself. See, no goalkeeper in the world would have stopped that one. Because Martinez didn't see that one. He used the man to block. And what about the other guy that assist to Zubimendi? He flicked the ball past the goalkeeper, Martinez Emiliano. World-class goalkeeper, but yesterday wasn't his day. What about the one? He would not be happy to go back and see the first goal where he got the ball off and then Magalhaes had to find the back of the net. All of the goals were quality. I saw an Arsenal side with an integral style of play and they owned up. So they kept on pressing. So the difference with the Arsenal side was that they were pressing. Even with one goal, it was not enough. They kept on pressing high. They wanted more. But goodness me, the goal from this man was amazing. 55 seconds on the game, his first touch was the goal. And that's about Gabriel Jesus. And when he was having a word in the interview, he kept on saying, I belong to God. Yes, I belong to God. I'm sorry about that. I belong to God. I belong to God. And then I belong to Jesus. And you know, when it was Sky News questioning him, he kept on saying it. He said, I never knew Jesus has done a lot for me when I was born, but this is me. And he said his name should be glorified. He kept on saying that. Jesus, I recall, he kept on saying his name should be glorified. It's a Jesus thing. It's a Jesus thing. And so the name was really, really emphatic. And that's how much they got the result right. So I must say on the show, congratulations to Arsenal. But for Aston Villa, Amadou Onana got off. John McGinn came in. They looked like a shaky team. Jadon Sancho should be more stronger. I looked at, all the Watkins. So missed a couple of chances. They had, I think it's about three shots on target. Now look at this. I belong to Jesus. How well he's loved by Jesus. And he kept on saying it's a Jesus thing on me. But for Ole Watkins, congratulations to him. 3 goals in a row in every season consecutively against Arsenal. And he scored more goals. No one has come close visiting Emirates and scoring more goals like that man, Ole Watkins. But let's talk more about Arsenal's style of play and how far they've come. According to the Spanish international Arteta, he said, we will be actively looking to strengthen the squad in January, depending on the availability of certain players. The window is there. I mean, we are Arsenal and we have to be looking at it. Our job is to be very prepared because something can happen. So if you know you're being chased, you need to own up. That's what Arteta is really doing now. He knows he's been chased and he's owning up. What a celebration for him. I think the goal, see, let me just say it. I think the Trossard goal was the winner of that game. You know why? If he had not scored, it would have been hope for Aston Villa. Maybe they've gotten one, then maybe we could say a draw. But that goal sealed it. That goal was just where the manager was like, come on, we are done here. But this one was a celebration from Gabriel Jesus' goal, and it was all about Arsenal. But let's talk about one man, world-class performance, Ryan Cherki. He's been great to watch. You'll see how he plays. He's been good to see him return away from the Ligue 1 side and coming to the Premier League. Not a return word, that's not the right word. Good to see him emerging well in the Premier League. Ryan Cherki, let's talk about him this season. Most assists from open play 7. Most big chances created 11. First player to reach 10 plus big chances created. He's top notch. This is a comparison on the screen. I don't know, but you can actually say it's on comparison within a short time. How much has come alive? Well done. Well done to the French international. There's a big message sent to Didier Deschamps at the World Cup. How do you go from here? You play this man or play Michael Olise. How do you go? They got quality, the French style, you know, the way they play, attacking players, I was saying, Kylian Mbappe, Hugo Ekitike, Mateta, you know, Olise, this man you have on your screen, Ryan Cherki. So I don't know if you get a start, but anytime, any day, he has owned up, and for every time he gets a space, the French international shows quality. 5 goals, 8 assists. For Man City so far, you cannot be writing that off from this French man. So, we'll wait to know how it goes. Now we keep on moving. Tell them more. What happened yesterday? Man United stopped that unbelievable Wolverhampton side. Well-deserved result for Aroko Dari and his people. Man United should be very, very... should I use the word? Should they be ashamed of themselves? I don't know if that sounds nasty anyways, but, you know, but I don't know. Xerxes scored and I felt like they could have sealed that one, but it happened to be 1-1 and not a good news for Man United fans, you know, after all of this. But they are not bad in the position where they belong now on the log is still unbelievable. And Amorim have come to say, no one tells me what to do. That I played the 4 at the back was good. I've been playing 3 because I don't have the players to play that. Now look at this record. Wolves lost the last 11 Premier League game in a row and then faced Man United and then they got a draw. So you could say good results for the Wolves side. Now we keep moving quickly and let's end up with this one. 2026, better one, 2027 season. European teams looking unstoppable. We have to say number 1 is Arsenal. You can say maybe Bayern Munich and any other one can make number 3 if you ask me. So let me say this. Congratulations to Arsenal. Congratulations to Bayern Munich. But the pressure is more on Arsenal because the Premier League is highly competitive and it's a league that you don't want to sleep off anytime. Looking at the games they have next, we'll bring it out to you on screen very soon. Maybe not today. The games they have more, you can see for yourself that it will be very, very hard. Okay, so most goals scored by a corner. We have Man United 2012, Arsenal 2025, Liverpool, Oldham, just like the record goes. But let's quickly tell you Arsenal's next fixtures and what we'll be seeing. Yesterday game showed us quality. First half, 7 shots. Aston Villa got 4. A shot on target, Arsenal had 1. Aston Villa had no shot on target in that very one. And expected goal was 0.57 for Arsenal. And of course it did happen. And Aston Villa 0.54, they failed. Now the second half was a turnaround. Arsenal 15 shots and Villa got 8. On target was Arsenal 6 and Villa got their first 3 in the second half. And then 2.61 expected goals for Arsenal and they manned up. But let's look at the game they have next. Coming up quickly, let's tell you so you can know if Arsenal has got a job to do. They are playing Bournemouth in the Premier League, and that will be 3rd January. Bournemouth away, Liverpool home, Portsmouth in the FA Cup, that will be away. Chelsea comes next, 14th January, and then we'll be saying Nottingham Forest, Arsenal, and that will be away. And they'll play away against Inter Milan, and that will be a test for them, and that comes late January. So we have to wait to see how Arsenal can own up all of the games. But up until then, we keep celebrating the Nigerian Super Eagles for their result, and also to my friend Rafael Onyedika for making his mark and putting a smile on faces of people like me in Nigeria, and also saying a word to Eric Chow. You need to look at me. I'm Rafael Onyedika. I play for Club Brugge and I'm in the Jubilant Pro League. You need to look at me. I have something to offer, and that's what I rightly said. When you give players opportunity like that, obviously they have something to offer, and that shows the manager what you've been missing. At this point in time, no message sent. Eric Chow will have to correct himself and put things to bed and put things to bury and give us all results that we need. But it continues again today. Talking about the AFCON, yes, we're seeing a lot of games that are coming up your way, and you just have to make sure you see those games. And when next will Nigeria be playing? Now they'll play today. We're seeing 5 p.m. Say both games 5 p.m. Equatorial Guinea will play against Algeria. Sudan will play against Burkina Faso all 5 p.m. And then Gabon, Ivory Coast, a must-watch match. And then Mozambique, Cameroon, Nigerians were waiting to see that one to know if we'll be playing Mozambique. Who is better for us to play? Any side would go. We've got a quality. Thank you so much for being with us. We have the media news coming up next right here. And when the guys return for 5 p.m., Jerry Apelwai and Ikechiko will be here to tell them all everything has to do with football. Keep watching Sports Republic Show. And it happens to be the last day for the Sports Republic Show on 2025. Not the last day, because we move by the grace of God. We'll be saying January. I'll be saying Happy New Year in a couple of hours time to come. But up until then, this is me reaching out to say have yourself a Merry Christmas. I think the word is compliment of the season, that's the better word. And then Happy New Year ahead of time. Happy New Year in advance. We will see, we'll do more. Keep watching, stay with us. The media news is coming up next. And then we'll see again how it goes. Save.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine and we've embraced it.
I must say the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Tinubu explains January 1 insistence for tax laws take off. Federal government assures not to debit citizens' bank accounts under new tax laws. NANS plans January 14 protest, demands FIRS chair's sack. Police fought Army's claim on Borno's suicide bombing. ADC says Obi's ADC defection in Enugu strategic for 2027. Obaseki family backs Pedro's legal action over assault. In business, CBN projects $51 billion external reserves in 2026. In sports, road NBF NSC Console Joshua mourn Lagos Ibadan crash victims. And in the world of entertainment, curators hail Enugu Yam Festival as African heritage spectacle. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu says the new tax reforms represent a historic reset of Nigeria's fiscal architecture and not an attempt to impose higher taxes on citizens. Against this background, he reaffirmed that the takeoff date is sacrosanct, stating that it was too late in the day to stop the law because 2 of the 4 tax laws were already operational and that the remaining 2 would begin tomorrow. In a statement personally signed by him, he described the tax reforms as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a fair, competitive and robust fiscal foundation for Nigeria, insisting that the implementation phase would proceed as scheduled in spite of the public controversy. According to the president, the new tax laws, including those that took effect on June 26, 2025, and the remaining acts scheduled to commence on January 1, 2026, will continue as planned. He emphasized that the reforms were not revenue-hunting measures, but a deliberate effort to harmonize Nigeria's fragmented tax system, reduce duplication across tiers of government, and strengthen trust between citizens and the state. Meanwhile, the federal government has reassured Nigerians that the new tax reforms does not include automatic debits on personal bank accounts, adding that individuals do not need to provide explanations for transfers. Allaying some implementation fears, Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Taiwo Oyedele, explained that nobody's account will be debited for any amount transferred. Oyedele, who spoke during a local television program, said the new tax system simplifies reporting and ensures fair taxation for small businesses without burdening the vulnerable. According to him, people know what constitutes their income and what does not, and they are expected to tell the government their income and the tax. He added that if one is exempted, it should be so declared. In the meantime, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has announced January 14, 2026 as a National Day of Action at the Presidential Villa Gate against the implementation of the now controversial tax reform laws. In a statement by the NANS National President, Olushola Oladoja, the body described the presidency's insistence on the scheduled implementation as a grave insult to Nigerians. It warned the government that there can be no government without the governed, and that while power may reside in offices, the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. Meanwhile, NANS has demanded the immediate sack of the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, Zach Adedeji, over what it described as gross incompetence, poor performance and total failure, especially in the design, execution, and public enlightenment about the tax reform law ahead of its takeoff on January 1, 2026. It accused the FIRS leadership of failing to adequately engage critical stakeholders, particularly students and other vulnerable groups, before rolling out the reforms. Meanwhile, Nigerians are calling for an investigation into the controversy surrounding the recently enacted tax laws, amid claims that the versions released to the public differ from those approved by the National Assembly. Those who spoke with correspondent Rhoda Johnny say a transparent probe would help build public trust and confidence in the country's tax system.
They have shared varied opinions following allegations that newly enacted tax laws were altered after being approved by the National Assembly. Some people expressed concern over the discrepancies between the versions filed by lawmakers and the copies officially published. They said the laws should be suspended pending a thorough investigation to ensure transparency and maintain public trust.
As a Nigerian, I condemn both of their suggestions. And whatever the presidency is looking at from different angles, why the House of Assembly is looking at, but we don't have an integrated National Assembly. What I mean is that they are not unified. Because if we're to be a place where we have a cohesive National Assembly, we won't be having all these type of things that we're having. Because this is democracy. We need what will benefit both the rich and the poor. I will advise both parties to go back to the drawing board and look for a law that will be suitable to the people. That's my advice to them.
Others, however, believe that halting the implementation could disrupt government revenue and that the matter should be resolved without delay.
It's my opinion that the implementation of this act should be delayed while the public is still interrogating the act and based on the concerns expressed in public and by citizens. It's an obligation on a resident to pay tax and in an ideal society where things work. But of course, we know that in our state, that's in our country, there's always a problem of trust. And our economy in the last year has been very, very unpredictable. And I don't think this is the best time for the government to come up with tax reforms. It's not a good time at all.
Many residents are now urging the government to properly investigate the allegations and provide clarity, saying swift action is necessary to restore confidence in the tax system. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
In a similar development, some Nigerians told Oyindamola Olukoton that the tax laws should be suspended pending clarification, while others said they should remain enforced to maintain order and accountability.
In Nigeria has generated heated debate across the country, with allegations of alteration in tax regulation, raising questions on whether the law should be suspended or enforced. To get the views of Nigerians, Voice of the People TV took to the streets of Lagos to get people's reaction.
Let it commence first. So from there, we know what the government have in plan for us.
I'm not paying tax in this Nigeria. The money whether they thief for this country to another foreign country that they discover for America, why they not return come to Nigeria?
It's a good idea. But the problem there is, if only our government can be accountable for every tax that we pay, because already we've not we previously used to pay tax, but they are not giving us account of how they spend the money.
I don't think, because I don't see the benefits. There are a lot of problems in Nigeria. Why are they facing on this? There are a lot of things. There's the bandits, there's corruption, there are a lot of things. Them putting tax, we are not benefiting anything from. I don't even know what is the use of the tax they are removing from our bank.
Now we want to start paying tax. Yeah, so basic amenities should be provided for us any day, anytime. Like as you can see, no lights, no water, no good hospital facilities to take care of people, you know. So if we start paying tax, they should assure us that, okay, paying the tax, all these things will start getting it.
What we do by then is that we can then come out and protest against it in a peaceful way, not in and that will cause any form of violence.
The increments in goods and everything, now they want to remove money from our bank accounts. That's really bad.
They are not paying tax.
The divergent opinions on the street show that Nigerians are divided on the tax issue, reflecting the broader concern over governance, fairness, and accountability.
Many thanks to Rhoda Johnny and Oyindamola Olukoton for that report. Now, away from that, the Nigerian army says its troops killed 47 terrorists, rescued over 30 kidnapped victims, and arrested 19 criminal suspects across several theaters of operations within the last 72 hours. In a statement, the army listed the major operational successes by its operatives to include the recovery of a cache of arms, ammunition, and other logistics. It noted that the coordinated land and air operations underscore the Army's sustained offensive against terrorists, bandits, kidnappers, and other criminal elements threatening national security. According to the statement, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, has continued to emphasize intelligence-driven, joint and people-centric operations aimed at protecting lives, property, and critical national assets. Meanwhile, the Borno State Police Command has refuted as misinformation the claims that the Nigerian army arrested a suspected suicide bomber in the state, insisting rather that the operation was carried out by the police and that no active improvised explosive device was recovered. According to the police public relations officer of the Borno State Police Command, Nahum Daso, he said the suspect was arrested by the police and was currently in police custody, adding that it was a police operation and the items recovered from him were not IEDs. A statement by the Media and Information Officer of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hadinkai, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, had disclosed that the troops arrested a suspected suicide bomber in Borno State identified as Abubakar Mustafa. It stated that the suspect was arrested on Monday by troops of the 152 Task Force Battalion in collaboration with other security agencies in Bama Local Council of the state, and that preliminary investigations revealed him to be in possession of additional incriminating materials linked to terrorist activities, amongst others. In another development, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has accused the federal government of forcing opposition governors and politicians into joining the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, by marginalizing them. Speaking during a local television program, PDP spokesman Ini Memobong noted that all the governors who have defected, especially from the PDP, say they were connecting to the center to enable them take the benefits back home. According to him, this indicates the inability of the federal government to run an egalitarian system while also showing nepotism by running a system based on which party one belongs to. Still on politics, leader of the Obedience Movement, Dr. Yunusa Tanko, says presidential candidate of the Labour Party in 2023, Peter Obi, chose Enugu State for his formal defection to the African Democratic Congress, ADC, today because the Southeast wants to make a statement that will shake the 2027 polls. He explained that leaders and members of the Obedient Movement who bolstered Obi's presidential push in 2023 were already in Enugu for the defection, adding that Obi had been a member of the ADC coalition all the while. According to Tanko, Enugu is the historical capital of the Southeast, and his choice of the zone adds historical solidity when the East wants to make a statement. He added that today's event is to chart the way forward for Obi's numerous supporters. In the meantime, Abia State Governor Alex Oti has ruled out defecting from the Labour Party in spite of plans by the party's 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi to leave the platform. Oti, during his monthly media briefing in Umuahia, the Abia State capital, said he had decided to remain in the Labour Party to help rebuild and reposition it. He disclosed that Obi had personally informed him of his intention to exit the party and that he had no objection to the decision, but emphasized that his own political path would be different. You're still watching the Midday News and Voice of the People television. We're now being joined by legal luminary, Barrister Darlington Agomo, for the news analysis segment today. How are you doing, sir? Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, Shama, how is the day going?
Well, it's going. That's what's important. We're slowly inching towards 2026. How do you feel about 2025 as a whole? We literally had almost 5 stories on the tax laws. Many Nigerians are waiting with bated breath to see what it will portend for them in 2026. Already, just like in the time of COVID and in the time of Ebola, different misinformation already flying about on social media where people are saying, oh, if you put the right narration, you won't be taxed. If you do this, you evade the tax. If you do that, you won't be taxed. How does that make you feel about 2025 and going into 2026, knowing that in less than 24 hours, that law will come into effect?
The law itself is defective because we have an existing tax law. And my take is that if the existing tax law is properly utilized, we don't need a new one. All this harmonization, smuggling and all that. These are things that they are using to confuse the gullible Nigerians. There is an existing tax law. All you need, why not properly manage the taxes you are collecting? That is what you owe Nigerians. Because there is no guarantee that this thing you are doing now will make the economy to be buoyant. No, it cannot. Because you remove a subsidy. And you told us when you were doing it that with the removal, we don't need to borrow money. That in fact, we have more money than we need to champion our infrastructural deficit and all that. These are the things they promised us with the subsidy removal. So what happened to that? Nobody have explained to us. Nobody. As if that is not enough. NNPC, which is the cash cow of Nigeria, what is coming out from there is sordid story, embarrassing story of corruption, story of money disappearing and missing. You did not tidy it up. And for that reason, we are looking for 210 trillion naira. You have not explained to us what happened to that money. with all these things, for God's sake? What is the guarantee that this your tax law or your tax policy will bring a succor to Nigerians? Tell me. Is it not people that are working that you are going to tax? With the 40% unemployment, is it not companies that are working, companies that are doing business, companies that are existing, that you are going to collect tax from? So, these other companies that have left Nigeria, and these other businesses that are closed down, how are you going to collect tax from them? These are questions that you need to answer us. It is only when these things are done properly we can say, okay, yeah, at least, okay, there is the force policy and all that. They have been properly managed. So, in fact, you won't even tell people they will surrender the tax on their own. They will beg you to come and collect the tax. But when all these things are happening and you have not explained to us, bearing in mind what happened in Lagos State here when Alpha Beta came, the same tax. Alpha Beta was created to collect tax for Lagos State. What happened to that company? It became so bad that the managing director of that company had to carry their file and drop it with EFCC. Apparently, he is tired of committing fraud. That man told us that they have over 100 billion naira of taxes that they have not paid. The managing director of Alpha Beta. And because they wanted to kill him, he ran away from Nigeria. This has happened and nobody have explained to us nothing. And you want to collect tax by fire, by force. Please, for God's sake, the money you have been borrowing, of what use did you put it into? Because you are talking of money and that tax is money. So if all this money that are already in place, you have not managed it well, what is the guarantee that you are going to manage the tax money very well? That is my worry here. These are genuine concerns that any rational Nigerian should be asking questions for. If these things that we have pointed out, you have not addressed it, what is the guarantee that this tax you are going to manage it well? There is no guarantee. There is no guarantee. That is the truth. And that's why some of us are asking questions. Address those questions. Address it. The 210 trillion naira, where is it? In fact, if they can recover that money, we don't need to pay tax like some other nations. Saudi Arabia people, they don't pay tax. It's on record. Is it not the same oil money that they are using to better the life of their people? So what are you telling me here? Recover that money. It happened under your APC government. So where is it? 210 trillion is a big money, for God's sake. Nigerians should rise up and ask for that money. That's what I'm saying. It is not a rumor. It is not propaganda. It's not gossip.
Already, Nigerians are rising up to say they will not be standing for the new tax laws. The National Association of Nigerian Students are saying that they will declare a national day of action to take place on January 14. In fact, they are also demanding, right? They are demanding for the sack of FIRS Chairman Zach Adedeji, saying he did not interface with them. He did not give Nigerians the right orientation for them to really understand what the tax laws are about. Would you also be calling for the sack of the FIRS Chairman?
In fact, not only his side, they should probe him. Because he has not managed our tax system very well. They should probe him. Because we saw what happened when the people in NNPC were probed. They started resigning by force. Some resigning, some now agree that yes, so certain money and all that. So they should probe him before they will now punish him. I don't understand this idea of you see that somebody has stolen money. Instead of you to ask him to return the money and then prosecute you, say you should go. So you should go and enjoy this loot, Abi. That is the meaning. As for NANS, NANS is no longer NANS. They are just speaking so that somebody will call them and say, please don't do that thing. Come, what do you want? That's the only thing NANS is represent. They no longer represent the Nigerian students in the university. They don't. They are this. What we have now is political NANS. If they are the NANS of 70s of Ali must go, Nigerian government will not be doing most of the things they are doing, especially in the educational sector. So in fact, I'm not even interested in what they are saying because I know it will never happen. It will never happen. In the first place, they are not together. They are not united. The moment they want to carry out as now, we take a different position. Yes, they are not united. We have an APC NANS, and we have the other opposition NANS. So which one is going to do the protest?
Which one is going to do the protest, you ask? Anyway, let us move on to the PDP accusing the federal government of forcing governors and others into APC with the threat of marginalization. The APC says the federal government, the APC, they are forcing opposition governors, opposition politicians into joining the ruling party by marginalizing them. Now, they came to this conclusion after PDP spokesman says anytime governors defect and they are asked, they said they want to connect to the center to enable them to take the benefits back home. Does that mean that you cannot be in your own political party and connect to the center? Does that mean if you're in a different political party, whatever is largesse is being shared at the center will not get to you and your people?
It means that there are extra money these people that are defecting are collecting. So everybody wants to go and collect it. That is just the simple truth. It means that they are being induced to defect from what they are saying now. Because I don't see this idea of connecting to the center so that you collect what? Is it not a fact allocation that you are giving, like every other person? So how is that connecting to the center? You mean if you did not defect, they will not give you your fact allocation or what? There is no sense in what they are saying, except that they are being induced to defect, except that they want to go and hide under APC to cover for the atrocities they have committed in office. They are defecting into APC so that EFCC will not come after them. These are the real reasons. Apart from that, forget all this thing they are saying. Forget it. Malami, the former Attorney General, who did not defect to APC, don't you see what he's going through today? Ordinary bail, they cannot grant him. Meanwhile, the offense is a bailable offense. Can you imagine, Chioma? The offense is a bailable offense. Remember that yesterday we discussed that matter here as what happened in Uganda. Remember? Good. You can see. Just like what happened in Uganda. It is at the whims and caprices of the judge whether you are a politically involved judge. Then if the politician is using the judge to deal with you, at that point, the law is no longer effective. It is now what the judge wants, not what the law says. And that was why those lawyers in Uganda are resisting. Because ordinarily, whatever they are talking in that Uganda is a bailable offense under the law. But look at what they are saying there. The same thing that's happened to Malami here. A bailable offense is no longer bailable because you are not in our party. Ah, God Almighty. Nigeria, we heard you.
Are we hailing Nigeria or are we hailing the ruling party? Some would say that this is what politicking is about, though. You try to get more people on your side when you know that the majority carries the vote. Even in the Nigerian legislature right now, in the upper and lower chambers, National Assembly and the House of Reps, we see the APC having more people, right? This makes it easier for them to pass laws that actually benefit them, benefit their people. So some will say this is politicking and that the opposition should also step up and politic as much as the APC is politicking. Would you want to blame the APC for doing everything that they can to ensure that they retain power since they are the party in power? Recall, that the PDP was in power for 16 years, and they were even aiming for 60 years. The APC has been in power for over about 10 years now, so if they're trying to retain power as much as they can, some Nigerians would want to actually blame the politicians and governors who are moving, saying they're doing so because of greed. Because even after they move, they still do not attract this development that they say they want to get for their people. So why blame the party and not the people?
Now, those who started this idea of democracy, they put checks and balances to avoid what? Power being in the hands of one man. That is why it is said that power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The moment one man collects all the power from the executive, from the judiciary, from the legislature, it is all over. It is all over. The man will aspire to do anything. In fact, he will aspire to remain tight in office because who is going to challenge him? He has all the power. That is why you will never hear this type of nonsense in the Western world. It can never, you can't dream of it. You can see why Africa is not moving forward. Where do you see this type of thing happening? Is it not in Africa? Donald Trump, with all the power he has in America, he can't even try this. He dare not. If his own party that will impeach him the following day. You can see why Africa is not moving forward. When one man gets into office, he wants to remain there and start playing God. Start acting like a God. Destroying all the democratic tenets in place in the book. He destroyed them, making sure that things don't work. Richard Nixon was forced to resign in office in 1974. Because of what? He was just eavesdropping. Eavesdropping. Wiretapping an opponent, too. That's all. Just doing that alone cost him his second time in office. That is the Watergate scandal. Go and read. It's there in the internet. Go and read, look at it. You are not allowed to do anything to hamstrung any democratic principle in place. You dare not. There must be a level playing field, free and fair election. You are not expected to go and do anything to even use your position to corrupt the system. You will be charged for it. But here in Africa, the man in power can do anything. In fact, on the day of election, he will gather all the opposition and put them in prison. After the election, when he has won, he will not release them. So, that is your Africa. That's what is happening here. And tomorrow, when the white man call you a disgraced nation, you say, why are they insulting us? Tell me any democratic nation where this type of nonsense is happening and everybody kept quiet. Tell me. Donald Trump, with all the power he has, cannot try this nonsense. He cannot even dream of it. But it's happening in Black Africa. And people are calling themselves a human being. That is, even animals in the bush cannot behave the way some African leaders behave.
Unfortunately,
just because they are in power.
Unfortunately, we'll go back to the issue. You remember? You remember the conversation you and I had? I think it was during the midday news on Monday, right? And I asked you what we could do better in 2026. Oh. And you said the president should step aside and hand over the country to somebody that will fix it.
Yes.
Kind of like an Obioma Taylor, right?
Yes.
That will try to seal the country back.
I'm telling you.
For like a year. And then he can return and continue from where the person stopped. And it was a questioning back and forth, almost devolved into a mild argument.
Yes.
Now, some Nigerians were not very happy about that because, some of them felt like I was being myopic with the kind of questions that I was asking. But at the end of the day, it involves the lives of the people. But this particular one we're talking about is politics. Would you say there was no element of greed involved? When these governors and when these politicians say, I want to join the ruling party, when the PDP was in power, weren't there people moving from other parties to the ruling party because they believed that the PDP was holding it down?
It wasn't to this extent. Chioma, it was never. In fact, at least they came over to PDP on their own willingly. Not when you were inducing them, not when you were intimidating them, not when you are threatening them. PDP never go this far now. People came to PDP.
Where is the proof of threat?
Oh,
where is the proof that these people were being threatened to join the ruling party?
What is the strategy?
Where is the proof that they are being what's the word now? That they are being pushed, they are being threatened, or they are being intimidated to join the ruling party. Where is the proof? Or are we just saying it for saying sake because it makes conversations interesting? He adds pepper and salt to the conversation. Let's be realistic, because Nigerians need to know if these people are doing these things in order to make sure that life is better for them. So when they say we are doing this for our people, all I want to see is where they attract that development to their people.
You are taking my time to answer you. Don't worry. You have asked me a question. Let me answer you.
Go ahead.
I hope you'll be ready to listen to me.
I'm listening to you.
Let's start from River State.
Okay.
Please, was there any reason for state of emergency in River State?
We are talking about a gale of defections here.
That is not what, at the end of the day, what happened? Didn't Fubara defect to APC?
You believe he did that because he didn't have a choice?
Is that what?
You believe he did that because he did not have a choice. He just has to align with the APC so he can have a peaceful term as governor of the state, right?
Hold on, though. Why do you think a state of emergency was declared in River State where there was no reason? I think no reason. Meanwhile, in a place where there is actual terrorism, actual chaos, he did not bother to declare state of emergency. At the end of the day, what happened in River State? Have they not taken River State now? Is Fubara not in APC? That is one. Two, why is Wike doing what he's doing? Who is behind him? Who gave him the impetus to be doing what he's doing? And why was he not called to order? And today, PDP is no more. He even told them that the only reason for peace in PDP is that they should not bring up a presidential candidate. Today, where is PDP? Chioma, you were asking question, no? Oh yeah, it's not my own turn. Are you still asking question?
I'm the interviewer here, Vice Darlington. You are the one who have to answer my question. I am giving you answer.
I told you to be ready for the answer.
You have to go state by state, right? Because if you want to start with the first few people to defect from the PDP to APC, we will go back to, was it February or March, when the whole structure of the Delta state government defected to the APC.
I said,
Sheriff Oborowori, the state governor, the former state governor, Ifeanyi Okonwa also defected. Everybody is defecting.
Hold on.
We are not just looking at state of emergency here, Vice Darlington. Let's hit the nail on the head, right? Why do these people defect? They say it is to attract development to their people, right? But then they get to the APC and we are still not seeing that development. You claim, alongside the PDP and Obedient Movement and others, that, the ruling party is intimidating them to join. And I asked the question, where is the proof of that intimidation?
Are you not? The examples I gave you is not enough, Abi.
Okay, the situation in Rivers State is an example of intimidation. What about in Delta State?
That what happened?
Where Sheriff Oborowori, the current state governor, former governor Ifeanyi Okonwa, the whole PDP structure, the whole government structure of the state defected. What was the intimidation that prompted that?
You want them to come out in the open and tell you, Abi? Hold on, no. You didn't know what happened in Delta State. Was it not Okowa who was accused of 1.3 trillion naira, whatever?
The EFCC says him being a member of the APC will not stop his probe.
Really? What happened? Since that time, have you had any of the... when did you go to the court last to defend himself on that case? Please tell me. When last did you hear that Okowa went to court because of that allegation? Can you tell me? You can see now. When Oshobolo told you that if you come to APC, your sins are forgiven.
He has since said that he was misunderstood.
Look, what he said is not important now. We are looking at the action. Action speak louder than words. Mention anybody that ran into APC that they are harassing. Tell me one person that went into APC that they are harassing now. Tell me, mention the person. Oh yeah. Just mention the person. You can see now. Chioma, your argument has no basis here. You cannot defend this government and what they are doing.
That's the problem. You do not understand that. I don't have a dog in this fight, right?
Hey,
I do not have a dog in this fight. So I'm asking that you can shed light, right? We want to educate the people. No problem. I've heard you. No problem. I've heard you. But at the end of the day, you know that these things you're saying, they are your opinions. People who are affected to the APC, they are there, they're enjoying their lives. And ordinary Nigerians who they say they defected for are not enjoying their own lives.
Chioma, you go to places where things are happening. Whenever you are running into a place, it's because of what you are seeing there, the performance, the progressive nature of that party and some things like that. Is that not true? Mention one good reason why these people are jumping into APC. Is it that APC government, since they came into office in 2015, they have been doing wonders in Nigeria?
They may see everything that's been happening as wonders, but still on defections, because we need to go. I've been warned we have just 1 minute before I let you go. Still on defections, right? Peter Obi is defected to is joining the ADC. You know, Satanko says he will be doing that in Enugu State, and it's a strategic decision as Enugu State is a historical capital of the Southeast. Alex Oti, Abia State Governor, says he will not be joining Peter Obi in the ADC. He will remain a member of the Labour Party in order to try to shape up the party ahead of 2027 polls. Let's get your thoughts on that for about 1 minute.
Let him declare first. I've told you, everybody who cares to listen, that I'm not talking about Peter Obi for now. So let him declare.
Why is that though?
Because of what has happened in the past. I've made it clear. I've said it severally that I'm no longer interested in talking about Peter Obi. I have talked enough. And I know what I receive in return. So let him declare first.
You know, you shouldn't be scared of criticism.
No, oh, God, don't say that. On principle, scared of what? Who is that person that will threaten me?
No, it's not threat. It's criticism. So, not everybody will be happy with what you say.
I even want it. All I'm saying that when you want to come with superior and a more intelligent argument and criticism. Right. Yes, but not when you want to insult yourself. You begin to talk anyhow. I'm not interested in that. So let Peter be declared. Then I will now say what I want to say and ask the questions I needed to ask. It's as simple as that.
All right then. So you'll be holding that thought in your pocket until you see what happens after his defection.
Is it not today, Abi?
Thank you.
So
Thank you for joining us on the Midday News, Barrister Darlington Akwomo. I appreciate your presence and your analysis. You're still watching the Midday News on Voice of the People television. When we return, a Basaki family backs Pedro's legal action over assault. Stay with us for these and more stories right after the break.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back. The Obaseki family of Benin City in Edo State have backed the decision of the former managing director of Dar Communications, Dr. Pedro Obaseki, to seek legal redress over the humiliation he suffered on Sunday. A mob had stripped Obaseki at the Uwa Primary School football field in Benin over alleged disrespect to the Oba of Benin. In a viral video on social media, he was stripped naked, intimidated and forcefully taken to the palace where the chiefs took him in before further actions. Addressing newsmen, the Okaigbe of the Obaseki family worldwide, Daniel Obaseki, condemned the manner in which Pedro was beaten, stating that no father, mother, brother, sister or person of good conscience can witness such sordid humiliation of a son of Benin without being profoundly shaken. He described the victim as a respected professional, cultural ambassador, and member of a frontline noble family. On behalf of the family, he condemned the incident as barbaric, shameful, and a gross violation of his fundamental human right. According to him, the family deliberately delayed their reaction to properly digest the bizarre incident and await the response of constituted authorities. In the meantime, reactions continue to trail the recent United States strikes on alleged ISIL targets in northwest Nigeria. While the federal government described the operation as a joint effort to curb terrorism, citizens have expressed mixed reactions to the development. VPTV's Matthew Ogunswada reports.
Military involved. Then Donald Trump announced targeted airstrikes against Islamic State-linked groups operating in Nigeria's northwest, particularly in Sokoto State. The announcement was made on Christmas evening via social media, although details of the damage remain unclear. U.S. defense officials confirmed the strikes were carried out in coordination with the Nigerian government. In response, Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says the operation involved intelligence sharing and strategic planning with full respect for Nigeria's sovereignty and international law. Foreign Affairs Minister Yusuf Tugar confirmed that President Bola Tinubu approved the joint operation, stressing that strikes are not targeted at any religion, emphasizing Nigeria's commitment as a multi-religious nation working with international partners to combat terrorism and protect lives and property. As Voice of the People TV, we spoke with Nigerians to get their views on this latest development and the growing international role in Nigeria's fight against terrorism.
Christmas gift that Trump gave us should continue. We want more strikes on these terrorists because when we are able to decimate these terrorists and Nigeria is secure, then everybody can go about their normal lawful work and then the country can grow. Because it's when you work that you pay tax and then the country grows.
Nigeria should be able to defend herself and protect her people, and I believe she is, right? But we're not seeing that happen, and people are dying, and something needs to be done. So if we have someone from the external, a foreign country, coming to help us to tackle that problem, I think it's good. So you might argue and say this, but the truth is, at the end of the day, people are dying and people need to be saved. And if somebody's going to help us do what we can do for ourselves, then let's have it.
If you're talking of not years back, that is like you are talking of paradise years back. But now, it's so scary. So scary. You cannot go to North now. Many people want to go and invest in the North. They could not because of insecurity. Yes. So we urge our leaders to put more effort to bring the peace and to stop the terrorists attacking people that are going for businesses in the North.
As Nigeria continues its fight against terrorism, many citizens say lasting peace will depend not only on foreign support, but on effective governance, security reforms, and the protection of all communities. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Many thanks to Matthew for that report. We take you straight into the world of business, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has projected the country's external reserves to climb to $51.04 billion in 2026, up from $45 billion in 2025. According to the CBN's 2026 macroeconomic outlook for Nigeria, published on Tuesday, the external reserves are expected to be boosted by reduced pressure in the foreign exchange market based on the anticipated rise in oil earnings, sovereign bond issuance, and diaspora remittance inflows. The report stated that Dangote Refinery's expansion of its nameplate capacity to 700,000 barrels per day from 650,000 barrels per day in 2025 and eventually to be 1.4 million barrels per day in the medium term would further support the growth in external reserves. It noted that reforms in the FX market are expected to further enhance efficiency and transparency, narrow the premium between the Nigerian foreign exchange market and Bureau de change rate, and sustain exchange rate stability. On inflation, the CBN anticipates that headline inflation will decelerate further to 12.94% in 2026, driven by a combination of factors, and is expected to come down to 10.75% in 2027. Now on to sports. The Nigerian Boxing Federation and the National Sports Commission have sympathized with world boxing star Anthony Joshua and the families of the victims of the fatal road accident on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. In the accident were Joshua's strength and conditioning coach, Sina Gami, and his personal trainer, Kevin Ayodele, who unfortunately lost their lives. In a condolence message on behalf of the Nigerian boxing community, NBC President and Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, said the incident was deeply distressing. Noting that the loss of life is always deeply distressing, Edun said the boxing community prays for Joshua's speedy recovery and that the souls of the departed may rest in peace. Similarly, Director General of the NSC, Bukola Olopade, conveyed the Commission's sympathy to Joshua and the families of the deceased. Visiting Joshua on behalf of the NSC Chairman, Shehu Diko, and the entire staff, Olopade described the incident as tragic and heartbreaking, but thank God for Joshua's survival. And finally, entertainment. Curators of the Enugu New Yam Festival 2025 Heritage and Culture Africa have described the activities marking its grand finale as a world-class cultural spectacle that combines tradition, music, and modern production to showcase African heritage. Speaking on the Iriji or New Yam Festival, which marked the end of the harvest season, the curator said it was conceived to celebrate unity, abundance, and cultural pride while creating opportunities for the younger generations to connect with, preserve, and reinterpret African heritage. In a statement, the curator said the festival demonstrated that culture thrives when it evolves in ways that resonate with today's youth, feature large-scale stage architecture, high-definition LED visuals, and performances that seamlessly blended cultural storytelling with contemporary music. And that's it on the Midday News. Thank you for watching. My name is Chioma Innocent. Do stay tuned. Spotlight with Precious Agumanu comes up shortly.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, people. Welcome to Spotlight Show. Yes, on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people, and who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we are still talking about the 2026 that is few hours to 2026, and 2025 has been a lot of things has happened this year, and everybody is so excited to move over to the next year. And I'm sure you already have your plans, your goals, things you want to do next year, so be prepared. Everybody's warming up, likewise me too. And yes, today is going to be a special day, and we're going to talk about a lot of things, but basically we're going to talk about a recap of the things that has happened this year. Trust me, this year has been a blessing to a lot of persons, yes, and things actually happened this year too. But yes, first off, we're going to talk about the marital issues between Regina Daniels and Ned Nwoko. You remember reports of marital issues between Nollywood actress Regina Daniels and her billionaire husband, Senator Ned Nwoko, began surfacing publicly after noticeable changes in Regina's social media presence. So observers pointed to periods where the actress stopped posting her husband, removed some shared photos, and made cryptic statements that sparked speculation about tension within the marriage. So her absence from certain public engagement involving Ned Nwoko further fueled conversations online, with fans questioning the state of their relationship. So the situation generated widespread debate on social media and entertainment platforms, though neither Regina Daniels nor Ned Nwoko officially has actually come out to say anything concerning it again. And yes, we're still talking about, while Ned Nwoko, remained largely silent on some matters, despite the reports of public speculations, no formal statement has been made since then. And we're still talking about Ned and Regina Daniels. It's a lot of things that happened, yes, this year. And it's actually very, it's a lot, actually. So basically the issues that they've been having, you get what I'm trying to say, drug said, drug did not say. A lot of people are saying, you took drugs and you did not take. So the whole saga has been a lot, trust me. And now, she not complaining about seeing her kids, being close to her children. As a mother, I feel her pain, because definitely she has to be close to her children. But Ned is trying to say, you have to go to rehabilitation. You have to finish this, finish what you have started, actually, and before you see your kids. But she's saying, I'm not on drugs. You get what I'm trying to say? So I basically want to talk about the mother and the child. See, when it comes to mother and child, we don't need to, there's this connection a mother and a child always have. You way born pikin know as close you supposed to be with your pikin. So when you never see your pikin for, some days, you're going to fear. That love, that care, it's a lot of things. I understand how Regina is feeling right now, but that is just the thing. And yes, people don't come out talk plenty things concerning this. As at then, when this whole matter come out, a lot of people talk, say, babe, why would they blame you? People, they accuse Ned. A lot of people see they accuse Regina, say they talk like person way, actually they on the drugs. And people are also saying that Ned is, he's not saying the truth. So actually, this whole matter and saga has to, I just pray that, everybody has gone to their separate ways. Everybody has gone their separate ways, basically, because, Ned has moved on with his, Moroccan wife, and Regina is on her own, making life better for herself. Basically, that is what is supposed to happen. Because, see, marriage is not by force. If you agree, you do, you do. If you don't agree, you leave. Nobody will carry. See, I'm telling you, nobody can stay. I just still advise people way they into, a lot of things, and feel say maybe if you dey for inside violent relationship. I pity you, because this 2026 where you will enter now, you must get sense in Jesus' name. Amen to that. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come to say, concerning Ned and Regina as at then. Let's take some comments. And yes, Esther 9031, she talked about there's nothing anybody can tell polygamy is never a happy place. And yes, let's talk about polygamy basically. See, I still stand with the fact that one man, one woman. You understand? When anybody want to talk about the polygamy part, having two wives, getting married to two husbands if possible for you. But trust me, I still prefer the one man, one woman, because the issues that come with polygamy is crazy. I'm not saying basically, I'm trying to say this based on what I've seen so far. Yes, because issues where they polygamy is crazy. It's not everybody that can stay in that kind of, jealousy, envy, a lot of things to fight when it comes to polygamy. You fit, that's the thing. People now want to talk, say, men no day again. Forget, men day, now you never see. They say, men no day again, say they want they enter, say babes they talk, basically, say they don't fit wait again, say pressure there on their side, say they just want turn to be the second wife, say they don't mind. To them, they don't have any issues with it. But come to think of it, now wait till you fit endure. You get what I'm trying to say? Many people will not fit stay for polygamy, relationship and family. It's a lot. All right, let's take some comments of what people are saying concerning Ned and Regina. And yes, Yinka said, why are some people happy about this? And said, normally people when just fight last night will still come here to type nonsense. Try and understand that you not your father's house. There must be misunderstanding. They'll relax. They will beg you because they know you of value. If not for you, I know who Ned be. Okay, so this person, Oma B, are you trying to say that Ned's fame actually came through Regina? Is that what you're trying to say? Because exactly that's what I just read right now. Okay. Is well, Ned is a politician, and Regina is also, she's a celebrity, movie actress, and it's a lot of things. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't matter whether this one has to beg for this one, but since so far so good, nobody has begged each other. Everybody is going their separate ways, and basically, I think that is the best part, where everybody, settles the thing amicably. Everybody go to your separate way, make this whole matter rest. Yes. Yes. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And Phoenix Hairs said, all right, Phoenix Hairs said, he's calling her mom. The kids love her. Take it easy on yourself, baby Gina. And come to think about it, Gina and her kids are so adorable. Yes. When it comes to Regina and her children, I think most of the times she, posts her children online, and like, you know, share these love words and stuff like that. It's actually beautiful, you know. But now that she has been a bit separated from her children, maybe she has not seen them for a while, I just wonder what she'll be feeling right now, because trust me, it's never an easy one. And yes, Esther 90. Okay, right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And Chidera said, let us know when the movie comes out. Actually, it wasn't a movie. It actually happened. Yes, the issues between Ned and Regina really happened. And Love said, once you see a woman is always flaunting her marriage online, just know she is chopping shege in that marriage. That the happy one hardly flaunt it online. Bele, my dear. Okay, let's talk about you know, flaunting your marriage online. All right, I am never a fan of putting out your, you know, personal marriage, basically marriage. You could put any other thing, you know, you get a car, but basically when it comes to your family, I'm not a fan of that, you know, putting it out on social media and the rest of them. But it's everybody's differences, like everybody's choice and everybody's everybody's choice to make. If you want to put yours, that definitely. So don't really judge basically because she actually puts her marriage outside. Tell me, yes. Anything where just one scatter, go still scatter. No matter whether you put them outside or you know still put them outside. Last, the thing, if you see one scatter, it will still happen like that. So it doesn't really matter if it's put it out or not. So yes, so we still have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying about this. And Benny Feet said mistakes she made was marrying him. She could have just dated him like all the actresses. Her mother should be blamed. She got all the talent to be successful as a young actress. Now, people are saying her mother should be blamed. Do you think her mother should be blamed? Because I think at that age she was, basically she said she was 19 or she was 20, you know, as the news had then. So if actually she was at that age, I think she's, you know, legally, if she was 18, she was of age, to know what she wants and what she doesn't. So if you're saying you're going to be blaming the mother, I don't think that is the aspect we're supposed to go into, because basically Regina, as at then, you know, at her age, she should know her wrong and her right and know the left and the right. So yes, basically, I wouldn't blame the mom, because I think she was up to that age to say, I don't want this. I need this. She knows what she wanted. And when she came out to say that nobody should blame her mother, that she actually went there because she actually loved Ned. So please, nobody should, you know, start putting blames on anybody. It's not necessary. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people talked about this, and yes, we have a lot of comments. And I am Alex Tony said, it's crazy that it's someone who knows her that recorded this and sent it to the blogs. You might not agree with her choices, but it's wickedness to do this to someone at their most vulnerable moment. Okay, and somebody else said this is false. The message is too direct. Okay. At Deborah Stephen 53 said, if this is true, I sincerely feel bad about this. Okay. Another person said the poor also cry, so don't get. Let the rich cry. Last, everybody for the country, they cry. The economy, they beat all of us. And Licky said, Naskit, I don't believe until she set ring lights to confirm them. Oh, that's a lot. I just feel that Senator Ned's issues with Regina Daniels was really something that, you know, that really baffled. It actually baffled me. I actually shocked a little bit, because, you know, when they put all their posts and they're all loved up and the rest of them, see, you can't make person they think, say, you know, love. Do you think people still really love the way they really love right now? Because I don't see, with all these things happening, I don't see where love seems to be, you know, talking about being real anymore. Everybody now says, I love you. Anybody that says I love you now has to be checked, because it's a lot of things. Yes, Because you can't tell me you just get married, with all the weddings and everything, within how many years, and you're like saying you're done. That's why I continue to say, you won't enter relationship or you won't, get married. It's a good thing. Yeah, everybody wants to get married. A lot of people still don't want to, but people, they won't marry. Maybe because of the pressure from their parents, because of the pressure from family and the rest of them, or because say they themselves need them. But it's not about, being pressured to do something. No, basically it's about you to calm down and make the right choices. Yes, because marriage is something where you go enter, you go spend. This one, you get what they talk for altar. You say that to love and to hold, so you go date the marriage for together till you die. Yes, so basically when it comes about divorce and the rest of them, it's not easy. A lot of people say, after all, if he does do anyhow, go just divorce and be saying so it be. They easy like that. A lot of things comes with divorce. You could go into depression and the rest of them. So, but I just feel that my advice actually to people and the young ones that are not gotten married, please try your best to make right choices. And it will save you a lot. To save your destiny, to save you yourself, we want, go into that journey. All right. And, 2025, we'll still talk about 2025. Yes, because in few hours, we'll be into the year 2026. So, yes, we're still doing a recap of all the things that we've talked about during this year. And trust me, we talked about a lot of things. And I know you still remember the case and you still remember the wedding. And I'm sure you still remember this wedding because I'm about to explode this. All right. And we talked about Afrobeat superstar Davido Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, and his longtime partner, Chioma Roland, sealed their union with a spectacular white wedding ceremony in Miami, United States in August 2025, marking the culmination of a multi-stage marriage celebration that began with a traditional wedding in Lagos in June 2024 and the court wedding in March 2023. So the Miami event was a star-studded Christian ceremony attended by family, friends, prominent entertainers, business leaders, and politicians, with guests as billionaire Aliko Dangote and Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke in attendance. Davido and Chioma exchanged vows in front of clergy and well-wishers, with the singer visibly, emotionally as he professed his love and commitment to his bride, while Chioma walked down the aisle in elegant white gown. Ooh. So the celebration reportedly costing several $1 million, featured lavish gifts and heartfelt tributes, including Davido's custom cufflinks honoring their late son, Ifeanyi, and a high-end Richard Mille watch gifted to Chioma during the festives. So following the ceremony, the couple's joyous reception included performances and dances, underscoring the high-spirited atmosphere of the occasion. So their Miami white wedding not only highlighted their love story, which began years earlier, but also brought global attention to one of the Nigerian's most celebrated celebrity couples. Ooh. Davido's wedding was really a shutdown. I think this is where this whole thing is in 2025. Like, if you talk about 2025, you go to remember the video wedding. Oh, God. It was a lot of things. Yeah? Talking about the wedding gown, talking about Davido's suit. Say people don't come at that time, they talk plenty things about Davido's suit. Say, hey, this suit, one leg, do like this one. Say Nigerians, sometimes, they agree, it's well with us. Person we don't do wed, they enjoy in marriage. When I did, they talk about suits. Now, suits not supposed they talk about. I beg you. All right, see, this thing is a lot because, Davido and Chioma really showed this, when you look at them, you really have this feeling of love again. You get what I'm trying to say? It's actually beautiful seeing them, And trust me, Davido is somebody that is very intentional. When a man is intentional, he knows what he wants. Don't be talk here and there. He actually knows what he wants. And to see this beautiful celebrity lovebirds, it's actually stunning, beautiful dresses. The bridal shower. As you can see, bridal shower where they see right now. All loved up. Chioma smiling, Davido happy. You see, this shows that love the sweet, actually, when you meet the right person. Because if you meet the right person, now where the love just finish. You not go even know when you go, they smile, and it comes with this joy. But not meet person when no supposed to be yours. And you understand that kind of thing. You go the verse. But trust me. And you know where got to me about her wedding, the celebrity wedding about Davido and Chioma was where, you know, they honored their late son. And it was actually something to look to because those whole situations are actually a lot. But when they honored that child is where I just said, oh my God, these people are really good parents. Yes, they're going to be that. They're good parents, basically. Because you see parents trying to remember, you know, their child. That shows that they had the child in their heart. And it's actually, you know, good to see actually they remember the child. And trust me, no, the wedding in Miami was really a shutdown. You know, we had a lot of guests. Jesus. A lot of people that actually came for this wedding. And it was really, really the talk of the town as at that time. Davido and Chioma's wedding really brought about a shutdown. Totally. All right. Trust me, when I say Davido is big, you know what I'm trying to say? I'm not mixing words or trying to talk about anything, but trust me, Davido, when person big, and you're not talking about even the jet way in Papa get a lot of things where after the wedding, I just feel that, you know, more blessings started coming up and stuff like that. It's actually beautiful. You get what I'm trying to say? So yes, you know, a lot of people don't come out and say, yes, I remember Davido wedding because a lot of things happened that time. You know, people no can rest. Even people who want sleep, they don't agree sleep because of the wedding. Okay, let's take some comments of what people came out to say. A lot of people came out to say things concerning Davido and Chioma. All right, I am King Dinero said, those of you now when one follow pick money boss leaves tomorrow by 4 a.m. and I beg, make una know nobody carry Cynthia follow body now. God, I beg go. So this basically these are the people that actually, you know, I told you that some of them did not sleep because of this wedding. I'll now see it. All right, I am Moyin96 said, online attendance, I will donate 10 cartons of malt. Who tell you? They play. Now you said they go even give the malt self. I beg you. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people talked about this. A lot of people were happy for the celebrity couple. And Real Mighty Dignity said, no matter what you do in life, pray to God to give you a good wife. God really blessed Davido with a good wife. And come to think of it, you know, blessings. He said, even the Bible talks, say, he that finds a wife findeth a good thing. Trust me, when you even see Davido and his wife, you go know say a good thing. No be plenty talk. All right, Mommy Cheesy said, the angels are ready. Oh, God. We humans are ready. The Lord has done it. Hallelujah. Amen. Okay, Success X said, I don't say he must give her that hug. Come to think of it, anytime Davido is around Chioma, he does not keep his hand in one place. See, it's not about this. So to all those men that they are calling themselves intentional men, see example here, and they just tell you, make you not the carry for mind. Nobody say, and they try compare. But let me just tell you the truth. Any person where they intentional about you, trust me, you cannot stand on your own. See the hugs every minute, you know, all those kind of love is sweetie. When we talk true. Later now they go say precious, it's 2 day vain. I beg, make I day vain in peace. And when I see good thing, I go talk. And that's the main thing to do. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people talked about this, and it's actually beautiful to see, you know, them still back skin in good health and in happiness and joy and love. And yes, somebody said, Ogechi Prosper said, I think she's getting younger. Okay. Xboxy Lord Fresh said, this should have been us. But you say you know like short men. What is going on? When I don't start with short men now. I don't talk anything. No, I beg go. All right. Funny Neighbor One said, at your own time, God will crown your work. Chioma has given her all, and Davido, out of wisdom, decided to keep her. Learn something from this, my girls. And actually, yes, that's beautiful. And I am Wally said, now after this wedding, we will see Chioma true colors. But come to think of it, Chioma is really adorable. It's not about you saying true colors. Since when they don't do the wedding finish, how far? Everybody's still happy. Davido is still loving his wife. Yes. And you see they find colors where it will come out later. I pity you. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about the wedding. And yes, to all the blessings that has been, coming up. And real Anita Joseph said, I have a new song. Congratulations, the Lord has done it and it's perfect. We are here for it. Flooped it like a river. Okay, we are ready. Here for it. Who no like should log off IG because he go choke. All right. Two White Comedy said, my love for Davido won't be accomplished if I didn't attend this wedding. No. Hey, okay. Una online people, everybody does a shout, I want to attend this wedding. I actually wish that you guys actually attended the wedding. To those of them that the online people that they talk to basically. So Fauzi Shoni said, I think she keeps getting younger. See, when you marry beautiful wife, the joy is always different. I'm telling you. So for the men where they go market, use your eye, go market where. It's very important. And real Anyekanim said, David loves Chioma. And it is not a lie. If you ask me, no be lie. I talk up with full chest. All right. And that's it for Davido and Chioma. Actually, they made a beautiful couple. Talking about their wedding, talking about the people that attended, talking about the love, the joy. You know what I'm trying to say? So people will never see married for this 2025. Like in few hours now, we'll be going to 2026. I just wish, please, people will already, prepare their mind to get married for next year. I beg. Some people go still they single, but no try no prepare us. We understand, we agree, but no prepare us because we want to. we want they see all those things with love and you understand, but no can they use and they rub pepper for our eye. God help you. And I also wish you well too. Everybody's praying for a better 2026, and I'm sure, and I know, and I hope you will get your own testimony, yes, this 2026. And yes, this takes us to our next gist, and we're going to talk about popular Nigerian TikToker star Habib Hamzat, widely known as Pella. Yeah, you remember the story where Pella was involved in a serious car accident on the Lekki Expressway in Lagos. After an emotional live stream tied to his widely publicized relationship fallout with fellow content creator Jarvis, Elizabeth, and Modu. Videos circulating online showed Pella visibly distressed while driving and subsequently crashing his newly acquired Mercedes-Benz during the broadcast. The incident occurred amid mounting breakup rumors, with Jarvis later confirming that their relationship had ended and urging the public not to mock him as reactions flooded social media. So following the crash, the Lagos State Police Command arrested and detained Pella, describing his actions as reckless and dangerous, and the case was handed over to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation. So road safety authorities, including the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, also announced plans to prosecute the influencer for reckless driving and distracted driving. So highlighted content over risky behavior by content creators on public roads. Pella later issued a public apology expressing remorse for letting his emotions get the better of him and promising not to repeat such actions, as the episode sparked widespread discussion about mental health and responsibility among social media personalities. So we talked about Pella. Yes, and when we talked about Pella, everybody was just saying, why would you do such a thing? Well, me too, I say, why would you do that? Waiting go make you want to go kill yourself because of women. It's actually funny, because why? A young guy like you will get, future ahead. You go the, but then I actually calmed down when he actually put an apology online, a statement where he said, please, you people should forgive me. I will not do such a thing again. I have understood the right thing to do. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. But trust me, our young ones now are too quick. They don't have patience anymore to do things. We too, they jump into one thing. If you want to do something to you, everybody, see, we need to be calming down. This is, these are things that we need to, you people need to work on as young upcoming people. You need to work on your emotions. A lot of people are going through a lot of things. If you feel that you're depressed and you feel down and you need to talk to somebody, why don't you get somebody, just get a therapist, meet somebody, talk to somebody, relate with your friends, relate with your family, people that you feel that you can talk to, and they will listen. Not, putting everything on your head and saying, no, I must do this. No, now. And this is 2026 that is coming, so you need to change. Bad character, change it. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. A lot of people don't come out and talk about Pella issues and what really transpired as at that time. And people still talk about, him coming out to say that he was remorseful and the actions he actually took, took better part of him. So, yes, people don't say, I don't forgive you, but Shabro, no do that kind of thing again. All right, let's take some comments of waiting people don't come out to talk. We have a lot of comments. And yes, somebody said, painkiller is pada expire. Pele, my dear. Okay. Miss Prepre said, Agu Nish. All right. Okay. War place. We have a lot of comments. A lot of people talked about, Pella and, Chavez. And come to think of it, young ones, you want to go into relationship and you feel that it's a do or die affair. Not be so people who don't marry, not be so they do more. Okay. When I go, they do things. Not that they calm down. Not that they relax. It's not about how, use gra they do things. No, relax. I beg go. And mothers, I think parents, they have a role to play in this kind of thing. You need to talk to your children, train your children well. You get what I'm trying to say? Train them well so that they would know the places things they can do and things they cannot do. It's very, very important. And somebody said, sincere advice, Pella, grow in silence and come out better. I think so. Let's see the change. Don't let the breakup break you. You are young and have enough time to improve yourself. You just learn a lesson from what happened recently. It is either you study the topics of the lesson or you play with them. The choice is yours. And Nizila said, you dey hospital. This one, you resemble like this. Mona, they calm down. At Big Judge 830 said, stay strong. People still talk about this. So let's take more and more comments of waiting people actually come out to talk during the issues between Pella. We have a lot of comments of waiting people talk. And then Ronald Regan said, surrender your life to Christ, go to school and make meaningful impact. If you would have died, now you would have only been someone to be remembered, yet not grateful for. Leave a legacy behind. Actually, that's true. God forbid, as you do that in self, God forbid, say something can't do you. Wait till you go tell your maker for heaven. Say, that because of woman, I make you. But anyway, thank God that you have actually come out to say that you won't try it again. And definitely you won't try it. I think this is a second chance for you not to go back to what you actually did. It has taught you a very big lesson that you should learn, basically. Yes, let's talk. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And somebody said, stay strong. And I am Teddy A said, Omo lie. Get back to doing what you love, bro. And John 489874 said, Pella English left you, but you refuse to leave English. Why? I bet more I leave Pella between English. Now waiting we like. So leave him. If you say you don't like her, cuckoo block, don't even add him up in your this. Leave him alone. People should allow the poor boy breathe. And Fuja Hex Graham said, go to school, start afresh. It's never too late. Forget woman. And when somebody say forget woman, the person already come and say 90% of the problem when man they face now woman, God I beg. Wait till they go carry woman, everything, any small thing and a woman, any small thing and a make they allow us make we breathe. We want see we will be women. We they try, yes, we they try. And come to think of it, not me say because say both of una no end up together or no date together, no me say una go end up together. You fit date with person for 12 years, but later una no go see, get married or end up get relationship we don't pass through that kind of it. You not be the first. So why would you want to hurt yourself? So let's take more comments of waiting people don't they talk. They have a lot of comments. People said a lot of things as a then. And Omola Bek said, you already said, please don't forgive me at the end. And somebody said, but I think you are a Malian. Not until you go dump for is where Pretty Adewa said, see we remount, God will continue to protect you. All right, we have a lot of comments of waiting people they talk. Let's take more, because trust me, Pella really went I think that particular act of his made, you know, social media to buzz. A lot of people were talking about it, saying, Pella, why would it? Everybody just bash the guy. Hey, God. But let's talk about, you know, people that face depression. Basically, I wouldn't blame him, but basically I would blame him, because a lot of people feel that, you know, depression is like, it's a spirit. I would keep saying that it's a spirit that, you know, tells you, gets voices in your head, do this, and you don't know. So it takes the grace of God to be off that kind of, situation. So that's why I said, if you're going through a lot, because trust me, 2025 will just they come out now. Everybody get plenty things to be grateful for. Plenty problem when they don't pass through. But trust me, if they still went through those things and came out victorious. So you when just that you won't go kill yourself, kill a day. Now person way, you know, give up, now you fail, because last night they not call you winner. Yes. Now if you give up, now you will fail. But trust me, for those of you when they go into relationship, just know what you're doing. So make no to do push body, make it enter your head. You won't come day overprotective, all those kind of things. Take life easy. This life na jeje, once. You get what I'm trying to say? All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have lots more juicy gist to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
And yes, welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight. And I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Agumalo, and you call me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things, though. We've been doing a recap of this 2025 of things that has actually happened from for the year 2025 as we are about to move into 2026. And you know, a lot of people are ready for the year already. Yes, because I'm also excited too. So, you know, 2025 has been a whole lot, and a lot of people has gone through, you know, through blessings, through testimonies, through good things, through, bad things, there are all seasons and there are all times. So, yeah, one of the things that actually happened this year, which still talked about, was the former Big Brother Niger housemate and Season 7 winner Fina was plunged into grief in August 2025 after her younger sister, Ruth Otabo, was involved in a tragic road accident in Auchi, Edo State, when she was struck by a truck linked to Dangote Group near Auchi Polytechnic shortly after graduating. So Ruth sustained severe injuries, including amputation of a leg, and passed away weeks later, with her death confirmed by the family in a statement announcing she died on the 31st August 2025 at about 6:30 a.m. following complications from the crash. So the incident drew widespread attention and sympathy across social media and entertainment circles, with fans and colleagues offering condolences to Fina and her family as they mourned the loss. Fina had publicly sought, justice and accountability for her sister's suffering, criticizing the response to the accident and calling for a proper treatment, while the Dangote Group expressed sadness over Ruth's passing and extended support to her family. So this has to make me bring this to you guys. See, 2026 is about, it's around the corner, and everybody wants to, make this time, wants to be out there. Please, my advice for you is, if you're going to be on the road, you should be very careful, because it's very important. If you're driving, because nowhere is safe again. Yes. If you're going to cross the road, you have to look, the right thing to do. You look right, look left, look right again before you pass or you cross. They are all road safety tips to know, things that you need to know. If you're driving, you don't drink while driving. There are things that you are supposed to put in check for your life, because God forbid now, if you just end your life, you don't know whether na heaven they go. I'm not going to tell you, but trust me, it's a time to be very, very careful. A time to be more intentional about your life. A time to be, be accurate, be doing things that you feel that it is right. Because no time to waste time. Everybody is, busy doing their own thing, but that is just my advice. And yes, a lot of people has actually passed away this 2025. It's really sad. A lot of that, a lot of, in as much as we had a lot of deaths, we also had lives to celebrate and stuff like that. But trust me, 2026 is around the corner, and it's not like people are not going to say the same thing. You will still hear those kind of news, but you need to make yourself, be in that safe spot first. You get what I'm trying to say? Be in that safe spot, because 2026 will get plenty things to talk about. I beg. My advice be say, if you come out, if you're traveling, whether by air, whether by road, shall be very careful. And if you're a driver, if you're driving, don't drink while the things that you need to do. You don't drive, you don't, be on speed. Your vehicle has to be on this particular limit. You don't have to drink while driving. You don't smoke while driving. You don't, press or, make use of your phone while driving. It's very dangerous. So you won't hit somebody, or you won't, get yourself injured, or, get what I'm trying to say. So, as at then, Fina actually, this is actually a sad story, and Fina actually went through a lot because of her sister. She came out, saying a lot of things, and just, it was not really a good one, because trust me, when you lose someone so dear to you, it's a lot of, it's a lot of things. And that kind of time is where somebody has been thrown into emotions and the rest of them. So I understand where she was, coming from. I just pray that God continues to give her the grace to actually, move on and be a better person. So yes, as at then, a lot of people talked about things concerning the Dangote, truck, and how people have been so reckless with driving. A lot of people are also talking about how people, cross the roads. There are things that need to be done, and if the government should do this. And a lot of people talked about things at that time. So let's take some comments of waiting people don't talk before, because it's a lot of things. Let's take some of the comments. Yeah. So another person, somebody said, the lady Jokelet just said Jesus, all right? And I am Jomkom said, so sad. Another person said, this is so sad. And Frana Nebo said, Jesus, why God? Marachi said, Umo. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's see what people, this is what people came out to say. People don't talk plenty things concerning these things as at that time. A lot of people are saying we need to be very careful this We need to be careful the way we live our life. And take Madam Lifestyle said, you can now eat the... Oh, it's well. Oh. All right, Real Lena said, the real movement is an evil one. God forbid, rest on beautiful girl. All right, Soft BJ said, Nigeria. All right, and Ibeto Possible said, make Fina go chop am now. She don't use her sister play game finish. Why are you people talking like this? I think Fina was thrown into, emotional, situations. I don't feel, Ibeto Possible coming out to say she used her sister to play game. She was grieving, for crying out loud. You want when somebody's in depression and you yourself, there are a lot of people that can't talk and, they do things to harm themselves. So nobody should come, say a lot of things. You don't even have any right to say things concerning her. I just feel that is the truth. Yes. Please, let's take more comments of... we have a lot of comments of what people actually came out at then to say, because trust me, you when they enter 2026 now, you just have to be very, very careful. Yes, careful the way you travel, the way you move, the way you drive. It's a lot. Nobody's safe. All right, Real Ujuma Amadi said, I hope those who twisted the narrative and used this lady for content can now rest. Okay, Chef Fumi said, very dark man and his minions of destruction can now rest. Okay, Ajama said, who was hit by a Dangote truck passes on. This is how it should be written, not this one you are writing. Okay. At Annie said, in a sane society, Dangote should be facing serious charges. Their trucks have killed so many people over the years without any accountability. We have a lot of comments of what people came out then to say. So let's take more. Mukulu Man said, I didn't pay much attention to the details of this tragedy, but something I noticed in all of this was the constant struggle by Fina to help the deceased. I think she did her best. God knows best. And yes, that's true. And Jimmy Weir said, whoa. And Purple Liner said, oh dear, this is sad. May God comfort the family. Official testimony said, anywhere we see Dangote truck passing by, please, let's do the needful. We can actually fight for ourselves to make this country better. We had a lot of comments at that then. Let's take more and more comments. And please, trailers and all these kind of big vehicles that pass during the daytime. I think these vehicles have to have a particular time of when they pass, because a lot of things are happening. You don't just come out on the road like that and you just, start driving that way. It's crazy. Please. All right. And the Foodie Network said, please put it right. Dangote truck and agents. And are you people talking about what happened, or you people are basically still saying as at then the statement made? Someone has passed. It's something to be sad about, not something to be happy. All right. And somebody said, oh yeah, you fit go collect it. All right as well. And somebody said she didn't pass on to glory. She was murdered. Oh God. What kind of country is this? People keep going through pain in the hands of people who think they have power. All right. I just pray that Fina, God gives her the grace to actually move on, because it's a lot. When you lose someone so dear to you, you would know the pain. It's very different. Maybe you would understand it. For some people that have been saying a lot of things about her, that she came out to actually, play with her sister, like it's a game and the rest of them. I don't think that's the right thing to say to someone. Yes, that's not the right thing to say to someone, because trust me, when you lose somebody so dear to you, you would understand the pain those people go through. You think it's a joke? It's not. They go through those pains and nobody to talk to. They go into depression at that moment. So it's a lot of things. So please, if it's possible for you to, show that love, show that care, it's very, very important. 2026 is around the corner, and I just want you to always try to, people around you, show them that love, show them that care. Be kind to people. Don't always bottle up this whole thing and, be a bad person to people. So please be nice to people. All right, and this is where we actually draw the curtain for today. And trust me, we have been doing this. And thank you so much to my amazing viewers for staying with us on this Spotlight show. Yes, it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Whether you've been with us through the ups and downs or just joined us for this festive season,
take a moment to cherish the moments you've made and look forward to making new ones on the horizon.
May this new year bring you everything good, everything prosperous.
As we bid farewell to the old year and welcome you to the new year,
may your heart be filled with joy and your home with laughter. And of course, may your spirit be filled with hope.
We'll be bringing you live updates, exciting performance, and inspiring stories throughout the day.
Stay tuned for our special New Year's coverage, and let's make this year unforgettable.
Thank you for making us a part of your celebration.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
it's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We don't get holiday.
Our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and with the technical crew.
For us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the lighter part of it is that after the work,
we stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not creating a thought, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television.
African news on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Now, Mali and Burkina Faso have announced restrictions on the entry of the United States nationals. The move is in direct response to Washington's recent expansion of its travel ban affecting several countries. Both governments say they are applying equivalent measures after the U.S. imposed restrictions based solely on nationality. The ban were announced separately by the two countries' foreign ministries. Burkina Faso says Americans will now face similar visa conditions, while Mali says it will immediately apply the same requirements imposed on its citizens entering the U.S. Mali also expressed regret that the decision was taken without prior consultation. The two military-led countries are members of the regional confederation that includes Niger. While Niger has not officially announced countermeasures, reports suggest similar steps have already been approved. South Africa says it intercepted more than 58,000 people attempting to enter the country illegally during the 2024-2025 festive season. The Border Management Authority says the figure is more than double what was recorded the previous year. Authorities say similar large-scale operations are underway for the current festive season, with increased deployment of border guards and technology. Joint operations involving multiple security agencies are also being intensified across major entry points. Border officials attribute the surge in interceptions to the use of drone and expanded patrols along key border corridors. They say most of those stopped had no travel document, while others were declared inadmissible or overstay visitors. The BMA says hundreds of arrests were also made alongside major seizures of drugs, vehicles, and illicit goods worth millions of rand. Officials insist the results show growing capacity in South Africa's border enforcement system. Ivory Coast has signed a $487 million health agreement with the United States aimed at strengthening its health system. The deal focuses on improving diseases detection and expanding services to combat HIV/AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis. Prime Minister Bougri Mambe says the partnership encourages the country to mobilize domestic resources while working with international partners. He described it as a step toward stronger national leadership in health management. The funding will also improve preparedness for epidemics by integrating U.S.-supported programs into national health services. Officials say this approach ensures sustainability and better coordination across public health programs. U.S. Ambassador Jessica Davis highlights long-term cooperation, emphasizing that health programs must go hand in hand with investment in other sectors. The agreement is expected to significantly strengthen care and disease response nationwide over the next 5 years. Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has met with Somalia's President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed in Istanbul. The meeting comes amid tensions following Israel's recognition of Somaliland last week. Somaliland declared independence over 2 decades ago, but has not been recognized by any United Nations member states. Israel's move has drawn condemnation from Somalia and several other countries. The leaders kicked off bilateral talks after an official welcoming ceremony. Discussions focused on strengthening relations, counter-terrorism efforts, and promoting national unity in Somalia. Officials say the meeting signals Turkey's ongoing commitment to Somalia's stability. Both sides stressed cooperation on security, development, and regional diplomacy in the Horn of Africa. Ugandan authorities have detained prominent human rights advocate Sarah Bereti ahead of the January 15 general election. Police have not officially disclosed the reasons, though sources suggest possible hate speech charges. Bereti recently criticized restrictions on Starlink internet imports, prompting concerns about civil liberties during the election period. Her arrest has sparked debate on the role of security force in politics and the monitoring of electoral processes. Opposition leader Bobby Wine condemned the detention, accusing authorities of targeting government critics. The move has intensified tensions between opposition supporters and security agencies heading up to the 2026 elections. Civil society groups have called for greater protection of activists and transparency in legal proceedings. The situation highlights ongoing challenges to freedom of expression and electoral fairness in Uganda. The African Union has endorsed Sudan's peace initiative at the United Nations, calling it a balanced roadmap to halt the country's ongoing war. AU Commission Chairperson Mahmoud Ali Yusuf stressed the need the plan combines an immediate ceasefire with civilian protections and a Sudanese-led political transition. Sudan has been marred in conflict since April 2023 following a violent fallout between the army and the rapid support forces. The fighting has devastated Khartoum, Darfur, and other regions, leaving millions displaced and basic services in collapse. The AU highlighted priorities including humanitarian access, protection of civilians, security sector reforms, and national reconciliation. Officials warned that delays or extortion of international partners could prolong suffering and stability across the country. Yusuf reaffirmed that Sudan's transition must be led by its own people, culminating in free and fair elections under a unified constitution. The AU pledged closer coordination with the UN, Arab League, and IGAD to support Sudan's sovereignty, stability, and post-conflict reconstruction. 2025 was marked by both election and military interventions across Africa, highlighting ongoing political fragility from Guinea-Bissau to Benin. Armed takeovers and attempted coups disrupted governance and tested institutions. In Guinea-Bissau, security forces seized election materials in November, delaying the president's vote and sparking regional concern. Meanwhile, Benin experienced a brief unsuccessful coup in December, quickly contained by loyal forces. Côte d'Ivoire faced heightened tensions ahead of its October elections as a report of unrest with the security forces emerged. Though no coups occurred, the atmosphere showed how military influence in politics continues to challenge democratic processes. Across the Sahel, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger remained under entrenched military rule. Analysts warned that the normalization of armed-led governance raises questions about the durability of democratic gains across the region. With us to help analyze these stories is public affairs analyst Darlington Agumwo. Barrister Agumwo, thank you very much for joining us on African News today.
Thank you, Solomon. It's my pleasure.
Now, let's start with the first story where Burkina Faso and Mali have announced restrictions on the entry of the United States nationals, more like a tit-for-tat situation here. How effective do you think that will be on U.S. nationals?
Yes, it's going to be effective because they have alternative to U.S. I don't think there's anything they need from U.S. that they cannot get from Russia.
Or China.
Or China. So yeah, these Sahel states, they came prepared. You know, they are calling the US the bluff. I'm telling you, they came prepared. Everything they need now, they can get it elsewhere from US. So what they did is right. It shows that they have come of age.
Well, that's a bold step because lots of countries would not do this.
Of course, that's what I'm telling you. Yeah. So they are, and because the military regime, they don't have time for all these diplomatic niceties. No, they are not interested in that. It's a military regime.
Now, considering how powerful the U.S. is since post-World War I, where the U.S. effectively helped the Allied nations won the war, the world has been according to the chronicles of the United States. However, whatever the United States wants the world to be, that's how it's going to be, and that's how it's been for the past 70, 80 years. So, when U.S. start making restrictions, a lot of countries begins to panic. But it looks like this is not the case with Burkina Faso and Mali.
Of course. I said, you know, the United States, they have this belief that they rule the world, they are so powerful, they have all it takes to bully the world and all that. Yes,
and for years it has worked.
It has worked, and I think to an extent it's working. Except that Russia is there to be a stopgap. You know, Russia, Vladimir Putin have proved their point before Donald Trump. That's why he's still in Ukraine. That's why he's still talking tough. That's why even Donald Trump is treating him with kid glue, because he cannot threaten Vladimir Putin. He cannot. So there's a balance of power there. So when this Sahel state now countered what he did, they will say, what is all this? We are not a colonial master. We don't have anything to do with it. So why are you restricting? They too, they retaliated. But I don't see many African countries doing the same thing. They are so much afraid of Donald Trump and US that they can't do without them.
But the question is, how many U.S. nationals want to even go to Burkina Faso or Mali in the first place?
Yeah, they would want to go for some raw material, for business. You know, there are things they used to get from them, you know, cheaply like that. So all those things will no longer be possible now. They want to deal with them person to person. No longer as international ally or diplomacy or whatever. No. When you are coming to those countries now, you are coming for business, and they will deal with you on a business level.
Well, it's safe to say on unofficial diplomatic level, there's a link has been cut there between those two countries and the U.S. Unofficially, though, because I mean, both embassies have not announced that we're cutting ties with the U.S. Neither have the U.S. Had an official announcement that we're cutting ties with Burkina Faso or Mali. So more like a mini Cold War, if you wish.
No, they didn't. They only said they restrict. Restricting does not mean that embassy business will not be going on, or that you know, diplomatic whatever will not be going.
But there will be lots of cold shoulders around.
That it will be on a limited level. You know, the privileges they used to enjoy before, it can no longer be there. Besides, I don't even see what this this Sahel state, what they need from US. I don't see what they need from US. Rather, it is the US that will be looking for raw materials in all these African countries. And because they claim to be world power, they can bulldoze their way and get whatever they want. But these Sahel states are proving that no, you can't do that now. That's the truth.
Now, the other story for discussion, South Africa says it intercepted more than 58,000 people attempting to enter the country illegally during the 2024-2025 festive season. Now, with what's going on with a lot of these African countries where, well, needless to say, democracy has failed in a lot of this country, much like a lot of Nigerians traveling to lots of other countries to greener pastures, we have a lot of all these other African countries trying to move in to South Africa, you know, where the grass there tends to be greener compared to so many other African countries. Some may say South Africa tends to be like the only country in Africa that practices something close to how democracy is meant to be practiced. What do you think?
And they have a strong economy. The only thing that is driving them to South Africa is their strong economy. Right now, they are number one economy in Africa. Is that not something to cheer? Then their democracy, they are trying so hard. That was why when Jacob Zuma was the president of South Africa, he wanted to mess up with their money. They said, no, you can't do that. They went to his office and dragged him out. This was a man who was a hit man for the ANC during the apartheid regime.
Because of the role he plays.
Yes. He knows the grave of all the fifth columnists, all the saboteurs, because he was the hit man. So with all this thing he did and all that, he think that they will not allow him to have access to the treasury. They said, no. $16 million that you overspent from the money allocated to him to renovate his country home. They said, no, you can't do that. In fact, he had left ANC now. They bullied him out of ANC. So it shows that, yes, they meant well. They meant well. You know, their president now, Ramaphosa, Cyril Ramaphosa, they stole $4 million worth of things in his farm. Fala. His own farm. Because he did not declare such a robbery and all that, they took him to court. So this South Africa, maybe because of the presence of the whites, they have tried so hard. I'm not joking. I will give it to them. They are doing so well economically. Yes, they are trying. Look at their electricity. A country of about 60 million people. They are enjoying almost 40,000 megawatts. Please, Solomon, in what year and which century will you get to that level?
And it's hard to believe they just get their independence in 1990.
We delivered them from apartheid just yesterday.
1993, 1994.
Look at where they are now. Look at where they are. Look at where we are. Look, Solomon, please, I don't want to remember what is going on here. I don't want to remember Nigeria and what has happened to us. I'm not joking. I just don't want to remember Nigeria and where we are now. In Africa and in the world. A whole Nigeria.
I mean, with the South Africa isn't exactly friendly to other African countries because of the xenophobia going on there. One would have expected that would deter a lot of these African countries from nationals from going in there. But I mean,
they will go, but are they controlling it? The answer is yes. Look at how they said 58 what? 58,000.
58,000.
Oh, people. So yes, they will send them back. They don't want their country polluted. They don't want renegade to settle down in their country. They don't want terrorists to come into their country, Solomon. South Africa don't want terrorists, but Nigeria is inviting them to come. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. South Africa have gone this far to protect their territorial integrity, to protect their citizens. But in Nigeria, Solomon, in Nigeria, your leaders, they went all over Africa and told terrorists to come into Nigeria. Eh? And you are telling me that this country is not a cursed country. That the people who claim to be patriotic Nigerians will willingly go and invite terrorists. Eh? Terrorists to come into Nigeria. And they are very proud of it. They have been pushing it in our face, and there's nothing you and I can do. In a normal climb, all those people who did all those rubbish, they should be in jail now. It's a treasonable felony. And those people have come to settle in Nigeria. They have driven away citizens from their home state, and they have taken over that place. They are sitting down there now. They are occupying parts of Nigeria. Terrorists. And you are telling me that something is not wrong here.
And for them to be able to monitor this movement shows clearly that they have a good national database.
Of course.
They know people that are South Africans and the ones that aren't.
They know that all those smaller countries surrounding them in South African region, that yes, because of their low level of economic, activities and all that, they would want to go to greener pastures. But South Africa is waiting for them. They are waiting for them to come in so that they will arrest them and send them back. But here, Nigerian leaders went to bring in terrorists into Nigeria.
Our borders are porous. People can come in and out of the country.
That borders are porous. Leave it alone. I will no longer buy that idea. Anybody that tell me that, I will prove that person wrong.
But it is not properly. It's not properly manned.
It is not porous border. It is deliberately left it so that terrorists can enter. All manner of people can enter. Yes, it's deliberate. Let nobody tell you about porous border. So porous border made you to go and invite these people to come in, Abi. Didn't you remember what happened here when Buhari was in office? He said anybody that has $200 is free to enter through the entry point, and they will give them visa as they are coming in. Is that not what he said? With that kind of policy, who do you think will enter Nigeria through that policy? Who else? He did not even give condition that, look, before you come in, we are going. No. With this kind of policy, these people just enter Nigeria in droves, carrying gun. And they enter Nigeria, and today, look at the result. Look at the result.
From South Africa, let's go over to Ivory Coast, where the government, they have signed a $487 million health agreement with the United States aimed at strengthening its health system. Now, when Donald Trump first came into office, he stopped funding to all the countries generally without buyers. And but looks like over time he's softened his hand, and they've resumed a lot of these humanitarian activities which the US is generally known for. We've had some in Nigeria, even though, as you said earlier, we don't even know where a lot of this money goes to, because our health system continues to be in shambles. But apparently the same thing is going on with Ivory Coast, where a lot of this focus is to combat HIV, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis. I mean, that's kudos to the US right there. Looks like they have hearts, after all, some people would say.
I cannot blame Donald Trump. When he did it the first time, yes, the man said that there is corruption in the USAID. Abi? That was the yes, he said it. He said there's too much corruption in USAID. You know, and he had to stop everything so that they can now do a house cleaning.
And a reappraisal.
Of course. And the moment he's done, the man now started implementing those things that they said they didn't want to do before. He cleaned out the place and they resumed the same policy of USAID and all that. You know, because America want to save some people from themselves. You know the impact of that USAID. how it has helped some people to reduce the impact of AIDS and HIV and all that.
Tuberculosis
Good,
and malaria.
all those things.
And a lot of these war-torn countries.
I'm telling you, so what he did was right. Now, no more using USA to fund the terrorism and all that. That was what the man was against. That is what the man was against. And those of them from Joe Biden party and
from
all
the
that,
Democrats,
they were kicking against it and trying to make no. But the man was not. That is how government work. In fact, no matter what they say about Donald Trump, he has a vision for America. Seriously. The way he's doing his things, yes, nobody is perfect, but you give him credit. He's trying for America. He's trying for them.
Now let's go over to Uganda, where the authorities have detained prominent human rights advocate Sarah Buriti ahead of January 15 general elections. This issue highlights what we see across Africa, where there is no conducive environment for opposition. There is no conducive environment for dissenting voices. And this is one of such example where he's a very popular advocate and critic of the government when the government is not doing well. And now he's been detained ahead of January 15 general election.
In which country?
Uganda.
Good. Bobby Wine suffered it first, Abi?
Yes.
Now another person. Solomon, you know, I've always told you that it was a mistake that the continent of Africa existed. Seriously. Everything about us looked like the Stone Age. When they were talking of the Stone Age, they had Africa in mind. Because in this 21st century, we are behaving as if we are not part of the world. The world has moved on and left us behind.
Meanwhile, civilization started from Africa.
Africa, in Egypt. In Egypt. So when I look at what is going on here, I used to ask myself, what exactly happened here? What is it that Africa don't want to move on with the rest of the world? Why are we still behaving as if we're in the Stone Age? Is that the democracy? You people say you don't want a military regime in Africa. You don't want coup. Then this one you are doing now, is it not worse than a coup? Is it not worse than a military regime? That's why these Sahel states are not even listening to anybody. Are you the civilian government that is complaining and talking and making noise? Are you better than them? If you were better, will the military take over? In fact, it is so sad that in this age and time, we cannot enthrone democracy. There is no level playing field for all the politicians or the contestants. And you are telling me you are running a democracy. It's a lie. Something is wrong with Africa. Seriously, generally. Just check from Nigeria to Cameroon to Uganda. Just check. Something is wrong with African leaders. And until they cause a revolution, they will not listen. Go and mark my word. Until they cause a revolution in this Africa. You know, Africa have never had any revolution. I hope you are aware. Africa, except Arab Spring, which, yes. But Africa is pushing themselves to revolution. Maybe after that, there will be a new Africa. Yes. They are calling for it seriously by this behavior. After that, there will be a new Africa.
Now, let's go over to Sudan, where the African Union has endorsed Sudan's peace plan, initiated the United Nations, calling it a balanced roadmap to halt the country's ongoing war. That war in Sudan has gone on for years, and they've had several wars before that. I mean, we talked 2 days ago of how two major things that have plagued Africa, a continent, corrupt leaders, bad governance, and war after war, and Sudan has been one of those countries that have been plagued with it. And the United Nations came out with a peace plan. But first of all, the question is, why is it that the United Nations is the one coming up with a roadmap, a peace plan, where we have an organization like African Union? But nonetheless, there's a peace plan coming from somewhere, and the African Union has endorsed it.
Because African Union is a toothless bulldog. They don't have the power to enforce. African Union is just there on paper. In action, you can't find them. In fact, they don't have integrity, and that is why member states don't even respect their opinion. Member states don't regard them, and I don't blame them. If you are sitting on your headquarters in Addis Ababa that was donated to you by China, then of what importance are you? I don't know whether you are the one I told that there are certain gifts they will give you. Say, no, I don't call it because of the insult that comes with it. Is that not true?
And some of the conditions attached to the gift.
You say, what? Who are you to give me? I'm the one who's supposed to give you. But you will say that they are being generous. They are being generous. So, African Union, forget them. It's good that the UN has come in. Yeah, because they are the one who gave that country their independence. Is that not true? It was from, they went to the UN and got their independence and all that, after Colin Powell have settled all the issues. So, if they come in now, it is okay. And please, the same UN should make sure that all the leaders of that war should be taken to ICC. They should account for the crime against humanity which they committed in Southern Sudan. Because as I talk to you today, 11 million people are refugees in their own country. That is the highest refugee crisis in the whole world today. Southern Sudan. Because of what? Ego war. Who will be in charge? Who will be in control? Who will be this? Who will be that? Only. It's not that they are fighting external aggressor.
Among themselves.
Among themselves. The people you are killing are your own people. The infrastructure you are destroying is your own. The money you are spending, the money you don't have that you are spending to prosecute you is your own. Is that not the foolishness of the highest order? In my play, they used to say that you cannot kill the person you are going to bury. Is that not foolishness? Somebody you know you are the one that will bury the person. Why did you kill him? To spend your money again to bury him. Is that not foolishness? That is what is happening in Southern Sudan. So if the UN can call them to order, better.
And finally, as we round up 2025, because 2026 will be coming here in a few hours, some countries have already started celebrating 2026.
Of course.
Actually. So a recap of what has happened in Africa. More military coup, election interventions. It's one hell after another, some would say, from Guinea-Bissau to an almost coup, an attempted coup, actually, in Benin Republic. Armed takeovers, an attempted coup, disruption, government, all these that have tested institutions in Africa further highlights just how fragile the politics in Africa is. How would you sum up events that have happened in Africa?
In Africa, yes, this 2025 that is about to end tomorrow.
In a few hours' time,
in fact, Africa suffered a lot. There is nothing to cheer. I can caption it the year of infamy in Africa, the year of local, because all the democratic tenets, all the democratic structures suffered a lot of assault in Africa this year. The records are there. Instead of moving forward, in fact, we are gone 30 years backwards with what happened in Africa this year. Something we were running away from now caught up with us in Africa. Bad governance, poverty, illiteracy, indebtedness. In fact, nothing to cheer. Except a few African countries, they are not even up to 4 out of 54 countries. That is, in fact, I don't know how to, that is minus 4%.
It has always been also been a year of elections.
I am telling you, so
marred by
the elections are even sham elections. That's why the democratic culture suffered a lot of assault in Africa. In Tanzania, all the opposition were handed into prison because of election. It was after the election that the woman started talking about releasing them and all that. Is that democracy? Because of election, all the opposition members clamped down into detention. For Biya refused to leave office. Museveni said he's going to stay there. Can you just imagine? So I didn't see anything that is celebratory here in Africa. It's a year of bad omen. Bad omen. DRC is fighting with the M23 rebel. Can you just imagine? In Nigeria, of course, our own, I don't even need to say it. This is the worst year in the history of Nigeria. The worst year. Worst year. I don't know whether
worse than last year.
Sorry?
Worse than last year.
I said worst year. That was the worst year in the history of Nigeria. There is nothing comparable to what has happened to us. The so-called the democracy that they told us they fought another. In fact, it went back 50 years behind. I don't know whether we're in a democracy, we're in a military, we're in a diarchy. I don't know where we are now. I don't know.
Military democracy.
I just don't know. Because the level of dictatorship is even worse when we're in the military. It's worse. So there is nothing to cheer this year in Africa, seriously. Nothing to cheer.
Let's end it here. Thank you very much, Barrister Agumo. It was a pleasure talking to you.
My pleasure too.
That was Barrister Darlington Agumo, current affairs analyst, of course, right here on African News on Voice of the People TV. You're watching Voice Africa News on Voice of the People TV. When we return, we'll bring you more stories. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. But for us, the technical crew,
It's weird for technical people to be in front of camera, but I just want to say,
now this one they make me come outside every day. Anytime when they call me, I will rush come outside. We no get holiday.
our holiday is part of our daily routine, and we've embraced it.
I must say, the work is challenging, engaging, and interesting.
We are all families here at VOP, and we the technical crew.
for us, it's another day on the job.
But it's tough being away from family.
But the latter part of it is that after the work,
We stay connected with video calls and messages. Merry Christmas.
On behalf of the technical crew, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, and here we are, job continues.
If you're just tuning in, this is Voice of the People TV and you're watching African News. Authorities in South Africa are investigating viral videos showing children as young as 10 consuming alcohol during festive celebrations. The disturbing footage has reignited calls for stricter regulations on nightclubs and taverns. Joburg's MMC for Public Safety, Dr. Machini Sukafu, ordered the closure of all non-compliant nightclub and establishments on a New Year's Eve. The move is aimed at reducing risks and ensuring public safety during one of Africa's busiest nights. Police in the Eastern Cape are tracing the parents and guardians of children seen drinking in the videos. Officials say some adults actively encouraged underage drinking, prompting criticism from government ministers and child welfare advocates. Data shows South Africa's spent over 414 million rand daily on alcohol since December 1, with younger generations drinking more than previous age groups. Experts warn that rising underage consumption and festive alcohol spending highlight a growing public health and safety concern. At least 41 young men have died during traditional circumcision rites in South Africa over November and December. Authorities say the deaths occurred during initiation activities meant to mark the transition into manhood. Traditional initiation schools teaches cultural values and responsibilities, but unsafe practices continue to produce lives at risk. Many deaths are linked to unregistered or illegal schools, despite laws requiring registration and safety standards. Eastern Cape has been identified as a hotspot, accounting for 21 of the fatalities. The government has arrested 41 people, including parents who supplied false ages to admit underage children. Officials warn that negligence from both schools and parents contributes to the ongoing crisis. Traditional Affairs Minister Vele Kusini Hilabisa urged strict adherence to health standards to prevent further loss of life. We'll go on another quick break, and the African News returns with business and other stories. Stay tuned. It is good to know you're still with us. Still on African News, a quick look at the business segment. Several African countries showed significant strength in 2025, reflecting stability and investor confidence. South Africa's rand appreciated by over 12%, boosted by higher commodity price and positive market sentiment. The Ghanaian cedi rebounded sharply, rising 20% due to strong export revenues from cocoa and gold. Zambia's kwacha also increased by 16%, supported by debt restructuring and lower oil cost. Experts say a strong currency signals effective economic management and fiscal discipline encouraged both domestic and foreign investment by reducing exchange rate risks and volatility. Overall, the performance of these currencies highlights the importance of economic stability for Africa's growth. Countries that maintain fiscal discipline and export competitiveness are likely to continue attracting investors in the coming year. Senegal aims to finalize a program with the International Monetary Fund very quickly, its finance minister Sheikh Diba said. The move comes as the country works to manage debt that reached 132% of GDP at the end of 2024. The IMF froze a $1.8 billion loan last year after discovering unreported debt from the previous administration. Officials say significant progress has been made on budgetary debt and data correction issues. A new IMF mission chief is expected to start in January to accelerate discussions. Senegal also plans to continue raising funds through instruments including Eurobonds to support its economic needs. The finance minister stressed that finalizing the program is a pressing priority, even as the government balances debt management with domestic politics considerations. Senegal's leadership hopes swift action will stabilize the economy and reassure investors. And for a quick look at what's happening in the world of sports, Sudan and Burkina Faso meet tonight for only the second official encounter in their history. Their last meeting was back in January 2012 when Sudan claimed a 2-1 victory to reach the Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals. More than a decade has passed and both squads have changed dramatically. Tonight's game comes with new pressures and a fresh chance to make history. While Sudan has a slight historic edge, football offers no guarantees. Both teams will look to assert dominance and make their mark in CAN 2025, AFCON 2025. Fans can expect a high-stakes match as African football continues to evolve. This clash will write a new chapter for both nations in the continental tournament. And that's all on African News. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happenings near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage, request photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Solomon Ofem. Thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers.
The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Membership Induction ceremony is an official event where new entrants into the profession are formally admitted as members of the institution. New members who have completed the required training, examination, and professional interviews are officially inducted into NIESV. They earn the right to practice as professional estate surveyors and valuers in Nigeria. The event underscores NIESV's mission to enhance service delivery, improve real estate standards, and regulate professional practice across the country.
This is an event that I presided over. It is an important event in our institution. That is when we welcome new members into our institution, and I'm so happy about the quality and the number of members that we have inducted. 539 new members joined the profession. That is a big deal for us, and we are happy to celebrate them.
The possible challenges is people try to know them. That okay, yes, we are out, we're into the market, we are here to serve you, but with good sensitization and the market driven, there's no problem. The vision is to see how we can fit the market with our professional dexterity.
Like as a surveyor, I've been in this game for a very long time, for almost 40 years now or more. As you grow, you have challenges. When the number is fewer, it's easier to manage challenges, try to control and coordinate and control. But as you grow, you see a lot of people who are not serious-minded, who are not committed, and you have to do a lot of job to remove the chaff from the grain. There are temptations. People will offer you money to give them what they want, and you do it, you get the money. Those people, when they need something that is serious, they don't continue. But they know that you have a price. You can compromise.
You know, the real estate profession, it's a noble profession. The profession of estate surveying and valuation, it's a noble profession that has to do with service to people, and not just people, to the nation as well. And aside from that, it's a profession that integrates people. You get to deal with people and get to manage them. And at the end of the day, it's something I had passion for, and of course, I feel fulfilled getting to serve people.
Today seems to be one of the most exciting days of my profession as an estate surveyor and valuer. It's one of the moments we all look up to, a very exciting day, a day where we behold the estate profession as the bedrock of all of they have to do. The milestone of this is it is one of the basis rock as a trust one thing we look up to as an estate surveyor and valuer.
My expectation is to see how you can bring your expertise, what you've learned, your experience over time and practice, how you can bring it in and see that professionalism is brought into this profession. Because over time we've noticed that because of lack of professionalism, the reputation of the profession has been, is something that people now doubt. So my expectation is to come into this profession fully with the weight of experience and what we've been taught during our national continuous development, and from the weight of experience of our guest speaker today, to bring them together and see how we can move the profession to the next level.
The 2025 induction ceremony of the Nigerian Institution of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers was indeed a significant milestone. It's more than celebration. It's a celebration of value, a celebration of integrity and credibility. VOP's TV Precious Agmano reporting.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dili Utomi, and this is the Maritime Frontier Show. Today, we are discussing on the topic, corruption, the bane of optimum realization of the potentials in the maritime sector. It's a general belief that corruption has eaten deep into the fabric of this nation, and so something needs to be done urgently to take care of the things that the corruptible and corrupting issues, so that the country may realize its potentials in all facets of its national life. And today we have a man who has written a book titled The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria as our guest. He is in the person of Chief Basil Chudinwolisa. Chief, you're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much, Dilly.
Chief, while we were talking before this program started, you were saying something about corruption being a dragon, sort of, in the lives of so many Nigerians because of the effect it has had in the level of development we should have had as compared to the level of development that we have now. Please, could you throw more light on that?
Thank you very much.
We're talking about the maritime sector here, sir.
Thank you very, very much, Dilly. In the maritime industry, it seems that the key to the maritime industry's business transactions and all that is corruption. Corruption is the objective. Corruption is the nature of most of the activities in the maritime industry. It is becoming as if it is a natural phenomenon to to act the other way around, to behave abnormally, to kind of leave the norms and do something else. In Nigeria, we have rules, we have regulations, we have extant laws. Nigeria is blessed with rules and regulations, but who dares to follow it up? Nobody. Almost 90% of activities in the port are corrupt.
Can you expatiate a little bit more on that?
Yes. For example, you see a shipping line that's supposed to collect collector charges for auction container at 25% rate of the cost of auctioning of that container, collecting 550% of what it's supposed to collect. For example,
how, sir?
You see, normally, if you get an auction paper, for example, from customs, you see that what is written on the paper is 25% of the cost of that goods, the auction value, should be paid to the shipping line.
And the terminal
25% will be paid to the terminal operators. You see some terminal operators and shipping companies collecting 500 to 550%.
Sir, do you have any evidence to buttress this?
Yes, I do.
You've experienced this?
I do. I experienced it physically. And a lot of people have been calling me to challenge this process, and have been sending their documents with which they were extorted by these shipping lines. And I can assure you that I'll give you those documents, because it's terrible. It's abnormal.
Which agency of government should take charge of that?
With those that are asked to go and
the corrupt
checkmate.
officers.
Are you getting what can they achieve? They can achieve nothing. Just if you collect 100,000, give us 50,000 and go with her. That's protecting them. This becomes a seal of protection. That means if you are duped, or if you are cheated, or you are extorted, and you go to the regulator to report, the regulator will even inflate the charge, because he will get some from the collection. So that is the problem we have.
Sir, you are directly indicting now the shipping companies and the terminal operators with this example.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. They are not the only ones within the sector, operating within the sector. The Nigerian Customs Service that gives you the auction paper, which says, go and pay us, if you pay us a total value of the auction, you pay 25% to the terminal operators and 25% to the shipping companies. Is there no mechanism for ensuring that that's exactly what is paid and what is
I can assure you,
observed?
I can tell you for free that the Customs Board, that's those who are in charge of that auction, they have written the shipping company several times, telling them to redirect their steps. But what they do is that they deal with a particular case. Do you understand what I mean by particular case? If, for example, now
you take your case to them,
to customs, and custom write them, they will treat my case. They isolate it and treat it. Those other people that don't know what to do, what do they do? Okay. For example, now if I approach custom and customs in their magnanimity decide to write them or call them and they give me the supposed service, what about those that are being blinded to believe that that's the norm for them to collect that 500 to 550% of what they're supposed to collect? That's the problem we have.
Now, well, goes back to the question of the regulators, economic, in this case, the economic regulator of the maritime sector, the Nigerian Shippers Council. What are the steps being given people take to make them do their work?
The truth of the matter is that the regulators are doing nothing now, as far as I'm concerned. What they are doing is just a tip of the iceberg, maybe 5%, 10% of what they should do. When the shipping company, the terminal operators came up with escalation of the cost of services in the port, what did they do? The regulators did nothing. And there is no consummate improvement on services rendered. Things are getting worse. Tell me, how can I pay shipping company their charge today and not get TDO today? They will tell me that confirmation has not come from the bank where I paid. If I pay you money now into your account by transfer or by any system, don't you receive a alert?
Yeah, we do.
Why must you wait for for the bank to write you to tell you that I paid you? That is exactly what the shipping lines are doing, causing delay. That's what the terminals are doing, causing delay so that the people will pay demurrage cumulatively. Painfully though. So that this amount that are being paid that are not regulated are now being shifted to the consumers. And the consumers in this country are stressed up. An average consumer in this country has already had it on his neck. Trouble, family trouble, drugs, being able to buy medicine, to take care of their needs, to buy food. And then you come and put inflation of corruption on it. To the extent that a container that comes into the port that is supposed to be taken in 3-4 days will last 30 to 1 month, and 30 days to 2 months. Those payments you do, which is about will end up being between 1 million and 2 million. You plow it into the cost of your commodity. And then who takes the stress? It is you and I. It is the general public. It is the poor man, the poor woman.
Sir, aside from being a freight forwarder, you are also the president of the National Compliance Joint Task Force of Customs License Agents. That's a kind of anti-corruption crusader.
Yes, yes.
Now, in your capacity as the president or the coordinator, what do you people do to see that some of these sharp practices are curtailed or brought down to the barest minimum?
As we entered into the system, we found out that there's a conglomeration of corruption. Like I explained earlier, if a group or an organization, a federal government parastatal is given the mandate to regulate what is going on, and they are not doing it, and they are collecting kickbacks from the people that are supposed to be regulated, you see that the system will be absolutely that of confusion. And we found out that we that are asking for the right thing to be done, transparency, anti-corruption, integrity, we are being accountability. We are being isolated from the scheme of things. Isolated in the real sense of it is that if there is supposed to be a national program or an event where we can show up and ask pertinent questions, they will make sure that even if we come to that program, that they will not allow us to enter into the program to be able to talk for the Nigerian people, because we are not talking for them. We are talking for the people. And when you stand with the people, you are always a target of attack by criminals and corrupt officials.
Okay.
So we have not really done much with all our aggression, with all our intentions to make things work right. We've not been able to do much. You cannot do much in a situation whereby you are not even, if, for example, I push something forward to the press and they see it, they will be disturbing the journalist to pull it down. You can't achieve much.
That's usually the case anyway. Now, yours is not an association. It's just a pressure group.
It's a pressure group, an advocacy group.
Advocacy
We're advocating for change.
Yeah, advocacy group. But also, we know that some of the larger freight forwarders and the licensed customs agents associations also have units of that they call the compliance teams. Has there been any kind of cooperation between this compliance team for all of you guys to put resources together and fight a common enemy?
Yes.
Because the sharp practices, it does not favor you people so much. It does not favor the other people on the other side in so much, because of course it gets some troubles too from it, even though they make money out of it. So why can't you people come
we
to
have
the same
had
table and then try to take care of the issues?
Yes, we have had several progressive meetings with one of the groups, one of the anti-corruption group. In fact, they have lent their voice to our activities. We have had several meetings of collaboration, and we are still collaborating. And we believe that in near future, we will come out with a better position on our relationship. But we know that there are so-called premier associations that they are in the top of the corruption table. They are the people sharing the corrupt fruits, and they can do anything within their means to make sure that the corruption continues. Look at now, we have an issue in Steme Border. Can you believe that it was the Premier Association members that attacked our men?
Specifically, who are you talking about?
ANALCA, Association of Nigerian Licensed Clearing Agents. Our men were there on official duty when they found out that the vehicles that are bringing consignments to the Nigerian border, that their plate numbers, their number plate has been covered. We were shocked. What is really going on?
Vehicle bringing imported
Bringing imported items, goods into the country.
Their number plates were
They
covered.
started covering the number plates.
What they intend to achieve by doing
I
that?
don't know. But you know that will bring suspicion. If you start plying our roads in Nigeria with a
Covered
plate
number plates.
covered, or even as a private car, it brings suspicion. There must be a hidden agenda. We decided to take steps to know what is going on. We were attacked by a group led by one Mr. Austin, the secretary of Analka at Semeboda, and wounded our member.
What was the objective? Their objective?
Their own objective is to stop us from doing our job, from salvaging Nigeria from a very, very terrible, corruptible activities going on.
Okay, are you indirectly saying that it was their members that were bringing in those vehicles, goods?
Yes,
with,
yes, they are
vehicles,
involved. That is
plates
my
covered.
suspicion, because for you to start defending evil, you must be part of that evil.
Okay.
If you don't have stake in it, why should you attack our people?
And these are people that you're supposed to be cooperating with.
And make confounded lies to custom, and custom detained our members for 3 days, which ended up by negotiation and collection of money from our people before letting them go, from their family before letting them go.
You have a proof of that?
I have a proof. Whatever I say, I will give you proof.
And what was?
And let me tell you, let the entire nation know that we know that if a shipload of rice bursts in Semeboda, it will take only about 20 days for the rice to find itself, all the rice to find themselves in Nigeria, at locations in Ogun State, Oyo State, and what do you call it?
Lagos State, yeah.
If I will give you about 20 warehouses where you will see only foreign rice there. But there's a policy in Nigeria that said that rice is banned. I'm using this opportunity to ask Mr. President to remove a barring on rice so that government can collect its revenue. Because right now, it is the officials that are sharing the revenue and allowing the goods to come in the wee hours of the night between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Most of the time when we go out in the night, we see them, how they are using cultivated vehicles. There's these small cars that are built into truck to carry 50 to 80 bags of rice into the country. Some of them coming in with possibly, it is alleged that they are coming with even tramadol.
Hard drugs.
Hard drugs. And some of them are even have the temerity to bring in small arms and weapons into the country, which I have not been able to see that one. But I can tell you that from every rumors, there could be the truth there. What I'm using this opportunity to say is that let the agencies of government saddle with this, take responsibility, and make sure that these criminals that are doing all this are brought to book. You understand what I'm saying? Because how can you be allowing import to be coming to the country in drones of thousands of vehicles from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m.? What is the objective? I challenge the federal government officials of police, army, or national intelligence to go and check.
No, but sir, there's of course all these people that I've enumerated, including the Nigerian Customs Service, the immigration, and the rest of them. We have so many paramilitary and military agencies lining up across the border. How do these things come?
Some of them are colluding. They create a mafia group that collude and do this thing without even the knowledge of some of the people that are there on daily basis. Because when evening comes now, you go home. You don't know what happens behind the darkness. But we have cameras, we have videos and photographs of what is going on these platforms.
Okay. This issue that you just mentioned now, did it get to the level or to the hearing of the Customs Area Controller and the new Customs Area Controller within that region?
We complained to the area controller of the border, semi-border. That was what orchestrated the arrest of our members, because he invited them to come and tell him what is going on. On getting there, he locked them up, claiming that they were using cameras at a designated ECOWAS location, which is a big lie. My people were never anywhere near ECOWAS examination bay. Never anywhere. If they say they are there recording, let them bring the camera. They recorded. Let them bring the evidence that they were there. They didn't come close to this place that they were talking about. They accused them unnecessarily and put them in jail. We have reported this to the Attorney General of the Federation and other people that should investigate this matter, because this is the highest act of irresponsibility and stupidity for citizens of Nigeria to tell you that there is a gross importation of contraband in the port in Nigeria from your border post where you are the helm, and all you can do to celebrate them is to imprison them.
What's the role? Did you involve any other sister agencies to the custom, police, any one of them?
Yes,
because they are also closely involved.
When they were arrested, when they were beaten up the previous day before they were arrested, the matter was reported to the DPO of Semeboda. I was told that the DPO told them that it was the DC enforcement of that Semeboda that sent the people that beat them up. That is not even an alka that we brought to the station, because we reported an alka that were there, their men. They invited them. On coming there, the DPO told my men, we recorded, it's a recorded fact, I'll give you the audio, that look, this issue of beating of your men was not perpetuated by an alka. It was the DC enforcement that sent the people that beat up your men and collected their reflectives, and also threw the other one in a very huge gutter where he sustained injury to the breaking of his backbone. I was taken to the hospital. That we should go and settle with the DC enforcement. So when we reported that to the controller, and when my people at the Semeboda reported it to the controller invited them for a talk. On reaching there, they were detained, 3 of them, for 3 good days. After which, what ended up the arrest, they are charging them for using camera at the border post, unauthorized. And nobody used anything like that. If they say that they use, let us show us the evidence.
No, sir, please. While trying to get some of these things, we were able to see some trucks that came in with imported goods. By your own estimate, like how many trucks would have come in at that particular time, and what would you think would be the financial losses to the nation?
The trucks that came in within the time of valuation, when they were evaluating the number of trucks that comes on a daily basis, will be going to like 1,000 trucks. And if you plot 1,000 trucks at 10 million, for example, you'll be talking
about tariff that should be paid to the government.
You'll be talking about a revenue of about 100 billion within that space of about of 3 weeks of that investigation, which culminated in their arrest. We have videos of these vehicles. They are, in fact, our normal trailers in Nigeria. It is double that our Nigerian trailer.
Oh, they reconfigure them in order to carry more.
To carry more, yes.
Well, okay, more cargoes. How? And were you able to give this evidence to meet with the CAC, and he still acted the way he said he did?
Our giving evidence is under the laws of Nigeria. It's our discretion. And we are ready to produce that evidence in a good constituted law of court, court of law.
Okay.
We cannot give them evidence. Evidence can, they can change things. In this modern day of technology, they can use the evidence and use AI to manipulate it. We will take our evidences to the judge, this is what we are working on. And the Federal Minister of Justice will have already prepared a letter to report the whole thing to the Attorney General of the Federation. This madness must stop. So they say now they are threatening the lives of my people. The controller himself and his people are threatening our lives. What kind of madness is that? Who the hell is the person that is allowing Nigeria to go on as a banana republic? This is indiscipline at the highest order.
Okay. So, you wrote the book, The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria. What inspired this book?
Yes, you can see this book is talking about the official supermarkets being created by police, customs, and other groups at our highways. It's like their supermarket, their shops, where various amounts of money are collected from commuters, haulage companies, businessmen, and travelers. Are you getting me? And this has become a very, very serious problem in Nigeria today, because whatever that happens in between Abuja and Lagos, or in between Lagos and Port Harcourt, to the extent that it was an extortion, it's plowed back into the cost of commodity in the market.
Yeah.
Let's assume now you are traveling from here to Sokoto to deliver a consignment, and you ask for eguzo or road money,
yeah,
police, olopa, or putting hanya, whatever language you use to do it, and you give the driver 2 million, 3 million.
So every Nigerian language has been adapted. It's been adapted into every Nigerian language.
A culture. So at the end of the day, when you get to every of these checkpoints, you will drop. If you didn't drop, they will park you and delay you. I had a story about many years ago how NDLA along one of the roads stopped a vehicle loaded with tomato from the north. I don't know the city from the north, and claimed that the driver had been reported to be always carrying hard drugs, that's India hemp, is under the tomato. Are you getting me? And because of settlement story and all that, the tomato stayed there about 17 days. Before the vehicle got to Lagos, the owner has lost over 80% of the tomato because it's a perishable goods.
Yeah.
What will you do if you are the owner? You will try to use the remaining 20% to recover your lost money. Who pays for that 20%? Is you and me.
But he has the right to sue the government agency that's involved.
That is the problem with Nigerians. They don't have confidence in our judiciary.
System, yeah.
Yes, they don't have confidence. Are you getting me? Because more often time they allege that technicalities are used to throw out matters from the court. This also.
So you were talking about your inspiration.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the book. The soul of the book is the illicit collections on our highways, on our roads, culminatively that raises the price of goods in the market. Because if I'm taking a container of rice or beans or whatever to anywhere in Nigeria and I pay 2 million or 3 million for the road money, automatically that money is also plowed into the cost of the goods, because I have to make profit, not loss. Then it goes back to us. So this book is a book set up to start a conversation on the position of our checkpoints on our roads, and possibly government should consider putting CCTV cameras at everywhere there's a checkpoint on our roads, so that the official that send these men to put this roadblock, we see what their men are doing.
Okay.
We see people being beaten up at this checkpoint because they did not give money. You see people being abused, insulted, delayed for hours before getting to their destination because they could not part with some money, or they are not able to tame the selfish interests of these officials. That's what this book is detailing.
All right.
The near experiences of about 34 Nigerians. The experiences of about 34 Nigerians on our roads.
Okay.
And so on and so forth.
All right, sir. We are talking generally about what happens in the maritime sector and why it's not being able to realize its potentials. Of course, the issue of corruption is the number one reason.
Yes.
We have so many agencies within the Nigerian maritime sector. One of them is the Nigerian Ports Authority. do you think that their roles are being well played, and that the level of corruption there is not that significant in terms of maybe as compared to probably some of their sister agencies?
The Nigerian Post Authority. The Nigerian Post Authority is another very corrupt institution in Nigeria today.
Why do you say so, sir?
Good. You see the two call up and all the programs they are coming up with. Inside is planted booby traps. These booby traps, you cannot be able to cross it. You must have to pay your way through to cross it. Are you getting me?
How do you mean, sir? Explain.
What I mean is that at every of their process, there has to be a place where somebody will mark you good. For example, okay, the officials will say, you did right. Okay, you can go. Or you did not bring this vehicle at the place you are supposed to bring. You are supposed to take it to another terminal where you wait. And you are not supposed to, you feel that you are not supposed to go there. And you pay the money so that you will not go there before coming to the port. And a lot of process they put in between. That
so they deliberately put
those things. You cannot be able to meet up until you part with your money. Automatically, the moment you give them money, those things will be waived. But I want a system that works.
Okay. But the ETO system, the ETO application for the control of traffic within the port area and the port corridors, it's supposed to make operations more seamless and having less of a human contact. Well, the explanation now that you're giving, the explanation you're giving seems to sort of run against that.
It is not seamless. See how to make it seamless. Are you get what I'm saying? How to make it seamless is that they should open up their portal, have a link, whereby if you send information in real time under camera at a point, you send it, you receive response automatically. And then your truck will either be number 1 or number 2 or number 3 to enter the port. If you do that, so that I get information in real time, I don't need to be standing on the road causing confusion. What I need to do is to register my entering inside Tinkan port or PTML or any other port. And I set, go to where I'm going at the time that it is given on my ticket, 11 a.m., 11:15, 11:20. I get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If it's working like that, there will be no cause for alarm. What you need to do is to do this thing. But you have to have a physical contact with their officers. And you see them building offices along the road. Haven't you observed the offices like Canopy or makeshift office along our roads, between Mile 2 and Tinkan, between Lagos and our bridge to Apapa? Don't you see offices operating there? You have to have a relationship with them before they open this thing for you.
There is a bar so that the trucks can pass.
Yes. But what is difficult in getting my TDO in Omako or Max Line or this and I'm going to the terminal, APMT or Bonded Terminal or anywhere I want to go that is regulated? Is it Tinkan, TICT? Is it a port and cargo? Then at the moment I get it, I have my own documented time of bringing in talk to come and carry these goods without having to talk to anybody. Must I have to talk to anybody before I pay the amount I'm supposed to pay? I'm not supposed to talk to anybody now. I can do a transfer and generate this pass and just go and load my container. If they don't know how to do it, I'll teach them.
But to be I'm not in defense of anybody or any agency, but what they say is that this particular system of being operated or adopted right now has become more efficient as compared to before, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, where we had traffic running all the way from Apapa Port to Ikorodu Road, distance of about 10 kilometers or so. And now you have virtually no traffic except for a few vehicles trying to enter the port. What do you say about that?
No, it's not true. There's still traffic. Traffic is going on. And people are paying through their nose in this new system. The other day I was listening to one official of Contour on one of the radio programs explaining out the criminality. Didn't you hear him? Or you did not listen to the radio? One Ekene DK something Collins. You had him right. That's executive recklessness and there's corruption going on in the Nigerian Post Authority. The problem is that nobody will ask the question. Nobody will tell them. Nobody will talk about it. Everybody is looking for brown envelope. So that's the problem.
Okay, so Eto should be, you are saying that Eto should be scrapped?
No, I didn't say so. I said that Eto is good, but they should remove all those human factors that will make you to start talking with anybody. If they are not creative enough, we can create something for them.
Okay.
Because something that will work. A simple module that everybody will be happy. You will not see all these drones or trucks. The trucks will see that if this place is a place for parking 100 trucks, 100 trucks will only be there. As one goes or two goes, another one will join.
Yeah.
Are you getting me? So that the access road will be clear. It will not be that of struggling on me. I will come from behind and pay money and I come to the front. Don't you know that that's what is happening? For example, now if I drop money down, I want to go and load my container sharp. I will move from being 150 number to come to the front. That's what I'm doing. Some you see them without headlamp. They enter the port. This ought to be regulated. And I want to also talk about one thing again, which is very, very important for this country. Expatriates are taking over our ports. Foreigners are taking over the clearing and forwarding business from our people.
How do you think so?
If you go to the port, you see them. They are giving even what is called express services. That if their goods come, they can take it to their warehouse and examine it there. Who knows what these people are bringing in? The other day, I observed some containers carrying seal at a location in Jao Estate. Over 30 containers carrying seal on it, trying to enter a warehouse. I asked, they said that they have officers to examine the container there.
Not a bonded terminal.
It's not a bonded terminal.
Warehouse.
I don't think it's a bonded terminal. It's a warehouse.
Unregistered area.
It's a company. In fact, it's a company. It's a company. Maybe it's a company manufacturer. I don't have the details. But I saw the list and I took note of them by recording the video of over 30 containers carrying seal. You know what is seal? Seal represents
it
that
has not been broken.
Was not broken. The container was not opened in the port before it left.
Examined.
That whole thing only happens when the consignments are going to the bonded terminal under escort of proper officers. For God's sake, do you know what those people are doing? Whether it's hard drugs or whether it's
it could be weapon, it could be bomb, it could be anything.
And we are talking about security issues in Nigeria. Who does that?
Now, but there are people who are supposed to be in charge, of course, the Nigerian Customs Service, in charge of every good that comes into the country. Where do you think the lacuna would have been?
You see, you just want me to be repeating myself. I told you that men and women or groups established to monitor what is going on are most of the time, they are being compromised. And if there's a compromise, what do you expect?
Okay.
I will just collect money in lieu of what I'm supposed to do as a service. That is what is compromise.
All right, sir. We have so many other agencies within the ports. There are some people also, we've had cases of people complaining about goods being cleared, and then as they step out of the ports with the vehicles, conveying them out, the maritime police stops them and impounds the vehicle. Is this a general practice, or is this this case is just isolated?
Honestly speaking, I don't have that kind of case of maritime police apprehending container that have been cleared.
Okay.
I'm not aware. But I'm aware that Federal Operation Unit does that. And there is a missing container now that we don't know where it is. A pharmaceutical duty imported and brought to the country. They arrested after clearing, after a proper officer released it. They arrested it, and that container, they claim that they have sent it to NAFDAC. We went to NAFDAC. NAFDAC said they didn't see the container. And they too are denying that they don't know where the container is. Meanwhile, we saw the empty container in their office without the goods.
In customs office?
Yes, at Federal Operation Unit.
Their premises?
Yes. They said they transfer. Why didn't you transfer the goods with the container to NAFDAC?
Okay. Sir, please give us your parting shots on what we should do as a nation so that this issue of corruption should be tamed.
Yes. It is simple. As a nation, we don't have anything to do than to change. You cannot be walking, you want to go to Lagos Island. Then you looked at your face, you saw that you are going to Badagry. Will you get to Badagry before you start going to Lagos? It is never late to change your mind and do the right thing. It's never late to go another track to get what you want as a nation. We have seen that corruption does not improve the life of the people or that of the nation. Nigeria is a nation that is endowed with human and material resources. The resources in Nigeria is far above the resources in the entire Europe put together. But yet our people are suffering from poverty, bondage, diseases, hunger, and diseases. And yet, we are still believing that as we are going into that corruption, that things will be fine. Or maybe we continue praying, things will be fine. No, we must retract our step and get back to the reality and do the right thing. We can't continue this way. And the truth of the matter is that those that are corrupt, that are stealing our money, they are not enjoying the money. They are suffering the money. The moment they retire from service, before you know it, they have decapitated. They have changed color. The next thing you hear that they are dead with all the money they stole. And I think that is karma. Karma is a reality. So we should think about a national re-evolution.
A national rebirth.
Rebirth. Okay. Change our attitude completely and enjoy life.
Ethical revolution.
Ethical revolution instead of us.
And character reformation.
Instead of being selfish and steal the money meant to do road from Lagos to Badagry. Pocket it. One person eat it. We should do the road so that all of us, when we want to go to Badagry or anywhere around that place, we enjoy the road.
Thank you so very much, sir. We have been speaking with Chief Basil Chudimuli, sir, the author of The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria. He's been talking to us about the effects of corruption within the maritime sector, why we have not been able to fully realize the potentials within this sector. Well, like he suggests, we need an ethical revolution and character reformation within the nation as a whole, not just in the maritime sector. Let's hope that the people in authority will listen and do something so that this nation will move away from the path of underdevelopment to the path of development through the realization of all her potentials, her dreams, and using all the resources to make this nation better. It's been nice speaking with Dr. Chief Basil Nwoli, sir. Thank you so very much, sir. And this is the Maritime Frontier Show. We will see you again next week for another edition of the Maritime Frontier Show. Thank you. This is Delio Tommy. Have yourself a wonderful day ahead.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
in a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Wow, what a way to wrap up the year. Finally, we've actually gotten to the tail end of 2025. And it is officially the right time for us to say goodbye 2025. Because in just few hours, we'll be shouting Happy New Year. And I remember how time flies, it was just around the corner, few months ago, we actually, screamed and shouted Happy New Year into 2025. And of course, we've just wrapped up 2025. And what a way to say thank you, God. What a way to say thank you, Jesus, for giving us the privilege, to be counted among the living. We're not better than those who are not here again, but of course, we're here because we still enjoy the grace of God. And of course, we still have to fulfill the purpose, that God created us for. And it's really, a very wonderful time where we get to reflect, review, reassess and flashback, think about how, faithful God has been to us, from January up until December, today being 31st of December. You can remember, as I'm talking to you now, of a particular situation or even more situations that you felt that situation could have, consumed you, or how would you have actually, sorted it, or how would you come out of this particular one? And before you knew it, you came out and you're still here. I'm still here. God is still here with us. Okay, so it's actually a very wonderful one. And officially, just like I told, my guest in the studio, this is, my last presentation in 2025. The next presentation I will be doing will be in 2026. And what a way to actually say, congratulations to you and I. And thank you for being a wonderful, audience, viewers, to us at Voice of the People Television. Thank you for being a wonderful, audience to my program, People's Voice here. So we're really grateful. And it's always a good thing that I'm always meeting you and you're always meeting me here. All right, so welcome on board. It is People's Voice, where season stories shape the narrative. And usually we take a particular topic, we dissect it, that is, making rounds, in the country, sparking conversation across the nation. But for today, and this particular edition will be for today, the 1st of January and the 2nd of January, which happens to start today. And all we'll be discussing is about a review, okay? So resilience and reforms, Nigerians 2025 in review. We want to do a review about every of the dramatic situation that is happening in the country. We'll be talking about politics, we'll be talking about, all of the implementations, the reforms. We'll be talking about, economy. We're talking about every sector, everything that has actually affected us as a people in this nation, both the good and the bad, the ups and downs. All right, so it will be a roundtable conversation today, and that's all we're doing for today, tomorrow, and next. Okay, so I believe you are all set for that particular one. Join the conversation with experts inside a season perspective. Of course, share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. 2025 was a pivotal year. Of course, I'm using the word was, or because we're wrapping it up already. It was actually marked by intense political maneuvering, persistent economic challenges, escalating insecurity, and of course, incremental reforms under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The nation grapped with deepened corruption scandals, widespread social unrest driven by hardship, and of course, governance failures across sectors. We had several issues, happening to us while economic indicators showed sign of stabilization, such as easing inflation and increased oil production. Insecurity and political instability dominated headlines. Of course, you would agree with me that if we want to take it from that of the politics to corruption, social issues, government policies, economy, education, the oil sector, the insecurity, the military actions, and other sectors. We had different situations, that could make you and I, debate, and we talk about it all and all. And of course, we cannot finish everything today. So we'll be looking into that particular one. And of course, for you to join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, I'll be bringing in my guests, and of course, we'll be going straight to the conversation. Resilience and reform, Nigeria's 2025 in review. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. And welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. Yes, sir, we're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimihele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guard of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Happy New Year.
That's true. Happy New Year, because we hope to see you again. Happy New Year, Mr. Elvis.
We're almost there. We thank God. It's kept us thus far.
Sincerely. You know, and officially, you and I, we're actually doing our last program in 2025.
Yeah, we are doing the last program. Before we meet again, it's a new year.
Oh, glory be to God. And of course, I have in the studio with me actually surged. And we're already complaining, you know, that rice actually surged. And we're already complaining, you know, that rice was, you know, going up and up and up. Not like now that, you know, rice actually, the price of rice dropped. You know, inflation started with us in December. And how did we actually cope? And how did we even maneuver as regards to inflation? And don't forget that as at the time that we're complaining of the surge, you know, the hike in prices, the government were actually telling us that the policies they were, you know, making were better and everything would suddenly become normal. So if we want to talk about inflation in Nigeria, has it dropped? For all of the reforms they've done, is there any maybe, you know, I don't know. I want you to let me know, is there any change or is it better now?
I think their own definition of inflation is different from the definition of inflation that we know, because it's like it's the government that is making more while the people are making less. So to them, inflation is dropping and the economy is booming, you know, because the allocations to the state and local government increased. So their own is doing well. But to an ordinary Nigerian on the street, it's a more loss of more money, more tax, less money in the pocket, increase in the price of goods and services. And that is that. It's even, every time we talk about rice, then we talk about one or two things. There are so many things. I'm telling you, there are so many things across. We have been limited to the staple food, which is rice. Our own staple food, our traditional food, in fact, it has not come down. It has not. So if the price of rice that is coming from abroad is coming down, then we should ask government, because this one is coming from abroad most of the time, and the price is a little bit coming down. So we should ask them, why? Are you easing your tax on it? Or you are investing in production of rice outside? Or maybe some countries are giving you rice as a gift to share for your people. Because the one we plant in our own country, our own staple food that we know did not come down. We have the gari, yam, beans. Even price of chicken. Okay, Mr. Elvis, let me get your take as regards to what Mr. Lawa is talking about as regards to the inflation.
Thank you, Savior. Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians that this 2025 Christmas and even the New Year, we are about to enter 2026. We did not record stampede deaths. Remember what is this time last year? What happened in this nation? We had the Anambra stampede. We had the Catholic stampede in Abuja, and we had the one in Ibadan.
Yeah, Ibadan as well.
So these were so.
There was one in Lagos. So it happened in Lagos here when the custom officers.
That one happened earlier.
Okay.
Happened around October.
The
December one are the one I'm telling you, exactly this time last year, because we were buying a bag of rice at 120, 130 per bag. So, but this year, we thank God at least Nigerians did not die all in the name of Christmas rice. and at least the Christmas is gone, and we are looking up to New Year. And I know Nigerians will not die because of New Year rice. The reservation we have for Christmas, we'll manage it up for the New Year. But be that as it may, Savior, you will also agree with me that where we saw some abracadabra in the government economy, we don't really know how it came about. They said they did, I don't know what they said they did something that brought down the inflation. What do they call that? At the economic term they used, and they brought down the inflation from 34 point something to so whether it's rebased, they rebased it or something. They said they rebased it, and the inflation dropped. And the president was basking in the euphoria that before the end of this year, inflation was going to get to like 15%. That was going to reduce it to 15. I think we saw 14 point something now, which means it has actually after the rebasing, the inflation dropped. But unfortunately, inflation actually dropped, and we also saw it in some areas. But in some areas, it's not affecting Nigerians. Yes, at this time last year, a bag of rice was about 120, 130. But this year, you could see a bag of rice 65, 70, thereabouts. Good. Beans has also come down to some extent. Gari, it's about the cheapest of all now because I'm a farmer. I've actually left my farm now because the cassava is not, the price has not come up at all. So we saw that, but unfortunately, the transport fare refused to come down. Then vegetable oil to make that rice, rice is just the.
Rice can't cook itself.
It can't cook itself.
Yes, we have gas there. We've not even talked about it.
I'm still going to the energy. I just mentioned. So I don't know. I don't know what is happening to the gas, the transportation, vegetable, all the condiments. None of them is coming down. I don't know what is happening. So I think we'll have to ask the federal government, now that you are talking about 14 point something in inflation, what happened to all these ones? Because by the time you put rice in the fire, you have to gather these other condiments to make the stew before the rice become food. And unfortunately, those other condiments are not coming down. So I don't know. I don't know what the federal government will have to explain to us in this.
Maybe Mr. Kundaya would actually.
Because some people say,
I even have something to say. You know why? Because when you talk about inflation, I don't know how you calculate your inflation. Because you keep giving me a headache. If a price of something is 100 naira and it increased to 200 naira, is that not 100%?
Of course.
Now, if a bag of rice is 40 naira and increased to 120 naira, what is the percentage of inflation in that one? Is it that's 100 plus
percentage? Yes.
So that means the inflation went 200% upward. I mean 100% increase. Yes. The inflation is 100%. But the one they are telling me that is 37, is 27, I don't understand how you get your own. Because, yes, now, this is 100% increment. That's inflation now. So if rice is 40,000 and it went up to 120, that means that is about 100 and something percent increase in inflation. And you are telling me it's 30 something. If it's 30 something, it means like 60,000 or 70. You get what I'm saying? That is 30, 40 something percent. But this inflation we are talking about, I don't know where they get their statistics. Because I can see inflation in Nigeria to be more than 100% upward. And they are telling us 30 something. Okay, look at gas. How much is gas now? A kilo is like 1,000 plus. Before it was like 700 plus. Is that not close to 100%? So where are you getting where is the government getting their 37, 27? Okay. I don't understand the calculation.
Let me ask you. In January, the president signed about 4 tax reform bills, into law, of course, including the Nigerian Tax Act. And we saw that every time we hear them talk, they are always saying that all of their reforms, is for the best interest of Nigerians, and Nigerians will soon see it, And whenever someone uses a word like, this particular thing I did for you, I did it for your own good, and you soon start seeing it, you soon start enjoying it. Mr. Elvis, this is the last day in 2025. So I'd like to ask you, for all of the reforms that the president have been doing with his government, have we started seeing it?
We have not. But there's always a caveat. They always tell us that we should exercise patience.
This is a full year now.
It's a full year. They always tell us that the gains will come with time. That we should tighten our bet when they don't.
In 365 days.
When they don't tighten their own. So I think I would say employ us, Savior, using this your program, that maybe we'll tighten our bet more as we are entering the new year.
Since our tummy has reduced, so it's easier to tighten the bet.
Yes, as we are entering the new year 2026.
Mr. Elvis, there will be a time that we wouldn't have what to tie anymore.
Yes, but
because if you are saying tie your belt, we keep tying, and at some point,
that's the time.
Don't be any stomach to tie again.
I think that's the time Nigeria will wake up to their responsibilities. There's still some kind of flesh or fat that we are still managing with the bet. By the time the bet itself is no longer, the elasticity has gotten to a level that you can no longer cope. That's the time Nigerians will realize where we are. We have not realized because as it is now, last week by this time last week Wednesday. We were in the studio. We're talking about hold up because Nigeria were doing last minute shopping for Christmas.
Yeah.
So we could still shop. Then today we are still doing the last minute shopping for New Year. A time is coming when this may not be available, but that's when we will now realize that the bet has actually started entering our flesh, and Then we'll start asking questions from the
Let's
government.
move away from that of the reforms for now. Of course, it is still going to surface again in all of in some of the months.
Yeah.
But since we are still in January, don't forget that talking about corruption, the U.S. entered an agreement to repatriate $52.88 million in forfeited corruption proceeds to Nigeria, highlighting ongoing international efforts to recover looted assets. Till now, I need to ask the both of you, till now, what has been going on with all of the loot that we get from that side? Of course, for that of blessed memory, the former president, Buhari's time, Malami is answering for Abacha loot now. But for I'm talking about 2025 now, for all of the loot that the US, European nations have released to Nigerians, to Nigerian government, what has happened to all of this money?
That's why if Americans will listen to me, I will tell them to please not to repatriate any money again. Any money you have for Nigeria that is looted, just open a sovereign account with the World Bank and be saving the money there for us, spending when Nigeria will be normal, because Nigeria is not normal at all. You know why? Because the same money will find its way back into that same abroad that it came from. That's what we've been facing since. You know how many Abacha loot has been sent back to Nigeria? And look at what is happening about Malami. Across, but that's why you see all of them now, it's easy for them to decamp in order to protect their back.
It's even surprising for me now, because part of Malami's case, how can you arrest me, arrest my son, arrest my wife?
Because
so it's not a family business.
A family business.
No, it's up. Okay, look at what many of them do. Okay, look at the one they talk about, the FCT minister that allocated land to his son.
And so now nothing is happening.
You think another government will come in?
He has answered you. He said, "Are his son not grown enough to have land in Nigeria? Are they not Nigerians?" He has answered.
Did his son buy those lands?
I don't know.
That's what he has given you the answer now. But another government will come up one day and then it will look at. It will now probe all these things, and they will now see being maybe pick up again. Because one thing is this: you ask, what is the income of that child to have that?
Let's not deceive ourselves.
Okay.
Those repatriation you made mention of, those
billions
of naira are also in the hands of the people that are, flocking around the presidency. Now, if Malami was not picked up, we thought Malami served under a Messiah who told Nigeria was coming to fight corruption. That Messiah now, if he was alive, we would have been asking him, you know how many of his ministers that are facing FCC now? Some of the biggest fraud, we saw it now in Buhari's administration for 8 years. Emefiele is a big one. Malamina is a big one. Remember his Minister for Humanitarian Affairs? What they call her? Remember that woman? Remember his own nephew, Hadis Rika, the one that was aviation minister, who painted an aircraft a day to the end of the administration, flew into Nigeria and call it Nigeria Airways. How many can we mention? So don't bother looking at those money that came in. Those money that came in like, they've
Mr. said, don't bother looking at those money that came in.
We have seen it over the years. But maybe at the end of this administration, we can now open up this January 1st this review and say, okay, that money we were asking for on the 31st of December 2025 have now been found in one of the minister's coffers.
Yes.
It's possible. Because we have started seeing Malami's own now. Himself, his son, and his wife. It's become a family trend. So that's when we'll talk more about this money that came in. Because sometimes we could say, if this money comes in, why don't you tie it to a project? And say that loot that came, it was used to finance so. When we see it, you tie it to a project. Nigerians will see it. Unfortunately, it comes in and it's relooted again.
Yes.
So that looting and relooting is something that we cannot conclude today until the end of this administration, before we know who relooted the one that you just mentioned that came from the US. So let's hang that one, Savior, for now.
You know, we've not even, when you were giving me, the roll call, that's what I'll call it.
Yes.
Of all of the ministers,
Ministers,
in Buhari's regime that actually, took things for the family. You didn't mention Gige.
Yeah, in Gige is the recent one. Gige is also there.
But Mr. Lawa, I have never seen a man that is, full of confidence like that of Sirika. You are lying to 200 and something million people, and he never, felt like maybe to feel threats to an extent or to even, shake a little. No, he came out, he lied to us, and he was not bothered. He told us, he said, before
the end of that administration, Buhari's administration, Nigeria was going to be on air.
And we saw it.
That was,
the airline landed. There was a crosswater, the crosswater, unveiling.
Even president came and cut
the ribbon. I was surprised.
Then those people are still working free in this.
And the funny part is that, sincerely, I must confess here, I was waiting for them to open up, their bookings. I just wanted to book that flight from Lagos to Abuja back to Lagos. For me to just even enjoy Nigeria
once again.
At least once again. And guess what? After like few weeks, it was not even
second day. They just started lying to us.
Like between 3 days, whatever they said, they took it for maintenance. I don't understand. In new flights, and you said, and next the Ethiopian airline released their statement.
Yes,
they rented it from us,
and they used Nigeria money to paint it.
To paint it.
You know what it takes to paint an aircraft? It's still working free. It's working free.
With air,
it's working free without brazenness.
Sincerely, I don't think we can be done with this review.
No. That's why I said this is something you said that came from US. We cannot speak on it today. Until the end of this administration, we remind ourselves that we try to look at where this money went to. Sometimes in December 31st, 2025, but we could not know where it went to. But now it will be revealed. We will see where this.
So if the EFCC had not picked Malami, that means Malami would have successfully become the governor of Kebbi State.
Are you saying would have? Are you saying even with the picking of
even with the picking, he might still become the governor?
Yaya Bello. Listen, Yaya Bello
is going for Senate.
Yaya Bello that was declared wanted, that was hidden in Kogi State government house and all that by his cousin he made governor. Is he not going for Senate now?
Of course, he's going to remove.
So if he's bailed out after the new year, by New Year now he's bailed out. And you start seeing his posters in all the streets in Kebbi State, and eventually do the abracadabra they normally do to get the executive power. Will he not become governor? Who stops him from being governor?
Okay.
Forget about that.
I think we have to rest that particular one.
Let's rest it.
Okay, so we also had social issues, of course, nationwide protests, smelled over rising costs, setting the tone for anti-government action. Later, of course, in the year. Insecurity also, affected banditry in the northwest, intensified, with early reports of mass abduction and attacks on community. And of course, we were promised that the insecurity will reduce in January, if you remember.
Yes.
As at the time, in January, northwest. But we didn't even know that it
was going to escalate.
It was spread out.
It was going to escalate and see more deaths.
It even get to a point where the US would help us to drop some bombs.
Absolutely.
It got to a level, it became something like a business, an industry on its own.
It was more lucrative than this job.
It's still an industry.
It's still an industry.
It's an industry on which they employ, they have all their equipment and everything.
And sincerely, with due respect to one of the spokesperson of the president, he was trying to buttress what this Oyedele guy, the tax guy, was talking about, how it would be seamless for people that does menial job on how they can, pay their tax and it won't be difficult for them. And I was really disappointed when we heard, I think Dr. Anosike was here, it was one of the programs we did at Morning Boss, yes, and he said that even to prostitutes, meat sellers, what have you, they let them go through this particular article he has written. It will be easy for them to pay tax. So how did we get to a point where we are now recognizing, prostitution as
a trade?
As a trade in Nigeria. So why didn't they just mention the bandits also? For
the terrorists. That's the next one that went.
That's the next one
that will enter the tax net. That's the next one that will enter the tax net.
Because that's where because
the business surrounding banditry in Nigeria and terrorism
it's huge.
It's bigger than what you and I can think of. We saw 100 and something, 300 and something children, kidnapped and adopted. They were fed for 1 month.
Where did they get money from?
How many governments in Nigeria, local government can feed 200 people for a month? The local government. Conveniently. These children were taken care of. They had...
Even your NSA, Ribadu, he also came out to say that the children are doing very well.
Yes.
And I was thinking, did they go there to check like excursion and he came back? I don't know.
No, it was like an excursion. You can imagine, they had where to sleep. That means there is accommodation. These children, ordinary pure water, provided for this number of children for the number of 1 month. Do you know the cost? I don't want to talk of food. They had clothing. It was not the clothes that they kidnapped them with that they stayed with all through the month. They changed. They took their baths throughout.
Apparently there is so much we do not understand about this.
That's a bigger business that we are going to probably is going to enter the tax net as soon as possible.
It's only in Nigeria that I see people who are kidnapped looking robust, looking...
Compared to you and I that we are free. And at some point you'll be asking yourself.
When you see their face, they look like everything is normal. How can you even if you take a child from his mother in your presence, the child will be crying. This one they look like they just went for excursion or maybe terrorism.
It's quite a serious one. But because we're actually moving with time, let's move to February. Of course, the security situation got even worse. It got even worse. And we got the security alert, which actually warned for, as regards to the Boko Haram, banditry, which continued, and it claimed lives. And of course, we called for more military operation, which to an extent, we got, and they did what they could do. And afterwards, we were still going through that same insecurity thing, which we already talked about here. And today, the insecurity situation is still there around the corner. In as much as some people are still saying that the US actually assisted us, on the 25th of this year, this month, But some people are actually saying, are we really sure that they actually hit the target? But I was with you, I think on Monday, and you showed me some footages. Yes, that's what's released. Okay, let's move to economy. The Naira has stabilized somewhat after reforms, but of course, the food issue was still there. The inflation hovered around, they said 30%, affecting urban and rural households, but we were seeing it like it was not 30%, just like you explained. The 30% was, much. And I want to get us to where the president actually told us that it will become a thing of the past, education. University faced funding shortfalls, leading to threats of strikes by academic staff union, of universities, And of course, the president actually promised that any international strike would be a thing of the past. So what happened? I think finally they've successfully signed
recently.
The 2009 agreement. And of course, in February also,
even before the signing, there were some strikes.
Tinubu approved amendments to 2025 appropriation bill focusing on infrastructure. So I'd like you to take it, simultaneously. Did they really do anything as regards to the educational sector? And how many infrastructure?
No. Even after this strike came,
yes,
there were some strike from ASU this year. So this promise here did not really fly as expected. So it is from this. I think they signed this about a month ago that will now begin to look at.
It is in December.
Whether
early December.
Subsequently they will actually, fulfill the promises so that we will not go back. But this was a failed promise. This promise never worked, never fly.
And another thing with Nigerian government is this: they can promise, but the question is, will they fulfill it? We have not looked at that area. There has been cases like this with ASU in which the government will say we have agreed, and the ASUU will say that they didn't implement it. It's not new. So this one they are agreeing. We hope that the government will implement it. But there are two things to it, not one.
Okay.
The first one is we pray government will implement it. The second one is what about the tax that is coming in? Will they not take the money back? Because they talk about increase in their salary. By the time you bring the new tax in, will they not take the money back? And the ASUU will now discover that the government has taken most of the money they gave them back, and they want to go on strike again. Do you understand? Because they are negotiating based on the past tax reform, not the new one that is coming next
beginning tomorrow.
Yes, beginning tomorrow. So by the time they start taxing people now, you are going to see another complaint that is coming up. You are hearing something like 15% tax, 23%, depending on what you are earning. Now you have increased their money. When you increase their money, it gets to the threshold which you need to tax them 23%. Well, have you not taken back what you have? Because government gave them 40%, I think, increment. And if you tax 23 out of it, are you getting up? Because
what is really happening in this country? You know,
it's give and take back.
So I'm sorry to say, it would have been better you don't give at all than for you to give.
Instead of them to focus on inflation, bring down inflation, let it be available for us based on what you have. You had more money, inflation increases. What is the benefit of what
this was the situation of this tax issue? And I keep asking this question. What have they done with all of the tax we've been paying?
Well, no, start with fuel subsidy.
Removal of fuel subsidy. The removal of 2.5 years now, fuel subsidy is gone. And what have we benefited as Nigerians from it? The only thing that we have benefited is the hardship that it has brought so much on families. So no other thing.
Now, President Tinubu approved amendment bill to 2025 appropriation bill focusing on infrastructure. Can we actually talk about?
Is it not the appropriation bill that they said 2025? We have not even started implementing it.
That's what I'm surprised about. 2025
is it not over? That bill that was President Tinubu that he said it has been approved. We have not even implemented it.
And now they're talking about another consolidation on 2026.
So that was another failure.
So how many infrastructure can we really look at?
See, when you say infrastructure, which is deceitful to me. When you use the word infrastructure,
well, that's the word. The president is not. I'm not the one.
That's why I said to me, the word is. You know why I said it's deceitful. Yeah. When you say infrastructure, you are not pinpointing what you want to do. You say infrastructure.
Well, that's the president. He said it.
That's why I said it. To me, why the time you mention the government mentioned infrastructure is deceitful. You need to tell us, pinpoint what you want to do. Tell us what you want to spend, and then we monitor the project. You get
but they can mention Calabar.
But you know the number of issues on that Calabar road.
Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway is not in the budget. They have what they call Renew Hope Initiative Fund that they are drawing from. It was not appropriated for. Remember, it was an issue.
Okay.
And if you are talking of infrastructure, Mr. Lawal, let me remind you, 47 kilometers has been commissioned in Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. And within the commissioning of that 47, we have it has been inaugurated. I mean, it's been commissioned 3 times. And remember all the fanfare that followed it. The last one was just this one that was done in December. That they opened it.
Yeah.
We saw the president came first time, second time. It was only this December now that they finally opened it. Now that I didn't see the president there, but they have opened it 47 kilometers. So that's infrastructure. Then remember that out of 700 kilometers.
That's actually a serious
that's infrastructure.
Yes.
Then we also have Sokoto Badagry.
That one too is not complete.
We have not had any 1 kilometer commission in that one yet. So that one is also ongoing.
So are you saying the government have actually failed as regards to infrastructure in Nigeria?
No, which one will you mention? I've only mentioned the one that we know of. Which other one? We only see the Minister for Works talking about a Third Mainland Bridge all the time. You know, they are doing some job in Third Mainland Bridge.
We are even afraid
because we have also seen that they repented the Third Mainland Bridge, surfaced it, repented it, and they put solar.
They even repented this one.
Solar traffic light. This is our airport road. These are U-type painting. At least presidency is in Lagos, so he has to decorate Lagos to make it good.
Okay,
so that's it.
Let us move to a match where another drama actually happened.
One of the biggest.
One of the biggest, which I love, okay, and which is really going on presently.
It's still going on even at the moment.
Yes, let's move to match. State of emergency, of course, and the political crisis. President Tinubu declared a state of emergency in Rivers State on March 18th, suspending Governor Siminalayi Fubara amid JP crisis. This became one of the year's biggest political showdown, involving assembly sagas and mass defection to APC. So, gentlemen of the press, some people were actually saying that the president, was not meant to, and some said it was not in his rights, to actually declare such. And some even related it to, as at the time, Obasanjo was in power, he declared the same thing to Jos.
Ekiti and Plateau State.
Yeah, Plateau State, yes. So, and basically, our question, was it right or not?
Well, we can't say whether it is right or wrong now, because the Supreme Court
depriving the people of
the Supreme Court has just said the president was right.
Okay.
That's the judgment that just came about 2 weeks ago, a week ago. So all that debate, as at that time it happened, the Supreme Court just put a remark to it now, lay it to rest, that he has the power to declare state of emergency.
Under what condition? That's what people are saying.
The condition, they gave us condition that time that security of life and property were threatened in Rivers State. That there were plans to start vandalizing oil pipelines, and that was sabotage. That would bring sabotage to the government. So all these are some of the things that led to Fubara being removed from the office. But the Rivers people will tell you that there was no insecurity. Nigerians will tell you there was no insecurity in Rivers State. So, but he brought in a Rear Admiral Iboete, and Nigerians were thinking, probably the man will do 3 months or do 2 months. The president will bring back the democratically elected governor. But at the end of the day, we saw that he stayed for 6 months before we were even.
But Fubara praised him.
We were even being apprehensive whether Fubara would be brought back.
No, Fubara praised him. Fubara said that as at the time he left office, when he was suspended, that he left 300 billion naira in Rivers State purse. But when he came back after 6 months, he made 600. So that means, I don't know what Iboete did, Ibas did for that 6 months that Rivers State got 600. 300 extra. So we should be asking Fubara.
In 6 months,
in 6 months,
billion
that we should be having how much now?
How did he 600? How did it? What did he do?
Fubara needs to even do more. If
there was a lot
an emergency if an emergency government can actually get 300 in 6 months, then you as a governor, you should be able to get more.
6 months times. How many times you will leave office? Do you know there was a lot of controversy when the man was leaving? That they even said he should present what he did.
And he said it was not answerable to anybody.
His scorecard.
He said it was not answerable to anybody.
He only answered to the president. He answered to the...
Yes, because he's still a military man.
You see, even a military man, even the president, is subjected to the law of the land. So I don't know where he got his own.
He was sent there by the higher authority, the commander-in-chief.
That's why the Nigerians are saying that it's illegal, because if you say you don't answer to the reps, then on whose authority, on which constitution, I'm not saying authority now, which constitution put you in that office?
The commander-in-chief constitution.
But we saw the National Assembly approved it.
Yes, the National Assembly actually
gave him the power to go to Rivers.
No, what they did was that they actually tried to patch things so that there was not
like patch things. They did a voice vote, and
I'm not talking about the vote.
Okay.
Somebody is already there. You are now doing vote. That we call it. If it's education, we call it crash program. You are doing crash program for the situation. Now I'm talking about when you go to the office. Which constitution put you in that office?
Okay, even afterwards, we are talking about accountability. At least somebody should be
accountable. You must be accountable to a constitution.
But in all what we are talking about this afternoon, what did the Supreme Court say?
Even apart, even
gave him a clean bill.
What I'm
and
saying,
gave the government a clean bill.
I'm not talking. Even
all
apart
those
from the
all we are
constitution.
discussing now is academic exercise.
No. That is different. I'm not talking about whether the emergency rule is legal or illegal. We are talking about who do you answer to, because a constitution must be there for you. If the National Assembly now, make a law for you, that means you answer to the National Assembly. If they call you to come in and give accountability, you need to give it to them. You are not saying no. The same people who eventually voted and approved your office. You are not telling them that you don't answer to them. Then that's why I ask.
Okay.
Which constitution are you using to be so? Because if somebody
I answered you. I said the commander-in-chief constitution. I think
if you are getting aggrieved, what followed? You became an ambassador.
Which means yes. Look at another thing again.
He has been rewarded for a good.
Let you know that he's following the right. Let you know that he's following the right constitution. What are you saying?
He got rewarded for a well-done job. So. Let's leave academic.
Didn't you see your former INEC chairman?
Wait, I am not talking about the academic. Look at Malami now.
Okay.
After his office, he is out. He's facing ESCC.
And after here, he will become the governor.
Or he will even become an ambassador or even president. Anyway, but for now, he's facing ESCC. Now, the same person here, this sole administrator of this thing, as he spent some money, he collected money, he spent money, and they told you that based on the money you collected, and spent, can you present an account for that, for audit? And I said, I don't answer to you. You get what I'm saying?
And I just answered you that it cannot answer everybody.
This is not whether
just like when Mr.
This is the money you spend.
Just like when Mr. Elvis was also telling us that why should we say that we didn't see infrastructure? That didn't we see? He mentioned names and he mentioned
40 kilometers.
Yes.
Several.
So if he had mentioned it, so I am telling it to you. I am not learned but lettered, and I am putting it to you under Section 5, Paragraph 8 of no constitution. That
no constitution.
That the man operated under
he got rewarded.
Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces.
Yes, so they leave it. He's a military man. Why should he come to civilians to come and be telling you how to spend?
But why did they now take his case to the assembly for law for them to delegate on? They shouldn't have done that.
We won't go to April because of our time. We won't go to April, but I want us to look at the other side of the emergency rule. It was about the saga between Wike and his boy.
Yeah.
And today, they are still at loggerheads.
Going back to the trenches.
Going back,
they are about going back where they are not there yet.
Yes, but they are going back to where it all started from.
The bout again.
So so and Wike said something. He said it is in January we will start playing politics.
Yes. The
meaning, meaning is about to start a fresh
another bout.
A fresh one.
Yeah, we saw the rallies. He came down from Port Harcourt to Puerto
and
River.
Today alone, he went to a symposium organized for Renewed Hope, a group. He went there, he spoke against the governor who should have been, or who is the head, or the leader of the party of APC
in the state,
in that particular state. And so, what can people say about
the good thing now? The good thing now, Savior, is that the drumbeat is changing gradually. Wike and the governor Fubara, they are no more in the same party as we speak. Yeah? So that's one dramatic change that's taking place recently. Now, if there is any infraction in Rivers, that means it is coming under the umbrella of the ruling party, APC, no longer PDP. And the leader of APC, as far as Nigeria is concerned, is the sitting president, Bola Tinubu.
Yes.
So it is now left for him to call Fubara and say, what is going on with our party in your state? And Fubara now has a better access to see the president direct now. It used to be when he was in PDP. So all I'm seeing Wike doing around, Wike has no political party as we speak. He's been expelled in PDP.
Yeah, you also expelled the PDP people.
And he has not told us that he has joined APC. So if he joins APC today, he's going to queue behind Fubara. Because the law of APC is that the governor of the state is the leader of that political party.
I don't think it's just an APC thing. It's general political party. Yes.
For now, they are the ruling party. So if he decides to join today, he will be behind Fubara. let him drop his ego and tell Nigeria, I am now a member of APC.
But he said if he joins,
nobody will celebrate him.
He said if he leaves PDP today, PDP will die.
No, I mean PDP.
But they expelled him now.
PDP has expelled him.
Why didn't he go?
Why
didn't he go?
He's still in PDP.
He has also expelled them. So everybody's on the spot.
You can see that
PDP has a new leadership that is, managing the affairs of PDP as we speak. He is talking from the fringes because he has been expelled.
So do you think Wike has actually lost his political calculations?
At the moment, he has no political party. And when you don't have a political party in Nigeria, there's no independent candidate.
I think the thing is this. It's in a dilemma. Do you know the dilemma? Now, when Fubara was in PDP, it's easy to center his guns at him and begin to shoot. Now, on behalf of the ruling party, now that Fubara has come to APC, that gun cannot face him anymore. Now you are now in between. You can't decamp quickly to APC. The moment you decamp to APC, PDP will set itself and then will produce that presidential candidate that they told you to remain there and prevent. So you need to remain in PDP. You want to keep an eye on APC. Now the person you are shooting the gun at is already the head of the APC in that party. Now you are in between. If you decamp, you can be able to get some kind of hold on him in that party because you'll be in the same party. But if you decamp, PDP will be free. When they are free, they will want to settle themselves and present the presidential candidate. Okay. Now you are now in a dilemma. So he's in between fighting two battles.
All right.
Whether he decamps to APC or not, PDP will present a presidential candidate.
Okay.
The law has already been expelled.
All right. So since we are of course pressed for time and we should be leaving now, but I would just like to get your take. Obi just defected.
Yeah, it's one of the events that major event
today. Since we decided to do reviews, so that's not our topic. So, but what's your take?
As far as I'm concerned, it's no longer news. But I would have preferred Obi, finding a way to settle with Labour Party. Where is it the camp? Has it been? We
don't know if he has been promised.
That is where I was going because I don't. If Obi is promised that if you decamp, you're going to get the ticket, I will applaud him. But if Obi is decamping, I don't know because Atiku Abubakar is going for that same ticket. Obi will not get it. Obi doesn't have the financial muscle. Obi cannot struggle with Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar cannot set up a political party and hand it over to Obi.
Even give them his building.
And we just saw his aides telling Nigerians that Atiku Abubakar will contest 2027 general election. So as Obi finally settled, is he trying to settle for VP, which he has told Nigerians that he has moved around the world seeing leaders. And he cannot use his movement, seeing presidents of the world, to come and become a vice president to somebody else. So let's watch. Probably if there is a promise that if you come in, Atiku Abubakar will become an elder statesman and he will give me the ticket.
My own is this, that decamping to me is good for him. If he decamps to, as they come to ADC, it's good for him. Because if you remain in Labour, you get it. In fact, you will live if they will disgrace him there. You'll be disgraced because many of the people in Labour will decamp to ADC.
Okay.
That is for sure. So that Labour will drop drastically. Second, there's a battle in Labour. They are waiting for him. The moment he settled down in Labour, they will finish him off. Okay. You get it?
Thank you so much.
Where he has gone, even if he becomes vice, I know there's a game plan in between that they don't want Nigerians to know. He may eventually come back to become the vice.
Okay.
But it's going to work for him in future. This ADC will work for him in future. You know why? Because this is a structure and they want to be as big as PDP when we started this new democracy.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa, for being part of the show. I would have wished that we all continue the review together for tomorrow and Friday, but we never can tell. Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis. This is actually, a very fresh episode, and we'll be having something like this, of course, sometime next year also. The views and opinion expressed by our analysts, of course, are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sport, I would like you to stay put to enjoy Locker Room. Yes, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last. But tough people do last. Whatsoever you're facing soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening, rest, and Happy New Year in advance.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers.
The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Membership Induction Ceremony is an official event where new entrants into the profession are formally admitted as members of the institution. New members who have completed the required training, examination, and professional interviews are officially inducted into NIESV. They earn the right to practice as professional estate surveyors and valuers in Nigeria. The event underscores NIESV's mission to enhance service delivery, improve real estate standards, and regulate professional practice across the country.
This is an event that I presided over. It is an important event in our institution. That is when we welcome new members into our institution, and I'm so happy about the quality and the number of members that we have inducted. 539 new members joined the profession. That is a big deal for us, and we are happy to celebrate them.
The possible challenges is people trying to know them. That okay, yes, we are out, we're into the market, we are here to serve you, but with good sensitization and a market driven. There's no problem. The vision is to see how we can fit the market with our professional dexterity.
Like as a surveyor, I've been in this game for a very long time, for almost 40 years now or more. As you grow, you have challenges. When the number is fewer, you start the next level.
The 2025 years was indeed a significant.
The next level.
The 2025 years was indeed a significant milestone. It's more than celebration. It's a celebration of value, a celebration of integrity and credibility. VOP's TV Precious Agmanu reporting.
It's the match day 3 of the AFCON 2025 in Morocco. Although the Super Eagles have already qualified for the next round of the championship, but the game against Uganda is as important as other games that the Super Eagles has played. 61 goals so far has been scored in this particular championship. It's against 98 that was scored in the group phase of the 2023 African Cup of Nations. Can the Super Eagles and other teams tally up that number or perhaps surpass that number that was seen in 2023? On that note, I welcome you to this edition of Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Today is another very interesting day to talk football in the world of, African Championship. Of course, we've got all that tournament that will be also rolling up as far as football is concerned. We'll definitely also be looking at what's happening in Europe, particularly the Premier League that is going to be, firing on this evening. As Unai Emery look to upset Mikel Arteta's bid for his very first championship, major honors after taking up the Arsenal, job 5 years ago, or about 6 years ago now, or can Arsenal actually continue that very impressive run that has seen them become the favourite to actually win not just the Premier League, the UEFA Champions League? Joining me to make sense out of this conversation this evening is Jerry Apollo High, who definitely joins from here in the studio. Of course, Maiwa, who will be joining us virtually. Jerry, it's good evening and welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, it's great to be here on this auspicious day. The Super Eagles takes on Uganda after they've already set qualification for the round of 16. And Nigerians are looking forward to who is going to start. And the pictures are already showing that Osimhen, the captain of the team, it shows that the man is not happy that he has only one goal to show for his efforts in 2 games. And of course, you know that Osimhen is the best striker in the world as far as I'm concerned. And we need him firing goals at plenty so that the confidence will ride on to the round of 16. And of course, I can't wait. Uganda will be an easy prey. I was expecting him to get a hat-trick against Tanzania. Maybe today, that hat-trick will come.
Of course, we're looking at this championship. Goals have been, pouring in. Like I said earlier on, 61 goals have been seen so far already. And of course, men leading the goal scoring chart. Ibrahim Diaz of Morocco. El Tabi, of course, the man who is known to have made bicycle kick his signature goals, scored 3 goals as well. And of course, not to also forgetting the man who is in the bid to actually become the greatest Algerian player, even though a lot of persons will, disagree with the man. Talking about Riyad Mahrez. Also 3 goals. And likes of Victor Osimhen, see very much searching for his own run. And Ademola Lookman has also done impressively well. 2 goals so far in this particular championship. But of course, Maiwa joins virtually. Maiwa, good evening and welcome to Locker Room. Maiwa, welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, it's always amazing to be here.
Super Eagles at it again, and I'm hoping that the team are going to play today, especially the guys are going to turn up today, will turn up and do a good job. 9 points or no nice. I think we are better than Uganda, and we should be able to beat Uganda, blue and black. So I'm hoping the boys do something this evening to make Nigerians happy. It's always amazing to be here. Thank you for having me, Kechuku.
Of course, the game against the Ugandans is already on as head coach of the Super Eagles national team. Talking about Eric Chell has announced the modification to his starting lineup that we've already seen today in that particular game. Of course, the Super Eagles already secured the round of 16 spot in that particular championship, and Eric Chell is taking the opportunity to rest key players and give more game time to those who have been underutilized in this particular tournament so far. The likes of Moses Simon, who has really not had a lot of minutes in this particular championship. Chukwueze as well will definitely be having, a very few days. But the big question is for Victor Osimhen. I was wondering that he will be one of those players who will be, well rested because of his importance, and of course not to also forget that, our World Cup qualifying rounds, he was one of those players that was injured, and how that is. Injury actually impacted us against DR Congo. I was hoping that, himself and other key players would definitely not, be used today, because whatever it is that happens in other center, I'm talking about the Uganda and Tunisia game, would definitely not change, the Super Eagles being top of the table as the number one team on the spot. So I was wondering if Eric Chell, would have actually just, used an entirely, new fresh set of players instead of this Osimhen and co that's actually bringing this particular game.
Yeah, it's good that Osimhen has the hunger to play every game. That's the hallmark of a player who has passion to play the game. He doesn't care what is at stake. Let's not forget, Rashidi Yekini's record of 37 goals for the Super Eagles is at stake. He needs 5 more goals to equal that record. Who says he can't do it at the big stage as the African? Imagine he has 3 goals today and 2 more goals to spare in the knockout stages. Who knows? He might equal that record or surpass the record if the Super Eagles get on to be in the final. But with that being said, I hope the coach will not regret the fact that starting Osimhen in this game is putting him in harm's way. Because as you look at it, playing against, talking about Uganda has nothing to lose. They will surely want to come for the scalp. And putting Osimhen in such a situation, the players might want to go dirty and go rough. And if anything happens to Victor Osimhen, I think I'll be worried going into the knockout stages, which is very, very crucial. And with the way we play this game will determine who will play in the next stage. I hope it's not Morocco, because it looks like we're going to be pairing whoever in from Group A. And as the case may be, I think I would prefer to avoid Morocco. But I'm still waiting to see how the table looks like. That means the Super Eagles needs to win this game and top that group. So this game should not just be taken as one of those games. Yeah, they're looking good because Tunisia too are also struggling. They also need to win tonight. And if they win their game, the Super Eagles fail to win this one, which is very, very impossible as the case may be. We'll now start looking at who's going to top the table by how many goals. But it looks like head-to-head favors us against Tunisia. So that's a good advantage already. It kills all of that. But I would like the team to win at least. Let's see the new players. I've seen the team list. I'm really impressed. Ryan Alebiosu. I'm worried about Zoho, but I don't expect Uganda to create a lot of problems for talking about Francis Zoho and, of course, Igor Ogbu. And I'm seeing the midfield pairing, Oyedika alongside Tom Dele Bashiru, which is quite impressive. But I don't know Paul Onuachu. Is he going to slow down Victor Osimhen's pace? That's also another thing to look out for. I think they're just trying to give Onuachu some minutes, but he has to prove himself. Onuachu needs to prove himself in this game. He proves himself in this game because Akwa Adams seems like he has won the heart of Eric Chell. It's going to be difficult to displace him in that team. And I'm also wanting to see Cyril Dessers. I've not heard anything about him so far.
So Mayo, look at the starting lineup. Victor Osimhen, leading the lines for the Super Eagles. And of course, Ryan Alebiosu, Victor Ogbu, Kevin Bassey, who is already been booked as we speak right now. He's on yellow card. And Bruno Emechi, Rafael Ndeka, Tom Dele Bashiru, Samuel Chukwueze, Moses Simon, Paul Onuachu, and Victor Osimhen. Tell me which of these players do you think is not supposed to be in this particular lineup as we speak right now?
Kevin Bassey should not be playing. He got involved in a very hard tackle the last time, a couple of minutes ago, and I was a bit scared for him. And, I don't know the reason why, Kevin Bassey is playing. We know that the pairing between him and Semi Ajayi works. I think, should be careful. For the case of Osimhen, I don't have any issue with other players playing. I mean, we've said it that we want to see other players play. And, it's good to see other players, matching up, and we the fans seeing exactly what they can do. For Osimhen, the first game, the match sharpness is not there. He lost a whole lot of chances. Second game too, he wasted a couple of chances before he finally got a goal. So I think playing an Osimhen today, in as much as there's this risk of we are running the risk of getting Osimhen injured. I think playing an Osimhen today, gives him an opportunity to regain his match fitness in front of goal. He has been a bit goal shy in front of goal, and that's the reason why he's not been able to, to score some of the chances that has been given to him. Interestingly, we are playing against a Nigeria and Nick Piazzi, who is playing for Uganda, and I'm hoping he doesn't get a goal against us. The Ugandans, they have everything to fight for. A win for them, and probably give them an opportunity to be one of the best. However, if we don't want to get ourselves into playing much more tougher opponents, I think the best bet for us is to probably draw this game. But I don't think we should be drawing this game. We have enough quality in front of goal that we go to the magic. So, the matter here, they would have expected, it has not sit down the bench. Probably see another defender playing instead of, it can be massive.
So, Jerry, I mean, as Coach Eric Chell, if you are to be in this particular position as coach of the Super Eagles, what would be your very first option, in the attack? You talked about, your concerns for Paul Onuachu. Who would you have actually liked to see pair Victor Osimhen in this particular game? I mean, I don't know what you really think about Victor Osimhen starting this particular game, but if Victor Osimhen has to play, who do you think is the best option to actually, play behind or play with Victor Osimhen up front?
Yeah, the coach has already made his decision.
No, I'm putting you in the spot as the coach.
I think Victor Osimhen has proven that he has more say in this team, because ordinarily, with the body language of Eric Chell, he would love to bench Victor Osimhen for this game. And I think with the fact that Victor Osimhen is not happy that he has only one goal to show for his efforts in the first two games, that is why he wants to take this Ugandan game as an opportunity to add to his goal tally. And that might be the undoing of the team. But let's hope that everything goes positive for the team. He scores quick 2 goals early. Then the coach can say, okay, you've scored your goals. Leave the pitch. Let's reserve it for the knockout stage. But if that doesn't happen, I don't want to see Victor Osimhen playing 90 minutes and he's not happy eventually if he doesn't get a goal. I know what that means. Osimhen is more like this Ronaldo kind of mentality. If he doesn't score, even if the team is winning, you might see he might be happy, but the excitement will not be full. But that hunger, positively, it might be channeled into punishing the Ugandans today. Then, taking a look at his pairing, we all know that Paul Onuachu and Victor Osimhen, they don't mix, But somehow, maybe the coach will try as much as possible to make sure that the two of them mix up. Because eventually, we're going to be seeing two players who are quite tall. One is slow, one is faster, and Onuachu doesn't look like a player who's more or less good in assist making, which is really, really not his strength. His strength is more like a finisher who takes advantage of one opportunity, not him playing around with the ball, carrying the ball, and so on and so forth. So he might slow Victor Osimhen down. I just hope that there will not be confusion in that attack. Then, for Samuel Chukwueze and Moses Simon, 2 players who can cross. Chukwueze, if the coach sits him down and use at least like 5 minutes to tell him, please try as much as possible, cross the ball, because you have 2 players who are good on the air. Paul Onuachu can score from the air. Victor Osimhen can score on the air. So 2 of you, do all your possible best to make sure that the crosses come, but they should not make it look like it's the only option. They should not be crossing for every opportunity they see, when they can actually run into the box and lay the pass or even make an attempt at goal. They should make sure they have a lot of options. But the option of crossing and nodding has been boosted, that you have 2 players. The corners should be taken advantage of. The set pieces should also be taken advantage of. If they do that, I think we might not worry about the 2 of them. But
I see a situation where they might struggle and they might have to change one or two person, either Osimhen coming out, but for me, I think Onuachu coming out might be the likely option after first 45 minutes of this game.
Manawa, you look at the Super Eagles lineup and look at the midfield. I mean, we have two, players in that particular midfield who will definitely be doing the job in the person of Dele Bashiru and, of course, Raphael Onyedika. Chukwueze might just be the man who is going to play the number 10 role alongside Victor Moses, creating a lot of chances for, Victor Osimhen and Paul Onuachu. How well do you even see this actually working, knowing that these two guys have actually not played together before in the heart of the Super Eagles midfield?
I think at the moment they are struggling. The midfield is not well coordinated. The person that is supposed to be carrying the ball is not there. We definitely miss, an Iwobi today, and we definitely miss an Alex Iwobi today. And I expect, a Dele Bashiru to be doing it. But I would have expected to see Akin Somiro probably, coming, because he knows how to move the ball. We've seen him play for Pisa and he's able to do that very well. Dele Bashiru, they've not been doing that job properly. We've not seen them move the ball properly. Most of the balls have been going to Chukwueze, and Chukwueze cannot play as a 10. We all know. We've not really seen as a 10. And Jerry said something the other time. It's something that they're supposed to take advantage of the crosses. Chukwueze is handing on to the ball too much. He has been showboating, to the extent of even losing possession, and that's one of the reasons why he needs to, this is one of the reasons why he's not a regular starter for starting. For me, I think the two guys in the midfield, they are not doing the job very well. That's Dele Bashiru, Raphael Onyedika. They are not doing the job very well, and I hope they are able to win this game. And they are supposed to be practically our midfield is dead. There is no capability. They get the ball, they just give the leaders, and that's what we have been seeing in the last 5-10 minutes. I don't think that's the way to go if we want to actually score. For Onuachu and Osimhen, I think this is the time for us to use the height of Onuachu. Onuachu is not getting the supplies. If he's getting the supplies properly, he gets to a chance to defend that and leave Osimhen free. I think the way they are playing, the way Onuachu has been moving so far from the last 10-15 minutes I've watched, is trying to play behind Victor Osimhen. However, because our midfield is non-existent at the moment, the passes are not coming in the way they are supposed to come in, and that's the reason why we are not seeing effectiveness. I think if this does not work out, probably we'll get to see a Sylvester coming.
I mean, but guys, if there's something I know about every team going to a championship, if there's something particular that I know, is that when a coach is actually picking his team, he picks the first 11 and he also picks the second 11 that are identical. The only difference is, the disparity in terms of quality. That, okay, these ones are better than these ones. That's why they are in the first 11. Now we have a Wilfred Ndidi, and I want to believe that, the man who's supposed to step in for Wilfred Ndidi is Raphael Onyedika. Right. I also want to believe that, in case of Frank Onyeka, the man who's supposed to step in for Frank Onyeka, okay, we can also look at Raphael Onyedika. He can also do the job there very well. Or we can decide to actually play a certain Akin Somiro there. And then, interplay, say, okay, Onyedika play as, the Frank Onyeka, and then you play as the Akin Somiro. But I would have preferred Onyedika to play in place of Wilfred Ndidi. Now, in the case of Alex Iwobi, there's a Tochukwu Nnadi, who is also, a natural ball player in the middle of the midfield. I also would love to actually see him. What does it say about Eric Chell? Because I see you take these guys. I want to expect that in a games like this, that feels like a dead rubber for the Super Eagles. We want to see our second best players, who have actually not had minutes in the game, come into it. The likes of Chukwueze, definitely these guys are wingers, and Chukwueze, Chidera Juke, Moses Simon, and Debola Lookman are all identical players. So why is he trying to force what did not work in our first game? Because that's exactly what he did in our first game. Forced Chukwueze to actually play in the heart of the midfield, and actually, made what's his name, Alex Iwobi, unable to actually do the distribution properly. What does this even say about Eric Chell as a manager?
Yeah, what it shows about Eric Chell's man management is it shows that we see him trying to make a lot of a lot of options, a lot of experiments. And I think I'm worried for a coach who's still making experiments at this stage. We've seen him throughout the World Cup qualifiers and onto the playoffs. And we've seen experiments that actually would have cost the team in a in games that they should be winning comfortably. Because you already have the Arsenal, you have the quality in the team. Okay, now you're taking out Wilfred Ndidi. That means you're going to be playing two centre-backs that have never played together before. In Igor Ogbu, for instance. And you're going to put somebody in the defensive midfield role who likes to go forward. Except maybe he tells Rafael Edika, please, we are relying solely on you because these guys have not played together before with the team. They are unfamiliar with each other. And for me, if he knew he was going to make changes, I think Wilfred Ndidi, leaving him on the bench is a risky one. Wilfred Ndidi and Frank Onyeka as well. We know that Frank Onyeka picked a knock in the game against Tunisia. But with that being said, that means we're going to be having an exposed centre-back position in some very interesting moments of the game. That is, he is an attack-minded coach. He fails to understand that defense is also a part of winning games. Because take a look at what he did. He removed Frank Onyeka and brought in two other attackers when you're already in a winning position. All you just need to do is to secure that victory and play out the game. That's what every good tactician will do. But Eric Chell fails to do that. Now he's starting a game with players who are not good in playing 10. The midfield now is looking like it's a free for all. Because Dele Bashiru likes to go forward, but he's not a player you can rely on to give the assist and the passes like Alex Iwobi does. Then Onyedika too. Onyedika too is a box-to-box midfielder. But he's not going to stay in that defensive position if the coach does not tell him, your full responsibility, you're going to replace Ndidi, make sure the back line is protected. Then, who else is going to do that? We also have a situation, Samuel Chukwueze, is he going to play the 10th position? Is he going to be effective? Who's going to go to the wings as well? You're overworking him. At the end of the day, we see a situation where he's piling too much on the attack. I think he's relying too much to get maybe quick goals, then maybe bring in somebody else from the midfield. Maybe the likes of Akin Samiro and Nnadi might come in at the end of the day. But I just hope we'll not be in a situation where we'll be pegged back and we'll not be looking for a situation where we're in a hurry to score goals and forget to protect our backline. Let's not forget, Francis Zoe is in goal tonight. It's not Stanley Wambali.
Wow, not Stanley Wambali. But Maiwa, I mean, our first game against, the Tanzanians, one of the biggest, reactions after that particular game was the fact that Eric Chell actually played, these guys out of position. Alex Iwobi struggled in that particular game. Our midfielders were, neither here nor there in that particular game. And then after that particular game against Tunisia, he actually deployed them appropriately. And one of the things, that he did, maybe because he showed too much respect to the Tunisians in that particular game, until the 3 goals came in, and then he decided, to actually start doing his experiments again. Now we are back to square one. The same thing he did in our very first game, the same way he actually lined up these guys in our very first game, is what we're actually seeing today. And the midfield seems to be shaky. They seem not to understand what's happening in this particular game. Maiwa, what does this say about, Eric Chell's ability to actually lead the Super Eagles, to glory in this particular game? Do you really trust him based on what you're actually seeing in the last 30 minutes of this particular game?
Well, one thing is very clear. I think this is the default formation of Eric Chell. Against Tunisia, when we were leading, the substitution he made gave us this particular formation we are playing at the moment. You are practically playing a 4-2-4, and that's just it. They call it 4-4-2, but practically what you are doing is you are playing a 4-2-4, 2 midfielders, then 4 attackers, Chukwueze and Moses Simon, joining Paul Onachu and Victor Osimhen in front, and that made our midfield very, very light. Against Tunisia, because he was worried about Medri, taking control of the midfield and them operating the midfield, what did they do? Bench Chukwueze, bring in, Frank Onyeka, that unlocked, an Iwobi, and, we had Ndidi and Frank Onyeka sitting deep and, doing the job for Iwobi to be able to be free and, leaving our other attackers very free. If you look at the way he has been making his substitution, the first game, he stuck with this same formation. Against Tunisia, after we were leading, after we scored the 3rd goal, the substitution he made in the 75th minute goes with this same formation. I think this is the 4th formation, and I don't understand why he's sticking to this kind of formation. Presently, at the moment, they are practically running us again. You know, they are forcing us back to defend. They are switching play, and you know, they are putting our defenders under a whole lot of pressure because our midfield is non-existent at the moment. I don't understand the reason why he continues to do this, but I think if he will not adjust to stick to the formation that worked against Tunisia and continue to stick to this is default formation that he likes so much, then we might be in trouble. And my fear is this: if we are playing a team that is not as big as the Morocco or the Egypt or the Egypt of this world, or even the Ivory Coast of this world, I'm suspecting in the quarterfinal, in the round of 16, it's probably going to line against like this, and we might struggle in that particular game. It's very obvious we are struggling at the moment playing against the Ugandan side, and this formation does not work. I hope, you know, probably in the second half, it gets to tweak one or two things and get us back to the formation that works properly. The players we have at the moment cannot play this 4-2-4 or 4-4-2 that is playing at the moment. We do not have the legs to play that formation, and it's not working out.
Absolutely. Still talking about the Super Eagles, and let's look at something very interesting as, you know, we continue to look at the Super Eagles' progress in this particular championship. Reports coming in, it says that Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, and of course, Stanley Nwabali, not to also forget Semi Ajayi, at risk of a suspension for the upcoming round 16 in 2025 African Cup of Nations if they actually, you know, get booked today. That means if the rest of them eventually plays. Of course, Victor Osimhen, like we know, already is on the pitch, and we don't know what will definitely come up. Maybe during the game, Ariche might start to actually field in the rest of them, and if they get booked, definitely they will be, you know, out of the round of 16 game, as they are just one booking away from, you know, suspension. Of course, this situation adds an extra layer of tension to the Super Eagles as they aim to actually progress in a round of 16. Of course, you do not forget that Lookman also received a yellow card during Nigeria's opening against Tanzania, while Osimhen and Ajayi, including Nwabali, also got caution against the Tunisian side. And now we are seeing Victor Osimhen on the pitch. Calvin Bassey is already booked. You know, Mayowa talked earlier on about him not supposed to be part of this particular team. I would have really loved to see you know, Ogbu and Awazim. Like I said, this game is already a dead rubber game. It doesn't change anything. If Super Eagles loses this game, head-to-head, we're better than Tunisia. Tunisia is the only team on 3 points. So there's nothing would have really changed. This is the time where Elche would have actually just used his players who have actually not played. But then he decided to actually go for this option. Osimhen on the brink, Ademola Lookman on the brink, and of course, you know, Semi Ajayi. I mean, these guys are very key players. It's good that we're actually seeing 3 of them, you know, arrested in this particular one. But Jerry, tell me exactly what you feel about this.
I think if Paul Onachu makes it in Super Eagles, I think it will have to be through a miracle. He just had a chance just now. That chance, even the most useless striker in the world will bury that. Because I don't know, Paul Onachu, I don't know what his plan is. If he knows he's also going to play for the Super Eagles, he should tell the coach.
But Osimhen, no, Jerry.
Okoye peacefully told the coach you are not going to start me, I'm not coming.
Jerry, it's not fair.
Look at Osimhen did all the work. If I was
Osimhen lost
it is that
sitters in our first game. He did the same thing in our second game.
The way I look at Onachu,
I think it's not fair, Jerry.
The way I look at Onachu, if I were Osimhen, I will not even waste my talent passing that ball to him. I will selfishly still come to the center and bury that ball. I think Osimhen would have done a better job. Because I don't know others. Paul Onachu, what's the plan? Is it that you don't want to play? Because you are one-on-one with everything has been done for you. All you just need to do.
Yes, and of course, the Super Eagles just got a goal in this particular game. I don't know why, Jerry, you know, it seems that
he's lucky he has redeemed
himself. No, Jerry.
I think he's lucky because I'm already angry. I was already angry because that ball was. Look at the opportunity.
Jerry, it's unfair.
No.
We saw how many. Saw how many sitters Osimhen missed in our games.
He's lucky. I would have tested Ogumodede to tell Richard to take him before 45 minutes. Take him out.
No, Jerry.
But he's lucky. He's lucky he has just scored though. He's lucky.
Jerry, I think it's unfair.
This is first.
It's unfair.
This is first competitive goal for Super Eagles.
It's unfair that you are saying this.
It's not
about
unfair.
A man.
This is critical.
No, this is his first game. Jerry, this is the very first game this guy's playing.
Whatever I'm saying now is for the good. See, if Paul Onachu is doing well for the Super Eagles, if he's collecting the bonuses and the accolades, he will not call Jerry Apellion to tell him, thank you for encouraging me. He will not share his bonuses with me or whatever it is. So if he fails to do well, I'll call him out. I'll say it because this is a top player who is doing well in the Turkish league. He has been given an opportunity in a very competitive position in the attack of the Super Eagles because there's no opportunity there for him now. Paul Onachu is if in the pecking order, Desas is even ahead of him, as far as I'm concerned. Even the guy in I'm trying to remember his name, the striker that plays in the French league, Terry Murphy, is ahead of him, the pecking order, as far as I'm concerned. Now he's scoring. Yes, as far as I'm concerned. If Terry Murphy is available, fit, and Onachu is available, I'll pick Terry Murphy even half fit.
Thank God you're not Rachel. Maiwa, finally, Paul Onachu have actually, showed us just why his position in this Super Eagles team, is justified. Of course, we all talked about him being part of this team because of the number of goals he scored in the Turkish league. He's shown that he's arguably Super Eagles' most informed striker. He has actually done it in his very first game in the AFCON. I mean, he did it alongside Tom Dele Bashiru, who has actually got the assist for him. Two guys who actually played their very first game in the Liga Championship. A very good one for HL. I mean, this should be, a master stroke, don't you think?
Well, it's a master stroke, I think, and it's a response to Jerry.
Thank you very much.
It's for his own good. It's for his own good.
Yeah. No, in as much as, a lot of people might find the Jerry criticism of Paul Onachu very harsh. The truth is this: he has gotten the opportunity before. He did not deliver. And the reason why a lot of people will cut Osimhen some slack is this: he has played for the Super Eagles. He's 5 goals short of, equaling Rashidi Yekini's record. That means he's scoring goals for the Super Eagles. But Onachu has played for Nigeria over 4-5 times, and he has not been able to do it. Now he's getting the opportunity. He wasted an opportunity, but he's been able to redeem himself. And, like we said, we've clamored that because he's doing well in his club, he deserves an opportunity in the national team. Now he has been able to score the goal. Now the pressure is off his shoulder. Because, we might sit down and criticize him. Playing for the national team comes with.
He was even going to miss it. He was almost missing going to miss that ball. Look at the way he played the ball. He's top striker. Look at the way.
Boy scored.
Look at the way. An opponent.
Jerry boy scored.
An opponent.
But Jerry scored.
Pull the ball out.
But Jerry scored.
Even there was a lucky. What
is the scoreline? What's the scoreline?
It was not clinical.
What's the scoreline now?
It was not clinical.
What's the scoreline now?
As a striker, he doesn't say clinical goal.
Jerry who scored?
I think anybody can even put your leg and score that kind of goal.
Maiwa, who scored?
Anybody can score that goal. Anybody. There's nothing special about the goal.
Maiwa, we all remember Euro 2012.
Yes.
Euro 2012. Fernando Torres was coming off the bench and he won the Golden Boot in that particular championship. Jerry, if Paul Onachu wins the Golden Boot of this particular,
which of the Golden Boot?
I'm asking a question.
Which of them?
I'm asking a question.
He should be benching. He should bench Osimhen. If he gets the Golden Boot in this AFCON, I would say he should bench Osimhen in the national team.
You say he should bench Osimhen?
Yes, he should be benching Osimhen. If he gets which Golden Boot? Boots where? Anyway,
what if he does it?
He should score a hat-trick in this match first now. Abi? He should score a hat-trick.
He has to start playing before he scores.
He has to score a hat-trick. If he scores a hat-trick in this match, the coach will have no option to start him alongside Osimhen in the next game. Yes, that means he's on his way to get the Golden Boot. But as far as I'm concerned, this is just look at that goal now. He almost played that ball.
So Maiwa, let's just leave Jerry. Let's leave Jerry. Let's look at the defense line of the Super Eagles in this particular game. Right. I mean, Ryan Alebiosu, he's a man who we've really talked about. I was expecting to actually see Zaidu Sanusi actually do, the business in this particular one. I mean, since the game is actually not, as important. No, Jerry, Maiwa, the reason why I said Zaidu Sanusi is that I'm looking at the fact that Bruno Emechi needs to be rested. And, I mean, if he picks up, a card in this particular one, it's not going to be really good, or a knock. It's not going to be good for Super Eagles going into the next round. We've already made it through to the next round. I mean, from the position I stand, even before the goal came in, the Super Eagles are on route to actually become top of the group, right? So why can't we actually just put him aside, since we know that he's going to be the man who will be riding on in the next round? So that's exactly what I was thinking. But then, I mean, you might have your own opinion. Again, in the heart of the defense, Calvin Bassey, Igor Ogbu, these 4 guys. Tell me, if you're Eric Chell, who definitely would you be looking at to actually be, in line for the Super Eagles to shield the goalkeeper?
I mean, Calvin Bassey would have been made to sit down. It's very crucial. His partnership is very crucial. I would have expected an Awazim to play. we are able to, we've clamored for him. He's done so well for Blackburn Rovers, and he's having this opportunity to be able to play today. For Zaidu, the reason why it's not probably it is because I think he's not doing well in training. Remember, the two players we complained about in the first game, one of them made it back. Zaidu Sanusi did not make it back. And this is for that. And it's not as if there is not a real Anobius there that could have replaced, a Bright Osai Samuel. I guess when they got to training and, they saw the criticism, Osai Samuel stepped up, and that's the reason why he played the second game. And we saw what he did. If, Zaidu Sanusi wanted to redeem himself, he have been able to impress the coach enough to be able to bring him in this particular game. And, that goes to show the reason why, a lot of us clamor that why are you doing federal character when we have to pick players. We have to pick players that are, up to standard, and Zaidu Sanusi has not been able to do that. So, for me, also, this is also an avenue for Rafael Redika to Bruno Machirada to be able to get his group going. First game we played was second game. However, like you said, you have to be very cautious in terms of, committing fouls and just so that this is a dropper game. There's no need to go too hard, but at least this puts him in the mood, in game mood, and probably it will serve us way better, in the round of 16 because he's playing at the moment. But for Zaidu Sanusi, I don't think he has impressed the coach enough.
Not on his side, and I think the coach should start planning for after Zaidu Sanusi. My slot will not help you to run back and forth 100 meters. You will be looking for water breaks at every time. But Bruno Imachi, fantastic. If Rana Alibiosu does well today, I think the pecking order may be Zaidu Sanusi stepping to number 3. We've already seen what he can do. Zaidu Sanusi is a fantastic player, but his finishing is low. When it comes to the final third, he's always found wanting. Defending, he's just 50-50. He's not 100%, but he's a very, very decent player as far as that is concerned. So we need younger players who can do it. And Ryan is a very, very young player who is very ready to establish himself.
Looking at the back four today, Ryan Elebosu, Bruno Emechi, you think Bruno Emechi should actually have gotten the nod ahead of Zaidu Sanusi, knowing that this is a dead rubber game. I mean, Zaidu Sanusi has actually fallen behind, in this particular championship as far as Super Eagles is concerned, and then we'll definitely be hoping that Bruno Emechi is fresh for our next game. So, do you think he should actually play ahead of Zaidu Sanusi?
I think what could be at play could be maybe Zaidu Sanusi is not match fit, and he doesn't want to have a player who's not match fit going into that game. He prefers the players already match fit. Let him have that continuity. There are some players. Bruno Emechi. There are some players who need all the games they can get to get them sharper, stronger, and of course more confident. And I think Bruno Emechi is that kind of a player. If we keep on giving him more games, whether you like it or not, he will continue to mature into the team and get used to the team, and he becomes a very vital player in the team. And that's the kind of player Bruno Emechi is, and Eric Chell understands that for a fact. That is why he doesn't want to risk resting him in this game and not having him sharp in the knockout stages.
So what about Kevin Bassey? Is he supposed to play ahead of Chidozie Awaziem? Because Kevin Bassey is as important. In fact, I think he's our most important defender so far. After Benjamin Frederick. I would have really loved to see both of them, but unfortunately, he's doing a very decent job now in the absence of Benjamin Frederick and Truss Ekong. Shemi Ajayi is absolutely fantastic. He's been rested because, of course, this is not an important game for the Super Eagles. It's not as important as a lot of persons might actually think it is. But don't you think it would have really been awesome for the Super Eagles to actually see fresh pair of centre backs in Chidozie Awaziem and, of course, Igor Ogbu?
Yeah, and I like the fact that the coach didn't want to take any risk. I think he saw a lot.
But it's been booked now, and if we go into the next round, if he get booked, that means he's going to be missing the next round.
Chidozie Awaziem did not prove. I would put it, Eric Chell wrong that he cannot be fully trusted in the game against Egypt. Though he got a goal in that game, but look at Chidozie Awaziem in a game where people will ask questions, the kind of selection process and so on and so forth. He's looking at a situation. If, for instance, a Shemi Ajayi picks a knock, what will happen? Let's not forget that Shemi Ajayi is injury prone. If anything happens to Shemi Ajayi now, who am I going to look forward to? Chidozie Awaziem, I cannot trust him even in the five-a-side game when I have Igor Ogbu there. Igboho has proven that he's a very dogged player. Chidozie Owazim, I don't know, he cannot run for 90 minutes with that same energy and strength. And a defender is supposed to be available for 90 minutes, the same strength, the same pace, because you need to be alert, because you always needed to be alert for the full 90 minutes of that game. Chidozie Owazim is not that kind of a player. And I don't blame Eric Chell for making that decision to still leave Calvin Bassey and alongside Igboho, because that will be a like-for-like option if anything happens to any of the defender, whether Calvin Bassey or Shemi Ajayi. Of course, Chidozie Owazim cannot be trusted.
Jerry thinks that, Calvin Bassey is the right, Eric Chell's decision to actually play Calvin Bassey is the right one. Do you think so too?
Well, barring the fact that, he has a yellow card and, he's been going into tackles very heavy, and it's a bit scary for me. I think, barring that fact, I think I would have wanted to see a Chidozie Owazim. Yes, I think Jerry touched on a particular point, which is very, very key. As a defender, one of the things you should do throughout the game, especially as a central defender, is you should not lose concentration. Chidozie Owazim, battles with loss of concentration. The game against Egypt is an example of that. And, he didn't clothe himself in glory in that particular game. And that was his opportunity, to show a tell that, he could do the job. And, against Egypt, he was exposed. Yes, he scored. But, obviously the coach already made the decision. So I think because of how important the Calvin Bassey is, and the reason why Calvin Bassey is very, very important is this. Remember what Calvin Bassey did in the first game. Calvin Bassey can also play as a left full back. We saw that against South Africa when the Chelsea decided to do some particular magic with the defense, and we saw Calvin Bassey playing from the left full back, and he did a decent job in that particular game. He did the same thing against Tanzania, covering for Zaidu Sanusi in that particular game. That is how important Calvin Bassey is to the defensive structure of Nigeria. So for that reason, I would have said, probably put him on the bench, because he's starting the risk of getting injured or even getting injured in this game, because the way he's taking this game, he's taking it as if Nigeria needs this game to qualify, and I want him to slow down a bit so he doesn't get injured.
Absolutely. Just so you know that for the 3 minutes on the clock, Tunisia also made it 1-0 over, the game against the Taifa Stars of, Tanzania in that particular one. So it means that Tunisia definitely will be qualifying as, the second place team in the Super Eagles if the results, stays the way. If the result stays the same way, in the 90 minutes of this particular game. But of course, let's take a quick dash to the Premier League. Match day 18, is before us, and of course, it's going to be a very interesting one. The biggest fixtures tonight is the game between Arsenal and Aston Villa. And of course, Aston Villa faces a pivotal challenge as they prepare to take on Arsenal right there at the Emirates, with Emirates aiming to maneuver his successor, Mikel Arteta, once again in the Premier League title race. Emirates views this matchup at the Emirates as his team's biggest challenge yet. That's exactly what he said. And of course, especially given an impressive 11-match winning streak, despite facing tough opponents and overcoming adversity, Villa has demonstrated both mental resilience and tactical prowess, making them a formidable contender for Arsenal. Emirates has downplayed the notion of his teams being title contenders, yet their recent performance suggests otherwise. The upcoming clash presents an opportunity for Villa to not only match up Arsenal's points, but also to reinforce their place among the Premier League's elite. However, the absence of key players, Matty Cash and of course Boubacar Kamara, due to suspensions, might definitely hamper the squad. But Villa's squad depth, nevertheless, Emirates' ability to actually adapt tactically has showed just why he's one of the best coach in England. Winning against Chelsea highlights his potential to secure a significant victory against the Gunners. This fixture carries additional emotional weight for Emery, who previously struggled during his time at Arsenal, having once beaten the Gunners in the crucial Europa League semi-final. He aims to deliver another blow to Arteta's title aspiration with a mixed record of 2 wins against Arteta in 8 encounters. Of course, Emirates hopes to leverage his tactical acumen to propel Villa forward to their quest for success, reminding everyone that they are a team to be reckoned with in the title race. Jerry, tell me exactly this game. What do you think? Where do you think the pendulum will swing? When the 90 minutes is officially up. Arsenal picking all 3 points. Aston Villa coming to actually do them dirty like they did at, the bridge. Or it's just going to be, them calling the truce.
Yeah, if there's any coach who can outwit Mikel Arteta in this one, it has to be Unai Emery. And Unai Emery has a score to settle against Arsenal, the way he left the club side. And of course, Martinez, he takes Arsenal's game very seriously, more seriously than even other games as far as the Prem is concerned. So for Arsenal, they will need as much as possible to make sure that they don't lose concentration. That's what happened against Chelsea for Aston Villa. Chelsea were already riding on just run out the game and get the 3 points. Of course, Oli Watkins, who has been topsy-turvy in terms of his form this season, just showed up and got the 2 goals. That could be the situation tonight. And of course, let's not forget they have Rodgers, who can also punish you. And for this Aston Villa side, they've proven to be the dark horse as far as the title race is concerned. Who knows? They might outwit Arsenal tonight at the Emirates Stadium. But for Mikel Arteta, he has all the firepower. He should be bearing games like this. But it's not about that. It's about every team has their own boogie team. And it looks like Aston Villa has come to stay as far as the boogie team for Arsenal is concerned. But it's going to be a killing contested one. But something tells me that Aston Villa might pick this one.
Something tells you that Aston Villa might pick this one. Maya, tell me, what does that, what are you actually feeling within inside of you? Who is going to actually pick this one? Look at Aston Villa's record, 11 winning streak. And of course, not to also forget that actually on the verge of getting, already 28 games across all competitions so far this season in their, at the Villa Park. Of course, this game will be played at the Emirates. And if there's one man, like Jerry said, that can actually outwit Mikel Arteta, is Unai Emery. It seems like, every single time he's coming up against Arsenal, there's this, vindictiveness in him. I mean, he wants to actually prove to the board of Arsenal that, you guys made a mistake to fire me. Is it going to also remain the same tonight? Or he might just meet, something different with Big Gabby, returning to the starting lineup of Arsenal?
Well, 2 things will happen tonight. I know my wife will be very happy with this. Tonight is the night Arsenal loses their title because Aston Villa is going to probably win tonight. If you look at how Arsenal have been playing, and they've been struggling to win, and probably a lot of people might say that's the hallmark of a top team. Even when you're not playing well, you try and win your games. But if you look at the Arsenal side, I think they've been struggling, and I think tonight is the night their luck runs out. So that is going to happen. Aston Villa probably win this particular game, and the worst that can happen if they don't win, the worst that probably happen is probably a draw. I don't see an Arsenal win this particular game. Another thing that will happen is this: by the end of 90 minutes, Manchester United will be ahead of Liverpool after 90 minutes.
Who is Man United?
That I'm very sure will happen today.
Wolves. If you beat Wolves now.
Well, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know what exactly you guys are actually feeling. But I think for me, right, this particular game might just be one of those games. Arsenal will show just why they are in front running to actually win the Premier. I'll tell you why. Games you expect Arsenal to not win. Arsenal is like Super Eagles. Arsenal is like Super Eagles. They'll step in and get all 3 points. And this is one of those games a lot of persons looking at, Aston Villa's record so far. Looking at Aston Villa.
That's how it was last season.
Most likely to actually upset them.
But Arsenal not to win against Aston Villa because Aston Villa still beat them 1 man away. I think it was last season, yeah. So this time around, it can still happen. So there's nothing. Arsenal, you should not be surprised. Anyway. Well, they know themselves, so I don't even need to talk.
Of course, the first half in both centers, talking about the Tunisia and Tanzania game, and the Super Eagles and Uganda game is still very much 1-0. And of course, this almost half-time in that particular one. And this is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on today's episode of The Locker Room. It's great to have you guys join me in this particular episode.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. And I wish Arsenal can call on his slot to ask him how he did it, how he beat Aston Villa. Then the formula will be released to them. I know that is what to beat Aston Villa too. Thank you very much.
All right, Mama, thank you very much for joining us.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. And by tomorrow, Man United will be ahead of Liverpool, and we expect Liverpool to lose tomorrow.
All right, so definitely we'll be here to actually give you the result of those games, as well as the game going on between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Cranes of Uganda. Of course, do not go anywhere because the next show is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro and Ikechukwu Aguago. Stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day. The great because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Friday.
VOP TV now.
And thanks for joining us on Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, today is the 31st day of December 2025. It is the last day of the year. And but I have for my guest here, it is his first time of appearing in Political Lens. I think luck ran out of him and I ran into luck. I chased him all year round and I couldn't get him. But on Monday, he submitted himself to me and said, look, I'm going to be on your show on Wednesday. That is on the 31st day of December 2025. And I'm happy to welcome him to my show. Welcome, Prince Francis Chilaka. Thanks for having you on my show.
Chukuma, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
I appreciate your presence.
Oh, welcome.
Good to have you. Now, on the show today, 2025 in retrospect, biggest stories that define the year. First of all, declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Biafra agitator Nnamdi Kanu sentenced to life in prison. And Trump hits terrorist camp in Nigeria. We'll also talk about new tax law that has divided Nigerians. Well, but before we get into the conversation, there is breaking news. Now we hear that Mr. Peter Obi has formally declared for the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Labour Party's presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Mr. Peter Obi, along with other political leaders from the Southeast geopolitical zone, has officially declared for the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The leaders gathered in Enugu, the capital city of Enugu State, on Wednesday to make the declaration. They stated that after months of consultations, they had decided to join the ADC and collaborate with other opposition leaders from across the country to rescue Nigeria from the poor governance of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Well, those present at the event included former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives and former Governor of Imo State, Emeka Ihedioha, Senators Ben Obi, Victor Ume, Tony Nwoye, and Gilbert Nnaji. Others are Chief Onyema Ugochukwu, Enyinnaya Baribe, Senator Sam Egwu, as well as several other senators and members of the House of Representatives. Other party leaders are from across the country were also in attendance, including former Senate President and National Chairman of the ADC, Senator David Bonaventure Mark, former Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal, former governors from the Southeast, and other dignitaries. In his speech at the event, Peter Obi said the move to ADC marks the beginning of the journey to rescue the country from the APC. Today is an important day. Watching Peter Obi now, today is the last day of 2025, so we are ending this year with the hope that in 2026, we will begin a journey of the rescue of our country for proper socio-economic development that will be unifying and inclusive. We have all watched those who benefited from our democracy sometime now become accessories to destroying our democracy, either through coercion and gangsterism against the opposition. We cannot allow this to happen. We'll resist it. Now, Peter Obi said, we will resist rigging in 2027. The former Anambra State Governor also vowed that the opposition will resist any attempt to rig the 2027 election, warning the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to strictly follow the rules and regulations. And we are saying that those who are planning to rig elections in Nigeria come 2027 will resist it by every means lawful and legitimate. This happens because we have weak institutions like INEC, which we are urging to act properly in the coming election. We must do whatever it takes to follow the rules and regulations, starting from educational qualification for eligibility to contest or seek any election. We can no longer be in a situation where they are asking whether this person went to school or not. We have 1 year now to determine who went to school and who didn't go to school, he said. Obi emphasized the need for unity among the opposition, asserting that Nigeria needs competent leadership to turn the tide of current disunity in the country. He also faulted the federal government's tax reform policies, saying they are hostile to people and detrimental to economic growth. Where Peter Obi joins other political heavyweights such as Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, Nasiru El-Rufai, among others, who earlier in the year declared for the ADC, setting the stage for a political battle to wrest power from the APC in 2027. The Prince, good to have you again, sir. Now, what's your reaction to this long-awaited news? Long-awaited in the sense that there's been speculations here. I had a discussion with you on this the other time, and you were like, he was coming, and I didn't see it coming. So let's have your broad reaction.
Well, you know, it's better late than never.
Okay.
And I've always told people, even though Nigerians have come up with this notion that the patient dog doesn't see any bone to eat anymore, but I think for us to get it right in this country, every political gladiator must be patient, must have a staying spirit, and must be willing to take that decision when it matters most. And for me, Peter Obi has taken the decision when it matters most. I've heard, like after the declaration, I've got so many people calling, he has jumped party again. He couldn't resolve the issue in the Labour Party.
Okay.
And I told them, I said, you guys seem not to understand that the crisis in Labour Party cannot be resolved by Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not one of the, member of the National Working Committee of the party. He was just a flag bearer of the party. And his position ends after the elections. So he cannot tell him to, Peter Obi cannot be someone in the meeting of the Labour Party.
As a leader of the party?
No, he's not the leader of the party.
He's not a leader. As a presidential candidate, as a former presidential candidate.
It has ended. That's why you call him former. It has ended.
No, what I mean is that he should have some form of political weight to throw around the party.
No, the only time Peter Obi would have been powerful was if he was elected as the president.
Okay.
Then he becomes the national, global, international leader of the party. But you see, the way political parties are structured, and that's why we all need voters' education, we all need electoral education, we need to inform Nigerian people. The way political parties are structured, the highest ranking elected officer in the state and at the national level is the leader of the party. Today, if you talk of APC, for instance, the leader of the party is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The next person is Eshetima.
Okay.
Then you now have the party chairman. You bring it down to the states, For instance, let's take Lagos State, for example.
Okay.
The leader of the party in Lagos State is Sanwo-Olu, then the chairman. So it's going to be difficult for anybody who is not in that capacity to be the one to...
Okay, so talking about the Labour Party now, who is the national leader of the party?
Well, that is where the crisis is.
Okay.
Then Hadi Usman is claiming which the...
No, I'm not talking about the national chairman. I'm talking about national leader. In terms of...
National leader is not constitutional in any political party.
Okay, but...
You remember that even President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at one time said that being a national leader of the party, he had no influence. He couldn't influence anything in the party because it's not recognized. It's just a title you take upon yourself. Maybe because you've been there, you've done so many things, but there is nothing like national leader in any political party. What you have is national chairman, national secretary, chairman board of trustees.
Okay, so how will we describe Alex Otti? What is Alex Otti's position in the Labour Party?
In the Labour Party today, if you ask, he's the most highest, he's the most senior ranking person. So is he?
Should be.
He should be, yes. So he's in charge of, he's the leader of the party.
Now, when you say that no time is late to do the right thing, no time is wrong to do the right thing, in terms of Peter Obi entering the ADC at the time he did, a lot of people believe that with the long way that he has lost a lot of political capital, especially with the obedient movement, which happens to be his strength and his mainstay. You see the director of mobilization resigned the other time. We also saw Kenneth Okonkwo leave. A couple of other people left. So that loss, will it not affect his...
Those when you say they leave, those who left, of what value are they to the obedience?
The national director of mobilization.
Of what value? The obedience they're not political party. They're not affiliated to any political party. P2B is the obedient. You have obedience because of P2B. It's not because of Labour Party.
No, but one man cannot make a forest.
What Labour Party really wanted initially was for P2B to collapse the obedient into Labour Party. But it was a very right decision he made, not doing that. So Labour Party, as far as we are concerned, the obedience are on their own.
Okay.
Wherever P2B goes, that is where the obedience
goes. Because that was the declaration they made sometime in the past. They say wherever Obi goes, that's where...
This is when you say obedient, it's Obi.
Okay.
It's not Labour Party.
So you think that the obedient movement is too strong, vibrant and active?
We are very strong.
Oh, you are?
I am. I am obedient, yes.
Beautiful, really?
I believe in due process.
Okay.
And I believe that it is time we begin to look at people who contest for elections. We look at their pedigree. We look at their qualifications. We can't keep doing the wrong thing and expecting a good answer. You can't.
Okay. All right. Now, Prince, we see Obi formally declare for the ADC. And we also know that Atiku Abubakar is there. Rotimi Amechi has said, look, I'm not ready to serve as spare tire to anybody. I'm looking for that number one shirt. And apparently that is what Peter Obi is looking for. There is this kind of, larger than life image, this aura that has been built around the ADC over Atiku Abubakar. So what do you think will happen in the coming
I just
days?
think it's people who work for Atiku that are doing that, and then the media. There's so much propaganda going on, and the people in front of this propaganda are APC. The truth is that ADC is a vehicle of people coming together to say we need to rescue this country. And like I've always said, if ADC will not even make the mistake that PDP made in 2023.
Which is?
That was a gross mistake. Knowing that the late Buhari had been there for 8 years. There is this unconstitutional gentleman agreement, which started with PDP. And other parties now started emulating it. And what was the agreement? The agreement is 8 years north, 8 years south. So in trying to truncate that arrangement, you're going to have a problem. And the way Nigeria is today, it will be madness, total madness, for ADC to think of putting up another candidate.
Okay.
I mean...
that will mean to take power back to the north.
It will be actually breaking that gentleman agreement. And then if you do that, If ADC does that, you have a protest vote.
The,
I can
the
assure you
agreement
that.
that was broken in 2011, you might say.
Well, I don't know whether it was broken, but it's still there.
Okay.
You know, because if it's not there, you wouldn't have a Miloko coming out in 2023.
Okay.
So, but the thing is that if ADC makes that same mistake that PDP made, it will hit them well.
All right. Now, Prince, we see a lot of leaders from the Southeast move to ADC with Peter Obi. Is that some form of regional endorsement, or what do you see coming?
It's not, you won't call it
Very
regional.
big names.
You know,
Ben Obi.
Yes, you won't call it regional.
Baribe, Tony Woye, Onyemugo Chukwu. I can go on and on.
You can't call it regional.
Okay.
It's just that people want to associate with, everyone wants to associate with something good. Even you, the way you are, you want to associate with something that is good. You want to associate with a name that makes sense, and a name that people will want to participate. So I think the thing is that a lot of people have been waiting for Peter Obi to make this move, for them to also know where they stand. So and like if you listen to Peter Obi, he said after months of consultation. So it's
after months of, I was coming to that. That after months of consultation looks pregnant. To the extent that look, there's been this rumor that look, that the North might just endorse Peter Obi, and probably because the North also doesn't want to torpedo the peaceful arrangement of North and South.
Exactly.
And so, but if they want to take out the APC, they also look for somebody from the South to do that for them. Because if power goes back to the North halfway, it will be some kind of upset, and it might just cause some kind of turbulence. So does it look like, is this what gives some people like you the reason to think that Atiku might not actually be on the ballot?
I think Atiku is getting to that point where he wants to be recognized as a patriot. I think he's gotten to that level. He's gotten to that point where he wants to be recognized as a patriot. And you can't have everybody telling you, sir, you can't go, sir, you can't go, sir, you can't go. And you say, if you cook for the community will finish it. But if the community cooks for you, you can't finish it.
You know, I had a bet with you on this. You have been insisting that Atiku wouldn't be on the ballot.
Yes.
And though there's no figure, but we are going to try a figure to it after the show. Now, Prince, when we look at what happened in 2023, if we have two very powerful presidential candidates come from the South, one from the Southeast and one from the Southwest, in terms of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Peter Obi. You know, the Southeast, Southwest, mistrust, divide, and all of that. And if you put it within the context of what happened in Lagos State in 2023, where people from the Southeast were practically, prevented from voting. Despite that, that was after the presidential election, which there was a major upset, and Peter Obi, took the lead in Lagos here. Will you see a situation where there might be some kind of pushback or rebound of violence against the Southeasterners? Looking at, you people want to truncate a Southwestern presidency. Is there a possibility
we're running a democratic system. Okay. And in democracy, everybody has a freedom. Association, freedom to belong to whichever political party you want to belong. Freedom to vote whoever you want to vote. And I think it will be completely madness and stupidity for anyone with the way Nigeria is today to begin to think of disenfranchising anyone.
No, but we see it happen. Sego, Mustafa, Mustafa of the NUR, the person that replaced the MCO role, said, look, sometime I think that was in May, June, said, look, if you dare vote against the APC, we'll deal with you.
Well, I don't believe in violence.
Okay.
But I can assure you that violence begets violence. And I know that people have become wiser. The 2023 scenario, I personally lost a friend of mine. He was pushed in his own compound, in his house.
Oh dear.
And the man died. That's not what we are known for. The divide and rule you have among Nigerians today, the hatred that is building among Nigerians today, is because of the politicians. And the Nigerian people need to wake up from their sleep. All those who collected money to vote in 2023, where are they today? Are they not suffering what everybody is suffering? Is anybody spared from what is going on in Nigeria? Some of them who collected 5,000, 10,000, and all of that, they're in Band A. They've been forced into band A. Have they been able to get out of it? Their children go to school. Are they paying different school fees? We all take public transport. Are they paying? Is there any particular filling station designed for those who decide in their lives to become thugs and fighters for politicians? No. So we all go to the same market. We all suffer the same thing. And that is why it is important for people to know when you are voting in 2027, know who you're voting for, know the character of the person you're voting for.
Okay.
You saw what is happening in Edo State. You see what is happening in Edo State between Pedro Obaseki and Oba Obini and the governor. You saw the other guy. What happened to the guy in UK, where a titled man who calls himself a prince went and was embarrassing himself on social media just because of you want to be found in the good books of the politicians. But in that same Edo State, Benin bypass is not go area. There are no roads. So it brings us back to the issue of those who have decamped from their various parties to APC, the governors who have decamped. What do they have to show for it?
Okay, all right. Prince, I know that P2B's declaration for ADC is a developing story. And by next year, for any time from tomorrow, ADC says they are going to hold 2 conventions, primaries, and we'll now know who will be the candidate of the ADC. And the Prince said, well, it now tells you to vote for the right person because who you vote for will determine the kind of life you live anytime from 2027. Now, let's get into the measures. 2025 will end today, but we will not forget the year in a hurry because of the many defining moments it threw up, ranging from politics, economy, human development, insecurity, and foreign affairs. In all that happened, a few big stories came out from the cacophony of sounds laced with fury, anger, shock, and desperation. We singled out a few of those stories and they will form our major topics of discussion as a wrap on political lens for 2025. Well, not in a sequence of occurrence or a definition of priority. There was a declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Rivers State was thrown into national focus following the declaration of a state of emergency, a move that sparked intense political debate and public concern. Well, supporters argued that it was necessary to restore order, while critics warned it could undermine democracy, federalism, and the will of the people in one of Nigeria's most strategic political states. The Prince, I have not spoken with you since the Supreme Court delivered its judgment, on this. And so the judgment was belated. So how will you describe what happened in Rivers State and the judgment of the Supreme Court on the suit filed by the PDP governors?
When the whole shenanigans started in Rivers State, I saw it coming. I saw that they were heading towards the declaration of a state of emergency. And a lot of us predicted it, and it happened. The reason given by government for that declaration is completely unacceptable. You say you're protecting, there was going to be a breakdown of law, and there was breakdown of law and order. You're protecting the pipelines. And then I ask, are the pipelines worth more than the humans? And in all the meetings, in all the press releases by Mr. President, even all the meetings he called, there was one fundamental thing that Mr. President failed to address. And he has not addressed it up till tomorrow.
Okay.
And that is the role played by Wiki in what played out in Rivers State.
Okay, so what will you have wanted the president to do?
No, at that
the
point
president called for, there was a peace meeting between the president, between both gladiators.
That peace meeting, for me, and the agreement reached at that time, was just for me, it was hopeless. It was just like, you invite your son and you sit him down and you dictate to him and you tell him, go and do this, and you walk out. Okay. You do not settle problem by taking sides.
You think that the president...
No, the president did. It was very obvious.
How so?
The president did. It was very obvious that he took sides. Even when the courts supported the declaration of a state of emergency, they also took sides. all through the judgment, it was all about what Fubara did. But nobody talked about what led to what he did.
At no point was Wike mentioned in the suit.
That's the point. But Wike was the one that was in
I'm
front.
talking about the people that went to court. No. They didn't join him, did they?
It's not.
So how would they have mentioned him?
You see, with time we come up with this excuse. Oh, that you were not mentioned. That you didn't do this. Okay, the court will say we don't give you what you didn't ask for.
Okay.
But the court must also realize that there are certain things you don't do. And that is where the human face comes in.
When the court says we don't give you what you didn't ask for, but we saw in the Supreme Court case where the court even went ahead to adjudicate on a matter that was not before it.
So that is what I'm saying.
Lawmakers.
That is what I'm saying. In one breath, the court will tell you, you didn't ask for this. In another breath, you saw different judgments. It was like Nigeria was on a pressure pot, pressure cooker, Nigeria was just bubbling. Everybody had a say. And that issue up to tomorrow has not been addressed.
Talking about addressing the issues, I'd like to make reference to what we talked about, the peace deal, where the president practically dictated to Fubara, you go and do this, you go and do this, you go and do this. Now, do you see, are there repercussions arising from that dictation? Because we see,
when those things,
looks like both gladiators are back to the trenches.
So, when those, you don't beat a child and tell the child not to cry. And Okoro, you remember, I've always said that any peace devoid of justice is peace of the graveyard. When Fubara came back from that suspension, first of all, you know the role the National Assembly played in that suspension. And that's why I'm also one of those saying that it is time to end this voice vote. We need to know who voted for what in the National Assembly. So that when you come back as a senator, we can look you in the face and say to you, this bill, this is what you did, or this is what you said. But when you say voice vote, nobody knows who voted. The A's have it, and that's the end. And so you have a National Assembly, where you look like you have kindergartens. But yet you have men and women who are meant to be referred to as men and women and honor and proven integrity. But you don't have that. So the way it is now, I'm sure the National Assembly is happy because everybody has come to, all the senators, almost all of them, are coming to.
They already have a majority in the.
So tell me, what is the oversight function of the National Assembly? You saw your judiciaries when you show your barristers and your lawyers when they went for their bar convention. Rather than sing the national anthem, a national anthem that was horribly foisted on the Nigerian people. Even in the Senate, they don't sing it. What do they sing? On your mandate we stand.
The judges said that they were not singing, that they were just miming.
They were not singing.
They were miming.
Okay, so what we saw on TV makes us stupid. It makes us. They're trying to tell us that we're stupid.
No, that's the defense.
Were they supposed to mime in the first place? Wouldn't they have?
No, the question would be:
wouldn't they have been able to stop the person
that played the song?
Wouldn't they have been
to play that song?
The person who employed him? You don't bring a DJ to your event without controlling what he does. So even if the DJ intones the wrong music, why did they stop it?
What is the implication of judges singing on your mandate? It
simply means that they are compromised. That is what it means. I can't be singing your song if I'm not compromised.
Prince, let's go back to River State. Now, we see a lot happening in River State these days. The governor is talking tough. If you want to support the president, don't follow Kona. And the other party says, look, we are not the leader of the APC in River State. And we see the governor, the governor looks like, the House of Assembly. I am no longer afraid. He's been giving Martin Zamehule very heavy knocks recently.
No, see.
So what do you think is happening?
When we started talking about Labour Party,
okay,
we started talking about the leadership of the party and about P2P not controlling what was happening. I told you, I said, the highest standing man in Rivers today, as far as APC is concerned, is a Fubara. There is no way the president will bypass Fubara today and go to the speaker. As far as the party structure is concerned.
I want to create a scenario in Rivers State. We have 23 local government areas. Out of those 23, 20 are APC.
Mm-hmm.
This APC, you know how they came about. We can move the 20 of them from the PDP to the APC. They contested elections and won. Now we can reserve 3, including his own local government, Obiakpo, for the PDP. And I'm pretty sure that in a moment, anytime
they will join because the governor is now in APC.
Good. Now we have 23 APC, 20 of them loyal. In fact, 23 of them loyal to Nyesom Monkey, FCT minister. If you go to the House of Assembly, they have 31. Out of these 31, 17 of them effectively decamped to the APC. The other remaining 14 are still in the PDP. Now, something happened on the 25th. Wives of the 31 House of Assembly members contributed money, bought gifts, and presented to Nyesom Wike. The state chairman of the APC is one Tony Okocha, Wike's Man Friday. Grassroots politics. Who is in control of Rivers APC?
Okay, you may think that with all of that, Wike is in charge. Wike is not a member of APC.
Okay.
He's a tombo, what they call tombo fly. He has not come out to declare. If Wike decides to join APC today, who will welcome him into APC?
Well, we have seen the national chairman could do that. We saw the national chairman welcome Fubara into APC.
No, even if the national chairman is not there, Fubara will be there.
The state chairman will be there.
The state chairman cannot.
Okay.
Fubara will be there. Good. Okay. See, let us be very honest with ourselves. The whole issue of the suspension of democratic governance. I'm sure even Mr. President rejects, if you reflect seriously, he regrets that action. But knowing what leaders are, they would never say it in the open. But I'm sure that if he looks back, he will regret that action. Why? Because, I'll tell you why. Because he was also one of those who opposed it vehemently during Jonathan's time.
But he served his purpose this time.
I'm coming. Okay. He opposed it. I said, if retrospect, he reflects on it. In his quiet moment, he regrets that action. Now, if we have ended everything about...
I'm sorry, Prince.
I'm coming.
Does it look like the president? Does it look like a man who cares?
As a president, you must show to the public that you don't care.
Okay.
We all do that.
Okay.
But in our quiet moments, we know what we go through.
Conscience.
We fight our demons.
Okay.
Now, in all of that, it has happened, it has gone. And I'll tell you this, for Fubara to declare for APC, there were discussions and there were meetings. And if you recall, those meetings were between him and Mr. President, who is the leader of the party. So now that Fubara is in the party, if you recall, the day he was being welcomed into the party, you saw the Okocha jumping all over the place. You saw him declaring that he is now the number one. So politicians talk from two sides of the mouth.
Apparently, your position is that the political plates are gradually shifting in favor of the state.
It has shifted.
Not gradually.
It has
shifted completely.
See, forget whatever anybody is doing.
Okay.
If care is not, even the speaker knows that Fubara can decide whether he will get the ticket or not.
Now that's scary. Now, Prince, let's get into our second big story. After about 10 years of trial, a life sentence was handed to Nnamdi Kanu by High Court, and it reignited deep national conversations around justice, separatist agitations, and national unity. Reactions poured in from across Nigeria and the international community, while questions were raised about the process, security implications, and the future of agitation in the Southeast. Prince, did the sentence on Nnamdi Kanu come to you as a surprise?
No.
Okay, you saw it coming.
I saw it coming.
Did you see death sentence or life sentence?
No,
Which one
I didn't see a death sentence, but I saw a life sentence.
Okay.
I saw a sentence that would make sure he's incapacitated. That's what I saw. I knew it was coming. I know that all the issues with the former Binta Nyako and all of that was because they were just looking for who would do the job. So everybody knew it was coming. Well, you see, there are issues the federal government up to tomorrow has not been able to clear. And I think it is something that they need to clear. We need to know who kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya.
And do you think the federal government will ever release that?
They should. I mean,
to them, it could be classified information.
No, this is where, if you see, when you talk about reconciliation means you must put everything out. So when you talk about reconciliation, we need to do it well and do it like human beings. We need to know who and who. You know, Nigeria, it is when those involved, maybe when they are at the point of death, they write their book. Or when they know that, even if you arrest them, they have become vegetative. They will not write a book trying to tell you, this is what happened, this is it. But we all know that Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya into Nigeria. And why is it that nobody wants to address that? Why?
Prince, talking about reconciliation, will it be better, to start a reconciliation process by addressing the very issues that led to this agitation?
Mr. Koro,
than to let Nigerians
Mr.
know
Koro,
who renditioned the Nnamdi Kanu.
Mr.
Which
Koro,
one should come first?
Mr. Koro, I've always said, and I'll keep saying it, that if we had sane governance, and good governance, agitations will not arise. First and foremost, the reason why you have this agitation is even the failure of the leaders of the Southeast.
Leaders of the South?
I put it on there, yes. They are culpable. For every agitation that comes out of the Southeast, they are culpable. But I have always said that, before we attack the federal, let us address the state and the local government. I sit here today and I'll tell you, Okoro, all the airports they're building in the Southeast, we don't need it. These are white elephant projects where we don't need it.
Bring development.
We don't need No, we don't need them. How many people travel? How many people have the money to travel by air? How many people? In all these states where you are building airports, how many of their citizens?
But at least those people that have the money can take advantage of the proximity of the airport.
If the governors in the Southeast want to be honest, want to be sincere, and want to develop the Southeast, they will not be talking about airports. They'll be talking about train network. They'll be talking about train. So if you stay in Ebonyi, for instance, and you have a train to catch by, say, 10 o'clock in Owerri, the train will not take up to 1 hour to get to Owerri. It will save a lot of money. That train network will bring enormous development into the Southeast. It will. And it will, it will touch the lives of the ordinary people. So the leadership flaw and failure in the Southeast to start with is why you have the agitations.
No, does that absorb federal government from responsibility?
You didn't hear what I said. I said,
okay, that is where we start
from.
Okay.
Now, when you bring it to the federal level, you ask yourself, in terms of the federal government, how many institutions, what is the presence of the federal government in the Southeast?
And that is the problem.
So these are the agitations. These are the agitations. You've heard people say, oh, there's an arrangement that the Southeast cannot get to the level of being a president. And you ask yourself, why would that be? Why is the Igbo man in Nigeria marginalized? And why is it that we have a country where we say that the unity of the country is not negotiable? When you know that the amalgamation, how many Nigerians were there? Mention one Nigerian that was there during the amalgamation.
Now, have you heard some quarters say, look, the amalgamation was for 100 years, that it has even expired, that it's expired?
That is what we'll be hearing. But we'll be hearing it. So why is it that those who hurriedly put up Decree 24 and turned it into a constitution, why did they expunge referendum from it? Even in marriage, even in arranging marriage, even in marriage you take your leg and you go and marry a wife. You cannot say it is not negotiable. Because we're humans. We all have our different ideas and everything.
Prince, what's the way out?
The way out is that we need to sit on the round table. The way out for Nigeria is to look at that 2029 constitution and abolish that document. We need to abolish that document to ensure that, yes, we are ready to move forward. Because if you have that document the way it is, that document you have is not helping this country to develop.
Okay, now, Prince, has the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu doused tension and insecurity in the Southeast? Nnamdi is in prison, Sam Onekpa is in prison.
Before the sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu, let us be honest with ourselves. The sit at home in the Southeast was already fizzling out. You see, but there's something that is very worrisome about that sit at home in the Southeast. Okoro, if you are traveling from Benin to Owerri, from Sunday to, except Mondays, you will see checkpoints. Police, army, road safety, customs, immigration, all of them. Why do they disappear on Mondays? Are they not trying to tell us that the non-state actors are more powerful than the government officials? Are more powerful than the Nigerian army or Nigerian police? Why do they abandon those checkpoints on Mondays? And who asks them, who gives them instruction not to go out on Mondays? So the reason why you don't really see people on Mondays, it's not just about the sit at home, it's because of fear of the unknown. As you and I sit today, nobody has been able to tell us who the unknown gunmen are. But these are guys who caused mayhem and terror in the Southeast. Who are they? Where are they from? So for us to move forward, Okoro, we need to sit on the round table. We need to look ourselves in the eyes and say, this marriage, is it working?
How soon do you think that could happen?
It's something
because we have both centripetal and centrifugal forces. Some people are saying, look, we need to stay together. Others are saying, no, we need to go apart. How soon do you think that we can?
It's something
We've
that
been sitting on a round table. In 1995, Abacha did one. In 2004, Obasanjo did one. In 2014, Jonathan did one. And all of these billions of naira sunk into those places.
It's something that we need to do urgently if we love this country. A few days back, I saw some people calling themselves Hausa, saying that they no longer want to be put on the same Hausa Fulani, that they want Fulani to be treated separately, they want to be treated separately. These are all agitations. You saw what happened you saw what the ones who are agitating in the Southwest, and they want to do Dual Republic. So these agitations will be there as long as injustice prevails.
Okay. So what the government is to put people to bring together everybody and discuss how we can, how this union will survive.
When you say you have a constitution that says we the Nigerian people, Okoro, please, at what point did you get involved in that constitution?
Well, the military gave it to us.
So if we say that the military government is the worst, that the worst democracy is better than a military government, why are we still holding on to the appendages of the military?
Well, some people still believe that Nigerian military has done better than democracies in Nigeria.
Well, I think I want to support that too.
Okay.
Yes, I want to support that. Because when you look at the infrastructures, you find out that they have built more infrastructures.
Okay, so if they built infrastructures and they gave us a constitution, why can't we just run with the constitution?
No, if they gave us...
the problem is with the operators.
No, if they gave us a constitution, if they gave us a constitution, are we not supposed to sit back after they have gone to review it?
Okay, that's what you are calling for now.
Yes, that document needs to be looked into.
And that document
See, let me tell you my first grounds with that document.
Okay.
I'm calling, 1 second. You have a document that allows you to decamp from one party to another, and yet you hold the position of the party you're decamping from. That is why our democracy is crumbling. So you just have people, you have politicians who have no...
The Supreme Court said something which is quite confusing. The Supreme Court says if you decamp from a political party until your name appears in the register of the political party you are going to, you still have no decamp. So you see people leave one party in principle.
Mr. Koro, the Supreme Court is also, like I said, the judiciary is a problem in Nigeria today, whether we like it or not.
Prince.
That is why when they make pronouncements, I know when they make pronouncements, you find lawyers trying to interpret. It wasn't like this before.
Okay.
Everybody now interprets the judgment to suit them. And then the judges will keep quiet. That is wrong. You should be able to give a judgment that anybody that picks it knows what you're saying and follows it.
I think the law has always been like that, because way back in university, I had a lecturer who told me that, look, the justice is the will of the stronger party, and that is what we see here. Now, let's move on. Trump's terrorist camp in Nigeria. Reports of U.S. military strikes on a terrorist camp in Nigeria raised serious concerns about sovereignty, security cooperation, and foreign intervention. While the development has triggered mixed reactions, with some welcoming decisive action against terror groups, while others questioned the circumstances, consent, and long-term implications for Nigeria's national security. Nigerians also are worried that they have a government that relied on a foreign power to fight insecurity, despite the availability of men, money, and materials that could have taken care of that challenge. The Prince, did you see Trump coming after the threat of guns ablazing?
I mean, everybody knew what's going to happen.
I didn't know.
No, why wouldn't you? Trump doesn't just say things. It's not like our Nigerian leaders.
I was pretty surprised because I've always known that Nigeria, Africa, has never been priority in America's foreign policy.
Wait, let me say something. You know, when Trump said what he said, a lot of things played out. And I saw those things as, mockery. And I saw them as falsehood. I started seeing a lot of Nigerians doing podcasts, doing videos, saying, Nigeria is a sovereign nation. We are patriotic, this and all of that. And I said, okay, you guys can do this. But what have you guys done all this while? That these so-called bandits, Boko Haram, whatever, were killing and slaughtering people. What have they done? And then all of a sudden you see everybody saying, it's not genocide. That was when you started hearing a different story. And Northerners are also being killed. And then the question is, who are killing these Northerners? If you say Muslims are being killed, who are killing these Muslims? So the thing is that a lot of us knew that something was going to happen. But the federal government tried everything possible to halt it. But they couldn't. So
you think that the federal government did everything possible to halt it?
They did it.
But they said they provided intelligence.
Well, that is afterthought with that one.
Okay, now, Prince, with the U.S. intervention in Nigeria, has it taken away from Nigeria's national security?
In what way?
That's what I'm asking. Has it?
In what way? You see, that's why I said it was all hypocrisy.
Intelligence.
Let me tell you, see.
Intelligence. Now, if we are to question the value of intelligence, the Nigerian government said we provided intelligence. And we are asking, if you had all this intelligence,
why didn't you use them?
You use them? So a lot of people, a lot of Nigerians think that, look, they didn't have that intelligence.
See,
or that if they heard, they were complicit in not using it. So,
you know that it was hours after the strike and after Donald Trump has tweeted before your government responded.
So that gives you the impression that they were unaware.
No, because if the government, they may have called them at the last minute. But the thing is that if they were part of it, knowing this administration that loves propaganda, this administration that loves taking credit, they would have blown it out of proportion. They may not have said where it was going to happen, but they would have told you that we are already finalizing. We didn't have to wait for Donald Trump to tweet before we knew that something happened.
Now, with this action of Donald Trump and United States, has it prompted a renewed commitment on the part of Nigeria to fight this insecurity? Because we hear pockets of, killing of terrorists, bandits here and there. Has it prompted them into some form of renewed commitment?
The first tweet then prompted it. And the government was doing everything humanly possible to erase that notion that it is a genocide. And they could have done it.
Okay, but
if not for the intervention that the Ren Omokore wanted to make.
Okay, so the federal government wanted to create an alibi because at some point some people said, oh, they went and kidnapped Christian schoolgirls. After a week or so, they brought them back just to create the impression that, look, Christians are also safe. And we heard the president on December 25th say, I'm going to protect people of all faiths.
Okoro, you raised a very pertinent question. The kidnap of those children. Please, for the sake of humanity, when those children were kidnapped, who are the kidnappers? When they got released, what happened to those who kidnapped them? And in which bush were they kept?
Well, the national security.
That none of them. We're talking of children. Okay, we're talking of children. Who was feeding them? What were they being fed on? Who was taking care of their needs?
Prince, we're out of time. Nigeria's newly introduced tax law has sharply divided public opinion, with citizens, businesses, and lawmakers expressing opposing views. While the government insists the reforms are vital, well-intentioned for economic stability and good, critics argue that the law places additional burdens on struggling Nigerians amid rising inflation and economic decline. While opposition parties and figures have called on the government to suspend the implementation of the law, pending the resolution of the controversies around the clauses that were smuggled in by yet-to-be-known persons. However, the president and his handlers have insisted that no amount of pressure will stop the take-off of the new tax regime in Nigeria. Prince, I would like for you to wrap this up with your concluding thoughts because we are out of time.
Any leader that doesn't listen to the people is not worth the salt. We always say that the voice of the people is the voice of God, isn't it? Now, there's an issue, and this is democracy. And the people are saying there is something fundamentally wrong with this. A listening government would sit back and first of all address those issues. People are not opposing the tax because they don't want to pay tax, or they don't want the innovation that comes with it. People are saying the ones you'll be collecting before now, what have you been doing with them? You said subsidy is gone. You said you were going to use the savings from the subsidy in key infrastructure. Where is the infrastructure? Where has the money gone to? Why is it that nobody is giving us an account of what we need? So for me, I think Mr. President is just being too difficult.
Okay, do you expect Mr. President resistance?
No, I expect Mr. President to listen to the voice of the people.
I mean, on the part of the people, do you expect to see any form of resistance from tomorrow?
The other one have told you that they will not pay it. And that's where the resistance will start from.
Okay.
When those who are meant
How would they do that? Because it's supposed to be deducted from source.
The bank has no right to deduct money from your account. You know that.
Okay.
We know that. And no bank will do that.
Okay, no bank will do that.
And because if the bank does that, then it means that the banks are the ones stealing money for people.
All right, then. This is where we draw the curtains. I can't believe I've done this for 365 days. Except for the 5 days that I went away on vacation, and it was even a working vacation, as a matter of fact. Well, I must say a very big thank you to you, Prince Francis Chilaka. Now that you are in my net, you can only run, but you cannot hide. Thank you for closing this year for me. And please, I hope that we can do this some other time.
Well, we hope so.
I appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
And to you, my viewers, that stood with me for 365 days on Political Lens, I say a very big thank you to you. We will not stop. We'll continue this from next year. And when I say next year, I'm even talking about tomorrow. I'll see you again tomorrow, 6 o'clock on Political Lens. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemjoto. I'll see you again tomorrow. I'll see you again next year, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now, and enjoy the rest of your evening. If you are going for crossover, stay away from bangers, fireworks, and all of that. They could be deadly. Something happened in Anambra State and took away some lives, like 2 lives and several people injured. And if you are the one throwing banger, or knockout or fireworks, please desist from that, because as I speak with you, the Nigerian police force still has a permanent ban on the use of fireworks. Enjoy the rest of your evening. See you next year, and bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. the issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this,
you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please just go.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, Nigeria. It's the last day of the year, and I want to say a big thank you for sticking with us all through the year. And of course, a warm welcome to you. Another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People Television. And we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto, and I know I'm excited to see the last day of the year, and I'm sure you are also excited to see the last day of the year, and I hope that by God's grace we would see the new year. On today's episode of the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Tinubu declaring no going back on January 1 tax laws implementation, to Peter Obi, Southeast leaders declaring for ADC. Also, Kwankwaso warns against defections from NNPP. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Bola Tinubu says there's no going back on the January 1st commencement date for the new tax laws, stressing that the reforms are critical to strengthening government revenue and stabilizing the economy. In a statement he personally signed, Tinubu said the reforms represent a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a fair, competitive, and robust fiscal foundation for the country. The president's stance comes amid growing opposition. The National Association of Nigerian Students says it is mobilizing nationwide protest, faulting what it describes as conflicting explanations by the Federal Inland Revenue Service on the scope and impact of the new laws. NAN stated that the insistence on the implementation of the tax laws, despite the calls for suspension from different quarters, is an insult to Nigerians and an outright disregard. In a related development, commercial banks will begin deducting a 50 naira stamp duty on electronic transfers above 10,000 naira from January 1st, in line with the new tax framework. This is following the commencement of provisions of the newly enacted Tax Act. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a guest. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us. It's the last day of the year, and I'm sure you're excited to...
Surviving in Nigeria is not easy. So, and some countries are already in the new year.
Yes.
So, well, that's I'm happy to see the end of the year, And in 2026, I feel it's going to be a better year.
Amen. Coming from Dr. Anosike. And of course, that's everyone's prayer that 2026 would be a better year for us all and even for us as a country. Let's start. The president is saying no going back on January 1. We talked about this tax reform some days ago. And I was saying what I read was the chairman of the of the reform committee, or the tax reform committee,
Taiwo
Oyedele, was saying that there's no going back. And he kept insisting that who is he? And now the president has come out too. And I was asking that what if he was saying this with the backing of the president? And now the president has allayed our fears. And now he's saying no going back on January 1. What does this signal for us?
Well, that shows the desperation of the president, because on security, Donald Trump is on his head. On economy, IMF is on his head, because there's a pressure from IMF. Understand? That's that the money is borrowed from them. At least government should start paying back what is accrued on it, not even the principal. Understand? And Tinubu has not grown the economy. So the only way he knows that he can raise money is through taxes. That is the reason for this. Desperation. This no going back. And that's why he had to personally sign the statement. That to show how important it is. But the issue is this. Government is about the people. Power belongs to the people. When the people say no, because you are holding power in trust for them, you should listen to them. But at times, when somebody is under pressure, he will not want to understand. So let us see. In Nigeria, New Year is just a few hours away. So let us see how it will be.
When you mentioned power is for the people, you just aligned with what NANS said in their statement. And they said that you cannot, people who you voted, we as these authorities are federal, these are the federal government, the state government and all. And in this case, we're talking about the federal government. We're voted in by the people. And then these same people these same people that voted you in are actually saying that this should be put on hold for now. And you're not hearing their cries. You're not even listening. And one of the things again that Nance talked about that according to them is one of the reasons they are calling for suspension, aside from, of course, what everybody knows, which is the alterations that we've been talking about. But Nance is also saying that the public does not know so much about it. That I'm actually paraphrasing this now. That there's the public knowledge on this tax, public enlightenment is kind of very, very poor. And how do allegations of this poor public enlightenment weaken legitimacy of tax reform laws, even if the laws might seem very good?
One, we have a National Orientation Agency, which is deliberate, which should have been, which is in the best position to enlighten Nigerians on most of government policies. But this agency is deliberately not being funded so that they will not be doing their job. So what we now hear is misinformation and disinformation from government. And I can tell you that over 80% of Nigerians don't understand what this tax reform is. Understand? Over 80% of Nigerians don't understand what this tax reform is. They don't even know whether it will be coming from their salary or from their profits or from their capital. So there's no sensitization, there's no enlightenment, there's not even enough consultation. So this is just a kind of they bamboozle of the country. Understand? Just propaganda here and there. It will do this. It will do that. Go and do vox pop outside. Ask Nigerians what is this new tax reform is. Over 80% don't know what it is, and they are the ones that are going to pay it. So when everybody will be happy, rejoicing that he has seen a new year, that's our purchasing power that is going to be reduced drastically. Our purchasing power is going to be reduced drastically. Most Nigerians are going to pay for what they don't even know how it come about. Because this money being borrowed doesn't translate to development, doesn't translate to infrastructure. It's being shared among the political elites. So, for those who is dependent on government, it's going to be a very difficult year for them.
Well, okay, for the tax reform law, the president has actually said that these laws are for the good of the people, and I've heard Taiwo Yedele talk about that so many times. What do you think? Are there benefits to these tax reform laws?
I say there's enough sensitization wasn't done, enough consultation wasn't done, enough enlightenment was not done. Understand? Again, coupled with the controversies of forged gazetted reform. So everybody is afraid. Everybody is afraid. So Nigerians are not happy that they are going to enter into a new year without knowing what government has in mind for them. Even saying that the tax reform is going to be of benefit to us. We were told that removal of subsidy will be of benefit to us. What have we benefited from the removal of subsidy?
So are you saying that just like the removal of subsidy, which Nigerians would say it has not been of benefit to Nigerians, are you saying that this will also be
go the same way? It will even be worse.
But I'm sure, Dr. Peter, that you have actually, I know that you have read these tax reform laws, and as an economist, how for Nigerians who are very blank on what these laws are all about, how can you enlighten them a bit?
One, actually, apart it wasn't what was passed into law that was gazetted, understand? But what we read when it was going on in the National Assembly, it was a good one, understand? Because many Nigerians, many low-income earners are to be exempted from paying taxes, which is a good one, understand? And again, over the years, the goose that is laying the golden egg is not the one that is eating it. Understand? So that was changed in this one. An instance, the more you are producing, the more you are getting something that's from it. Understand me? So now those states that are producing something, they will also be getting money from our revenue from their production. That's unlike the North will tell you that they don't take alcohol, but they benefit from VAT from alcohol. That one it will stop. Understand? It is going that to stop. Those who are generating wealth will be benefiting from their wealth more than those that are not benefiting. So this is one of the reasons that the North is not happy about it.
But for the low-income earners you talked about, can you still throw more light on that? The low-income earners who actually are in that category of low-income earners?
Mostly the junior civil servants. Understand? Mostly the junior the junior civil servant, and there are businesses that fall under SMEs. Those are also exempted from this tax thing. So ordinarily, it's a people-oriented tax reform. It is a competition-oriented tax reform. But Nigerians should have been sensitized enough.
Okay, while the president was talking about the fact that the implementation would actually occur tomorrow, that's January 1st, there was no talk about this alteration. So should implementation actually proceed when students, labor groups, and even lawmakers have questioned the integrity of the gazetted laws?
That's the thing. When people are paying, they will not be happy and paying it because of the controversies around it. So I feel that it ought to have been postponed maybe to June, so that these controversies will be settled and Nigerians will be educated more. Understand? Because as it is, apart from those who went through the documents, average Nigerian does not know how, understand, it is going to benefit him. And now this 50 naira listen,
stamp duty.
Stamp duty. It is also not going to be for everybody.
Okay.
Understand? But the enactment is not enough on the part of government. So now, whatever money that is taken from your account, you say understand me. So for me, they should have enlightened educated the Nigerian more. And this is what the National Orientation Agency is supposed to be doing, but they are not being funded, which is deliberate.
Okay, my next question to you was actually going to be on the 50 naira stamp duty, and which you had actually, mentioned a bit about it. But while you were even talking, you said it's not for everybody. So if it's not for everybody, who is it for? Because when I read that 50 naira stamp duty, I was already calculating in my head, like, okay, so if I have how much in my account, they will take away this amount. And I was already trying to get, all of those things. And that's what Nigerians will be thinking of as well.
But there are also, there are also ways that Nigerians can evade all these things.
Please tell us. We want to know.
No, I shouldn't say it on the air.
You say you can't say it on air.
No,
okay.
No. Government will say that I am working against it.
Working against them. Hey, I'll come and meet you in camera, please. Because I need to know how to evade this. Because I wonder how, all of this. Because before you know it, most of this money would accumulate into so much when you have a lot in your account. But, okay, what is the impact? So you're saying that doesn't mean that low-income earners and SMEs will not be impacted, will not be affected in any way by this 50 naira stamp duty?
No, they told you depending on that when you make transactions above
10,000 naira, yes.
So if you keep it at 9,500, what happens?
Okay.
You can make 10 transactions, 9,500, 9,500.
Okay. Okay, so how dangerous is it for fiscal reforms? We've heard it, that these reforms are for our good and all of that. But how dangerous is it for it to now begin under a cloud of suspicion like we have it now?
So that is why it is not good, understand me? If Nigerians are well educated enough, understand? Even we have a state house of assembly people, understand? We have a house of reps, understand? So these are the people that are in the assembly representing other people. If they are even being given just a month, go to your constituency and educate your people on this. Let them understand it. go to your constituency and educate your people on this, understand? Even if they can enlighten the traditional rulers, understand? Let them explain the advantages and disadvantages of this tax. But they are not doing it because, one, they know that people's vote does not necessarily matter. So whether people are happy or not happy, they have INEC, they have the judiciary in their pocket, so they can win. That's why when over 70% of Nigerians are saying suspend this, Tinubu is saying it must take effect, which means he's not considering the voters.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. Nigeria's political realignment ahead of 2027 continue, with former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and other Southeast leaders formally declaring for a new political platform. Peter Obi, alongside several Southeast political leaders, has declared support for the African Democratic Congress at a gathering in Enugu. Experts say the move signals a major shift in the region's political alignment and adds momentum to the ADC's bid to position itself as a viable alternative ahead of the 2027 general elections. However, Abia State Governor Alex Oti says while Obi has informed him of plans to leave the Labour Party, he has chosen not to follow the move. Governor Oti stressed that political decisions remain personal and said he would rather remain in the Labour Party and continue the fight to rescue the party. Dr. Anosike, I know you already had an inkling that this was going to happen, and you even said
on Saturday that I said it.
Yes, you said yes. I said you said it.
He's not going to
declare alone.
Yes.
I know when I saw this, I was like, Dr. Anosike, he knows a lot. But what does this portend for Nigeria's politics?
Well, the importance of a strong opposition is not only to take over government, understand, but to be able to put the government in power on its toes, understand. Anywhere there's a strong opposition, the government in power try to do the right thing. They try to please other people. They try to prioritize the welfare of the people because they know that if they don't do it, there's a strong opposition waiting to take over from them. So to me, that is one of the importance of having a strong opposition, understand? That is to put the government in power on its tools. So then one of the beauties of democracy is choice. Understand that you can choose between 2 or 3 political associations, but when we have just one, that is like maybe Enyimba going to meet Real Madrid or Barcelona. Understand, and it's going to be a one-sided football match. So opposition brings competition. And when there's competition, the government in power will try to be at its best. Because when there's an alternative. So these are the importance of having a strong opposition. But when the government in power is failing, then it is the responsibility of the opposition that to come in and provide that's an alternative.
Okay, is ADC becoming a genuine platform or simply a coalition shelter for displaced politicians?
I don't know what you mean by displaced politicians. In 1999, Tinubu came on board under AD, African Alliance. Understand? From AD, he got AC, Action. No,
Congress.
Action Congress. He came through AD in 1999, from AD to AC, from AC to ACN. Understand? From ACN to APC. So there's no politician that had remained in one political party since 1999. Understand me? So talking about displaced politicians, this is the propaganda of the APC. How many of them were not in PDP or in AMPP? So what we want is a vibrant opposition, so that when the government in power falters, the opposition will take over and give us a new direction.
But do you see ADC being that vibrant opposition that you say Nigeria needs?
I've already seen it. Understand me? I've already seen it. And I want to assure you that APC is in a panic mood as we speak. Check that's I like research and not understand. That's I like research and not. Check the time that Peter will be declared, and when Daniel Bawanda issued his statement, that shows you that Bawanda was watching what was happening in Enugu. Understand me? That shows that he did what he was doing and was watching what was happening in Enugu. Understand? If it's just a jamboree, he would not have been interested. So it's a good day for Nigeria. The year is ending well for the Nigerian masses. Understand? The year is ending well for Nigerian masses with Peter Obi's official declaration for ADC.
One of the things the former Anambra State Governor, that's Peter Obi, actually said during his speech, he actually vowed that the opposition will resist any attempts for the elections, to rig the 2027 elections. And then, of course, he went ahead to warn INEC to strictly follow the rules and regulations. But, is this how easy? This could just be talk. How easy is it for the opposition to actually resist rigging?
One, you cannot rig where you are not popular. That's what many people don't know. If you want to rig an election where you are unpopular, they will burn you to death. I belong to an election monitoring body, understand? So, and there's no part of the country that I have not monitored the election. Understand? So, for you to rig an election, you must be popular in that constituency. I have gone to many polling booths. You see that all the party agents belong to one party, but when observers are coming, they will tell themselves, say you are in PDP. This one say you are in APC. You say that you are in NNPP, but all of them belong to one party. So they can do anything. Understand me? Because whoever they decide that they will win. But for that to be possible, you have to be popular in that area. If not, it will not happen. If not, it will not happen. So, and again, what affected the P2B in 2023 is that he didn't have that's the polling agents in most of the polling units in the country. And you cannot challenge any result of a polling booth that you don't have any agent there, because your agents have that to sign it's called a Form EC8, where the result is being entered. Any polling booth where your agent did not sign Form EC8, you cannot you cannot fight for a redress there because nobody represented you. But with in ADC, where we have powerful people in the north and in the south, Understand? It will be possible that for them to at least spread to the nooks and crannies of the country.
So if you say that, so what was the difference? Why was it that during the 2023 elections, Labour Party didn't have this, and then now ADC? So what's the difference between ADC and Labour Party in that sense?
One, Labour Party was just, it was a poor party, understand? It was a very poor party. It was a dead party. Then P2B resurrected it. And the P2B had to fund it. Understand me? P2B has to, you cannot mention any prominent Nigerian in Labour Party. But in ADC, there are many billionaires. So money is not going to be a problem. Understand? Because monitoring the election is expensive. Protecting votes is expensive.
Okay, let's move on.
It can even be arranged. Let article provide the take care of the logistics in the north. Why Obi takes the care of the logistics that's in the south?
Why do you call these two people? These two people that we are thinking, because Nigerians actually don't know which of them will be on the ballot. So why are you mentioning?
We shouldn't know.
Because Peter Obi has said that he's not going to be the vice president and the vice presidential candidate.
Because nobody contests for vice presidential candidates. Understand me? Nobody. If you declare for ADC now, if you cannot say I'm going to contest for the vice presidential candidate, you are going for the presidency. Understand? It's when you fail to get it, you now think of the next step or what else to do.
Do you think that if Obi fails to get the presidential ticket, do you think he might now decide to become a vice president for someone?
For me, most important thing is the good of Nigeria, not the good of an individual.
Well, some persons have actually said that vice presidents are just they're just symbolic. They actually don't do anything. But for someone like Obi with his caliber, do you think he would actually want
when I think symbolic. When Atiku Abubakar was the vice president, it wasn't symbolic. Understand me? And I say if Peter Obi becomes a vice president, it wouldn't be symbolic. Understand? Because everybody knows his antecedents. Understand? You cannot make that Peter Obi is a man of value, and you cannot drop somebody of value cannot say remember me. Understand me? Somebody who has value cannot say remember me. So Peter Obi has value and will be active wherever he is.
Some persons have actually said that Atiku and Obi cannot work together, as
Why?
in like being a president and a vice president.
Because of what?
They are different, like you mentioned, values. Values don't align. What do you think?
Number one value is the good of Nigeria. Number one value is we need to take this country back from where APC has put it. That's number one value. Number one interest is the interest of Nigeria. So once they put the interest of Nigeria first, there will be no problem. Understand? In 2027, Atiku will be 80. Understand? So what else is he looking for? So for him, being a president is just like some of my colleagues have become president. And not that those who are president are feeling better than him, or that there are things that they are using that he cannot afford. Understand?
Okay, one of the things I read while I was reading the story is that Governor Oti has actually, he said that he was in the know that Peter Obi was going to defect to ADC, but he's not following Peter Obi What do you make of this?
Well, he also told you that political decisions are personal. Understand? So Peter Obi made his decision to officially join the coalition. Alex Otti made his own decision to remain put in Labour Party. So it is a decision. It doesn't make them enemies. And tomorrow, Labour Party may want to become part of the coalition. Understand me? Tomorrow, Labour Party he's staying back. Maybe let me convince these people. Let us be part of this coalition.
But do you see Alex Otti defecting at any point?
I'm not an Alex Otti. I'm not an
No, as in with what is happening in the political space, with what you know about politicians, I know you are not Alex Otti, but do you think that Alex Otti could decide one day to leave Labour Party and move to another party?
They say never. In politics, anything can happen. So, but Alex Otti is doing well as a governor, and anywhere he goes, he will be accepted.
So do you think him being in the Labour Party, do you think he would still retain that seat?
That's as a governor.
Yes.
If an election holds today in Abia, Alex Otti will score 100 over 100. If an election holds today, even if he runs as an independent candidate, he will still beat whoever.
You know, I saw a story yesterday. I'm going to digress a bit. I saw a story yesterday and I laughed. And immediately I saw that story, I thought of you. And the story was Benjamin Kalu was saying that, I can't remember the exact way he said it, but what I read was that if he decides to contest for the election, that he would win over Alex Otti. And immediately I read that, I thought of you, because I know that you're not, I think I know where your thought would be in this regard. So what do you make of that statement?
Well, that's you can also say the same thing. If I and Nana decided to contest, I'll beat Alex Otti. So that is a free word. Everybody is entitled.
But do you think I'm cutting you, but do you think Abians would really want to choose Alex Otti over Benjamin?
Who is Benjamin?
Our last conversation for tonight. Tensions continue to rise within the new Nigeria People's Party as its presidential flag bearer, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, issues a stern warning to members amid defection rumors. Rabiu Kwankwaso has warned that betrayal never pays, cautioning NNPP members against defecting to rival parties ahead of the 2027 elections. The warning follows reports that he summoned the Speaker of the Kano State House of Assembly and other party figures over allegations that Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf was planning to defect to the ruling party. Although the Kano State government has denied any defection plans, the disagreement has triggered a full-blown crisis within the new Nigeria People's Party, exposing deep divisions over loyalty and leadership control. What do you make of this rift between Rabiu Kwankwaso and his mentee or his protege in politics, if I can use that word?
For me, it serves him right. It serves Kwankwaso right. He said that betraying doesn't pay. Understand? So, and he has been betraying. Kwankwaso has been betraying. Understand? What he did in 2015 that gave APC 2 million votes. It's a betrayal on PDP. He became everything that's in PDP, understand? Minister of Defense, governor, 2 times governor and everything, understand? And it is because of him that Tinubu won in 2023. If Kwankwaso has joined Atiku in 2023, understand? Atiku would have won. If Kwankwaso has teamed up with Peter Obi in 2023, Peter Obi would have won. Because Jigawa State was carved out of the old Kano State. So and or they are still maintaining this their old one state thing. So his Kwankwasia is also popular in Jigawa State. So if he has teamed up with Atiku, understand, they will have both Kanu and Jigawa. Even if you add that is 1 million and into Atiku's 6.8, they will have surpassed Tinubu. So it is him that caused what is happening now, and I'm happy that it is now affecting him because he is confused now. He doesn't know where that's fire is burning under his feet. He doesn't know whether that to remain under NNPP, go to APC, or go to ADC. Understand? So when they said that Kwankwaso want to defect to APC, the first question I asked, what is he going to do in APC? Because the bomb in Sokoto on Christmas Day killed the Muslim ticket. So what is he going to do in APC? Is it to become a minister or to become an ambassador? So that's why he is confused. That's why he is confused. But it shouldn't, for me, it shouldn't hold anybody to ransom. Understand? P2B has left LP and moved over to ADC. And that's what he said that he would not go. That's that P2B did not begin to make did not begin to issue any order. Because we know that if not because of P2B, and that Soti wouldn't have won. Understand? It is the Obi wave that brought Anek Soti to power in 2023. But still, P2B allowed him to make his own decision.
So are you saying, in other words, that Kwankwaso should allow his the Kano State governor to do what
Yusuf is an adult. And he should know what is good for him. But from what Banda Mohammed said today, that the ruling party is using the EFCC to threaten him that to join APC. We have now
threatening
known
the Kano governor.
No.
Kwankwaso.
Banda Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi,
Okay.
said that
Bala Mohammed. Okay.
yes, said that APC is using EFCC to threaten him, to force him to join APC. That also would expose why the other governors have been joining APC, which means it's not voluntary.
You know, I was listening to something today. I was listening to a televised interview, and this same statement came up. The persons who were there there's no evidence of any of this happening.
But Bana Mohammed, who is a serving governor, has said it. Bana Mohammed, who is a serving governor, has said it. And Felix Moka has no integrity. Felix Moka has no integrity anywhere. Understand? So this is the first job that he is holding that has brought him up. He was just running one mushroom NGO. Understand? Before they made him the National Publicity Secretary. So he has no integrity.
Okay, let's have your final thought on the issues we've discussed tonight.
For me, that's for P2B joining ADC, a new Nigeria has become possible. A new Nigeria has become possible. So it's now enough for Nigerians. One, there's now a direction. Before, people were asking where is P2B, where is P2B. They have now seen where P2B is. Understand? So they should now try to cue behind him. Understand? So a new Nigeria has become possible with officially declaring for ADC. That's my take.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anosike, for being with us. And of course, we're going to see you next year for the other episode, the more exciting episodes of the issues.
No problem.
That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues Explored, the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and electoral governance. Thank you so much for being a part of us all through the year. And of course, don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndamdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ike Chukwu by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on at VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpaillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP